Into the level 1v1, the close end for the ball. Wylde saves them first.
What is going on?
Esse é efetivo. E vem tentando plantar mais saiu de guerra. Prioritization.
He's done this one.
Immediately on the diffuser, Lagonis needs to get in there. You gotta go, Lagonis. Why are you not looking? Hello?
It has been 8 months since we last saw any action in the European and MENA region, but we're back with a merged league, new organizations joining us, and new players to this level of competition. And we also have a brand new studio. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today. And some things on the EML just stay the same. We still have our amazing analyst, we have Fresh and Alfama with us, sitting comfortably on the couches. How are we?
Look, new lights, new carpet, new furniture everywhere.
Sofas.
Everything is modern, and then there is us.
Yeah, they can't.
That just doesn't change. We're always here, always super excited.
In fact, we've never left.
Yeah,
We were trapped in since stage 2 of last year. We have never left.
we've literally been locked inside, outside, just there behind the couch, just waiting for EU teams to come up.
You're making it sound like it was a very, very hard time here, but at least we're really happy to be back. And of course, the list with new things does not change either. We've talked about Siege X coming out. Obviously, we've got Reload happening, where Siege X was played first time. Now we have it in the regional leagues as well. Siege X, especially competitive-wise, the map bans is a big thing for us, so the operator bans.
Yeah, for me, that's by far the biggest change we've had so far. With Stigex coming in, obviously we had questions. Is the gas tank going to be a thing? Well, for me, the bans is the biggest thing. If you were before, you had to ban one attacker, one defender. And so if you started attack, you would ban one of your own attacker, which would handicap you.
Right.
Now, in this system right now, you can ban 2 operators from the opposing side in round 1. And then in round 4, you're gonna go and ban 1 more, which means that in total, you'd be starting an attack and you'd ban 3 defenders for your opponent. That means that you're not handicapping yourself, you're only limiting your opponent. And when you switch sides, it's the exact opposite. Let's just say I start in defense, I'm gonna ban 3 attackers. Now what that's changed is basically, now you can abuse your bans to really limit the potential of your enemies. You will do that by banning maybe 3 hard reachers. Maybe you're gonna go and ban 3 shields. Maybe you're gonna go and ban Brava, you're gonna ban the Twitch, and you're gonna abuse all kinds of utility like Maestro. And this power has created so much more deepness, or it's so much deeper in strategy. And that's why Korea, for example, after winning Reload, they said, we were the best teams at adapting with this new ban system. And it's such a great thing to see even more strategy in this game.
Yeah, we saw teams make really good use of that over at Reload. It's obviously a little bit different than the operator ban system that we have in our own ranked games. So we saw the schedule there as well briefly. We talked about new organizations joining us. You could briefly see on the screen when they were playing and what organization they were playing as well. Any of those matchups, so the 5 ones that we have in particular today, that really speaks out to us?
I think in terms of curiosity, you've got to think about Wylde, about Macko, teams that haven't played in Tier 1 for so long. But for one that sticks out right there, Falcons VP. 2 of the biggest titans Europe has seen, now coming in our EML for the beginning of 2025 season. That for me is one I want to look at.
It could be Leo, but I will say it's not about when does Bolo play. It's not about when does Spoik play. It's all about when does Stomping play. That's the game that I want to watch out for, Leo. And that's going to be game 2. G2 up against Wolves Esports.
So now you're going to become a Stomping fanboy as well, just like everyone else.
Absolutely, yeah. Best player in Europe. We've imported him.
First time I
from
hear
the-
Yeah.
say something positive about G2, and it starts on the very first day of Stage 1 2025.
I was going to say, I think we're going to have to check his temperature because, I mean, some things do change on the EML apparently. The G2 hate watch is over from the side of Fresh, I assume, coming in into the stage.
I've made my entire career on G2 hate watch. It's about time that I actually started supporting them, I think, Anne.
It's fine. I think there was some more G2 hate watching going on over at Reload because if we talk about the recent performance of EU at international events, it's not necessarily something to write home about. So we need some hope. We need something to look forward to, some expectations. And that's why we asked Leo to make a power ranking of the 10 teams in EML. And Fresh is there to trash talk him and talk about his opinions.
Listen, I'm gonna preface this by saying that everybody's gonna judge me on this desk and on the chat as well. I had to make a power rankings of what I thought on paper would be the weakest teams and the strongest teams. And that's gonna start with Wylde. Now, that's a team that has 0 tier 1 experience. I'm super curious to see them play. But on paper, you've gotta think clearly that they have to be the weakest team right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, as much as I like to disagree with you, Leo, this is one where even I would say I think Wylde have to be in that 10th position in the power ranking. Reason being, they don't have a genuine tier 1 player yet, I would say, because they've come up through the system. We've seen teams get promoted into tier 1 before where they've brought in some kind of experience. Wylde, none of them have played a tier 1 game before.
No, that's the power ranking right now. I just hope they prove me wrong. If we move on to the 9th position, that's Wolves for me. I've seen them play at Malta. I was heavily disappointed. I love this team. I love what they've built. I love Azur. I love Noodle and Leader. I think they've got so much potential. But just looking at them play in Malta, they were by far the weakest team I've seen play. And for me, in this EML, starting from this view that I had for Malta, they have to be one of the
That's
biggest.
crazy for me. Honestly, it's crazy for me, Leo. They've got so much experience. Tyrant on his day was one of the best players in
On
the
this day.
entire league
3
when he
years
played
ago.
for M&M, 6
Yeah.
invitationals, multiple majors. Leader,
On his
Noodle,
day.
they played 6 invitationals as a main stage at EWC last year. This has got so much talent on this roster, and they've got a rookie in it, and you're putting them at 9th.
Yeah, they've
know,
got
I
to
think-
prove me wrong.
I think he might just be mad that they've gone full British instead of...
Yeah, exactly. This used to be a French team. Now
Yeah.
they're British. Let's put them in the 9th position. That's exactly... I'm onto you.
Listen, I love the players on the team, and I hope they prove me wrong. It's just
Yeah.
right now, I believe that what I've seen, they're one of the weakest teams. And I hope they prove you wrong once again. If we move on to the rest, we're going to see Fnatic here. And you're going to ask yourself, why did I put Fnatic in 8th position? It's like one of the weirdest things to do when
Very
you think
weird.
of the talent here. I'm just going to preface this once again. I think we're hitting middle of the ground teams with Macko, with Gen.G, and with Fnatic. And I didn't know really where to place them. If you look at Fnatic, I'm thinking they struggled heavily at Reload. They were, yes, close to beating FaZe, okay, maybe, but they've been so inconsistent, Jack. And they've already made a roster change straight after losing at Reload.
But Leo, if you put these 3 on any position, which one of them has a major winner in there?
Okay, that's Fnatic.
Then why did you not put them on
When
6,
was
for
that?
example?
When was that? 4 years ago.
If we talk about experience,
Literally
if
4 years
experience
ago.
is important,
4
then-
years in esports is like 40 years in real life. This doesn't count anymore, okay? And Gen.G, I think that these guys have improved tremendously with the newer sessions that they've done. And Macko, the reason they're here is because I believe that they have so much more cohesion and they've been together for way longer than these two teams, even though they were in tier 2.
That's crazy. You're certainly a big fan of the Italians there.
Yeah.
Putting them in 6th place, sneaking
Weird
them
for a
into
French
that
guy, no?
playoff. Sneaking them into that playoff on Fnatic. I don't know. You said it, they nearly beat FaZe. They should have beaten the world champions just, a few weeks ago over there in Brazil, and you're putting them 8th place in the league, Leo. I'm not having it. I'm not buying
Okay,
it.
when we talk about potential of teams making it to international events, right? We talk about the top of the league. So let's put the top 5 on there. I want to hear your opinion.
So I'm gonna have BDS right now top 5. Now I will say this, I think it's close to Gen.G, Macko and Fnatic. Any one of these teams I could probably swap because that for me right now on paper is the middle of the pack. Now what I think is settled is the top 4. On paper, once again, VP, after the end of season they had in stage 2, playing more aggressive, being more adaptive, and going at SI, and only losing to FaZe, the world champion, on the 3rd map, that's a strong VP for me, and I'm hoping to see them at this level starting EML. G2, with the addition of Stompen, with the talent that they have on the team, they deserve to be top 3, at least top 4 in terms of just sheer level there is on this team. And then the last 2 teams, I mean, Secret, Falcons, clearly the 2 best teams Europe has right now. We've seen it in international play, we've seen it across the full year of 2024.
Yeah.
For me, that top 4 at least makes sense on paper, right? You
I-
can't say anything wrong with that, Jack,
I
can
like
you?
to disagree with you a lot,
right.
Leo, I'll be honest, but I think the top 4 makes absolute sense even for me.
There we
Only
go.
thing I would say, potentially, maybe G2 a little bit high with how bad Reload
Yeah,
was,
that's true.
even if I do think they'll be the best team in the league because they've signed the best player in Europe. being stomping. Anyway, I will say VP, the one thing that is curious to me about VP is how they'll deal with the operator bans that you so mentioned in that video, because VP are not used to being dynamic, and they're going to have to be dynamic.
They signed the best player in Europe?
Yeah, in Europe. He's physically in Europe. He's in Scotland.
Into Europe now, yeah. We get a taste of what it's like to have to get imported.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. I mean, the top 2 as well. I mean, it's looking like a similar top 2 as what we've had in previous situations, previous leagues in the EML here. You kind of hope with Secret and their roster changes that they do have that chance of finally getting to that top spot.
That's the big question for me. Is Secret able to be that best European team? Because Falcons, they've not made it to semi-final in Reload. You know, they were quarterfinals and that's it. And that for me is the big question. Are they looking weaker? And is Secret able to take over them? Because for so long, for the past 2024, 2023, this team, they've been so much higher than everyone in this Europe.
Yeah.
And Secret now is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, I will say that them additions that Secret have added in, you know, in terms of bringing in Mowgli and Noah, it's very exciting.
Honestly, I think we could theory craft about what these teams will do for years and years on end, but I just think it's time to see these teams in action.
Enemy drone incoming. Starting the clock.
We'll just keep it coming with the new things here over at EML, because our first matchup of the stage of the EML is between 2 new organizations. We've got Macko, the kings of Tier 2, and we do have Gen.G as well, giving home to the former EMS players. Now, talking about that roster in specific, Gen.G, these players on the side of EMS, we're hoping to see some more from them. Last stage was not ideal.
Yeah, I think it's a year of growth. I think it basically, last year was the arrival into Tier 1 as ends. It was the year of, we're going to play a 6-man roster in Stage 1. We're going to bring LMs, loads of experience in Stage 2. We're trying to find our footing, our identity, and we're trying to qualify to an event. Now, consistently reaching that grand finals of LCQ, never made it. This year, clearly the target must be the year of maturity, the year where they finally qualify to an STR event.
That keyword that you just said was identity. They ran with a 6-man roster for a stage, then they changed that out, they brought in old head of LEMS. It also didn't work. I feel like realistically now, they're settled with an established 5. They've brought in Deadshot, they've brought in Asa, and I think, you know, I think there's a lot to like about this team, but this is where we really need to see them be more mature, more sophisticated, and make their mark on the league.
Yeah, it's the moment where the roster change really make things alive, you know what I mean?
Yeah, talk about that roster change in specific. There's been a huge one coming into this team, going into the EML League.
Absolutely. If you look at LMs before that, he was the pickup in Stage 2. He was the one supposed to bring a direction and leadership and experience, and that didn't work for them. Even when they were in a 6-man roster and rotating players, it felt like they had one vision, one direction. When LMs started coming, that cohesion disappeared, the synergy disappeared. Now, I'm not saying it's the fault of LMs, I'm just saying that things didn't click the same way as before. Now, statistically here, Deadshot is already an improvement. The additional thing for me is, I believe that with the addition of Deadshot and the addition of Asa, who was on Wolves, the best rested player in Stage 2, by the way, last year, the addition of these 2 players must mean that it's a direct adding firepower, but also maybe now they can get a coherent vision going.
Yeah, we expect them to synergize more, particularly with Deadshot, who's previously played with a lot of these teams, a lot of these players inside of this team. They're friends. They really enjoy spending time around each other, you know, back when these were a Tier 2, Tier 3 team as well. So the synergy of the team we expect to get much better, and because of that, we expect the performance inside of the server to be better as well.
Yeah, we talked about their opponents as well, the self-proclaimed kings of Tier 2, as we have seen them in a lot of Tier 2 competitions. We're talking about Macko as well. They've proved their worth in Tier 2. Now they have to show it in the higher levels.
Finally, we see this Italian roster make their debut inside of Tier 1. And it's been a long time coming, I think it's fair to say, for anybody, like you say, self-proclaimed kings of Tier 2, for anybody that's followed a lot of the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene for a multiple number of years, will have seen this roster have played time and time again. finally they made it through the Challenger Series this year, and it's so good to finally have them here, Leo.
Yeah, for me, the big story is Italian pride. As we look at this guy, they were playing the Challenger League finals here and also won the T2 finals, by the way, dominating Tier 2. The big story for me is they're the first Italian team to play at the pro level in Europe since Year 1 Season 1 Dot Flamers. That I was following. So it's been 7 years we've seen a full Italian roster play in T1 Siege. It's amazing to see more national representation from a European-based team. You gotta love it.
And actually, the core of this team together has been together a long time in terms of the group of players. They switched out Gemini, who came off the roster. They brought in Ghost quite recently. But around that, like I say, it's been literally years these guys have been grinding out together. So it's such a good story that they're finally here.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned the Italian pride as well. It's a big thing for them, now also playing for an Italian org as well. But I spoke to Teb around the time of the Challenger Series, and he said, like, oh yeah, I wouldn't even speak to Lolo, and I wouldn't even speak to Dora back then when we were playing against each other. And now we're on the same team. It's like the countries in the World Cup coming together when they're cheering for the same country. But these Italian guys, we have seen them before. We have seen them before in different countries.
Yeah, certainly. So obviously we'll talk about Wylde later on, but now we're looking at Macko. These have genuine Tier 1 experience when they're coming into this league. Now, first caveat is that Acqui, Tier 1 inside of Makers. This was when they played the 6th Invitational in 2021, the COVID 6th Invitational. Out there in Paris, they played that. Teb has played for Na'Vi and Wylde, and obviously Lolo, he had a very short but sweet stint on Wylde. Didn't go too well, but they're not coming into this as genuine rookies. They have had a little taste of the big leagues.
Yeah, it did feel like loads of these players, when they got the Tier 1 experience, it was just a patchwork. They were just, taken as a mercenary, not really as a full Italian team. Now they can finally reach that with a cohesive team that has stayed for a long time together in Tier 2, that has grown. My real question is, when you're Tier 2, no one looks at your strats. No one analyzes what you do. So if you just rehearse the same thing again and again, you're going to be amazing, right? But then when you reach T1, everybody's looking at your VOD, and you start being counter-strat. What do you do now? It's exactly what Gen.G back then, Ants, went through 1 year ago when they joined Tier 2, Tier 1 for the first time. And now we're back at it, and this time it's Macko against them.
It's also, I'm glad you mentioned, of course, the players and their experience, but it's kind of bizarre to me as well that there's been a player that has played an SI before he's even played a singular game of a regional league. That doesn't really happen a lot either.
Listen, that's the beauty of open qualifiers, and I love it. I love that we have open qualifiers for SI. I think it's always a beautiful stories of rookies coming up from zero to hero. It's amazing to have that storyline, and honestly, it was a great move from this player.
And that just goes to show that was nearly 4 years ago on that 6th Invitational as well. That's how long they've been grinding out as this Italian club to try and qualify to get into Tier 1.
Yes, absolutely huge for them. And their first best of one is just ahead of them. We'll look at the map feature as well to see where I'll be going to for this specific matchup. We've got Macko, as we said, and Gen.G, and it seems like we'll be heading to Clubhouse.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Now, if we think of Gen.G back then, and once again last year, Clubhouse was a pretty decent map for them. And actually, I was looking at the head-to-head between these two teams because they've played recently. They've played in Malta. They played on border, yes, for sure. It went 8-7, by the way, all the way to final overtime on a BO1. I'm hoping that we get the same quality here. Now, the last time these two faced on Clubhouse was actually not that long ago. It was at the end of Stage 2 in qualifier playoffs, if I remember well, to try and qualify for the major, the Montreal major. And it was Gen.G winning it 7-4 on that exact same map. For Macko, it looks like it's a little bit more... They don't play Clubhouse that much.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't look like they played it a lot. It's one that they have played through Tier 3, Tier 2 when necessary, but they prefer to go to other maps. I will say, however, the fundamental map of Clubhouse, what does it do? It tests your fundamentals as a team. It's not necessarily reliant on opponents or counter-strat or anything funky. It's a great map to settle yourself into this league, which both of these teams ultimately are trying to do and come out of it with a positive result. Generally, the winner on this map of Clubhouse is the team that executes their fundamentals better. So I think for both of these teams, it is a perfect map to get their season underway.
And we're looking at the players getting ready as well. I mean, all smiles are looking pretty happy. For some of these players, it is their first match in this level of competition, in this Tier 1, in a regional league as well. You were there as well at some point. Nerves, you think, are going to play a big part today?
Yeah, it's always in question, especially for two of the players on Macko. I'm not necessarily scared for the other ones. I think when you've played an SI, when you've played for a couple teams like Teb has done, I wouldn't be too surprised, I wouldn't be too scared. When you look at the side of Gen.G, they're all used to it. For me, it's the two new players on Macko's side, Dora, Ghost may be a question mark here.
I will say their opponent for both of these teams are coming into this fixture with a very genuine opponent that they will be happy. They will respect their opponent, but they will be happy to face them. They're not playing a Virtus.pro. They're not playing a Falcons, a secret, a top team in this league. They're playing an opponent that is probably at a very similar level, and what that will give them is it will give them a level of comfort. They've played against this opponent before. They're on a map that they're comfortable with. For them, realistically, yes, it is a step up in Tier 1. It is the big leagues. The cameras are on. All their eyes are on them, but it is a level of comfort that they will be used to and that they can perform within.
Still a few more minutes until we get to the first matchup, though. Talking about expectations, we talked about it already. If we have to follow the power ranking, I guess Macko is going to win this match.
Yeah, and at the same time, my power ranking states that Macko should win this, but on paper, Gen.G should win this. They were there exactly a year ago.
They're a year ahead of the curve.
Exactly.
Right?
They've had 1 year to mature, 1 year to fix mistakes, fix problems, 1 year to recruit Asa and recruit new players like Deadshot to try and improve the overall level of the team. So clearly, if Gen.G loses this is a big, big miss for them, because these two teams, like I've said, they're probably looking at middle of the table and they're trying to qualify to playoffs right now.
I will say for Macko, there's a sense when teams qualify for the league, you know, you speaking to the Wylde guys, for example, they're like, we know what our place, we know about the expectations for our team, we just want to try and be disruptive.
It's different for Macko.
It's different for Macko. They have a little bit more experience, they have a little bit more appetite, and maybe even a little bit more ego. They will be wanting to come out and just get this win, get started.
Yeah, for some of our viewers that have been paying attention to what's happening on the broadcast in general, also to the ticker, you may have been seeing anything going on there, because before we start this first game here over at the EML, there is a special announcement regarding the Munich Major that you want to hear.
Donas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take their kingdom from Blackout.
And as you can see on the screen right now, the tickets for the Munich Major will be available very, very soon, with the pre-sale starting out this Wednesday and the public on sale going on the 20th, this Friday. You can now register for the pre-sale. If you want to make sure you get your tickets as the very, very first person, you'll have to head over to the Ubisoft, the R6 Esports website to make sure you get yourself registered for that pre-sale. I'll definitely recommend doing that. The Berlin Major, at least, was absolutely amazing over in Germany. So you want to be here. You want to make sure you get yourself registered for this pre-sale. But when we have that, we also have the first match of the EML. We talked about it. It is Gen.G. It is Macko as well. And it is time to go to our casters, Ace and Des.
Thank you very much, and I tell you what, I was really hoping we'd be on the back screens there, Tim, so we could be like, whoa, behind pressure or something, going through the shoulders. Production for next time, please get us on the back screens. But welcome to the first game of the day. EML is back, Tim. I've been dying for this to get started. I got chills listening back to that Berlin Major final as well. Munich would be an amazing place to return to. We've got to get through a couple of stages first.
I tell you what, the last time Siege was in Germany for an event, it was pretty memorable, wasn't it? So definitely one that you don't want to be missing out. And tickets on sale this week, super exciting. But talking of exciting, Des, we've got some big games coming up, and I don't think they get bigger than this first one tonight, honestly.
You reckon?
Mate, in terms of it's not Falcons, but we've got 2 new teams in here. There's so many questions to be answered. It's so important.
I tell you what, Fresh worries about my opinions. I worry about you sitting there saying that was the biggest game of the night.
No, I said we've got a very big game coming in, and I'll stick by that.
It's one of the biggest games tonight. Come on.
Not necessarily the biggest, but very important.
Granted.
Very important for these two to both get off to a good start.
Yep. I think in nothing else, it's the day one of any new league is always chaotic because it's a settling period, right? You get to see what teams are made of, all that prep work they've done. I was referencing on SAL broadcast over the weekend that we've had coaches say, look, realistically 8 or so games, 9 games determine what happens to the rest of your year. What you don't see behind it is the hundreds and hundreds of scrims that take place, all the hours that these guys put into the game, blood, sweat and tears. It all is in preparation for moments like this. For some of these players, it's a big step up for them. They've got a real deliver here today. It's, of course, mixed round of a lot of rosters as well. It's going to be chaotic, Tim, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
No, absolutely not. Just to give anybody who's joined us slightly after the start of things there, if you've missed the wonderful Fresh and Alfama and first of all, what were you doing? Make sure you don't miss them in future. But they give us a quick rundown of these teams. So if you're wondering who are Gen.G, who are Macko, what's going on, Gen.G is basically a big chunk of what was the ENCE roster last year. They've been joined by a couple of new players. And then we've also got Macko, who are an Italian team who've been grinding through T2 for, it seems like, the longest time, Des. They've been at the tippy top of T2 for absolutely ages. They've finally got their shot. Are they going to deliver?
You'd hope so as well. Of course, worth mentioning two of the players on this Gen.G side coming over from Wylde as well. On Macko, as makers back in the day. So there's definitely a lot of experience on both teams, but it's when you start mixing and matching players across different rosters that things start to either go exceptionally well or they can crumble and further changes than needed later in the year. Of course, neither roster wanted to be in that position. But let's get locked in on the game, Tim. Here we go with our first round down in the basement. And I'm not looking at chat, but I can fully imagine many are wondering when does Stomping play next game. Don't worry, we'll have a conversation about that when the time comes around. For now, we've got to see what happens here.
We will keep you fully updated on Stomp and Watch. Don't you worry. We've got it. One of the things I noticed that it's not. Oh, we've got an opening kill. That's more important than what I was going to say. Ghost comes straight in. It's his first ever tier 1 game, and it's his first ever entry kill. Des, boom, takes out Skies. That's your Ash gone. That's your entry sorted. Macko with a great start for the Roamers there.
What's a really interesting thing about Ghost, he is the entry fragger for this team. You might be looking at him saying, Castle, an entry fragger? It works, it's legit, trust me. But he is the entry player for this team, and he hasn't really got a lot of history behind him, only really about 6 months or so of seeing him have a team history when you look into what he's been doing. And so at a point here, like a Ghost, he may well just be coming in and spooking the competition, Tim. Started himself out with the entry onto the Ash, certainly not a bad one to pick up, and now it's about wasting time. We've still got half the round to play. A phone call coming in from Deadshot on that Doki, trying to give his team some way forward here, but by the looks of it, they'll find nothing.
I mean, I'm wondering, is it Gen.G just thinking, let's get super aggressive round 1? You know, Macko kind of welcome to big school. Gen.G are certainly the team with more tier 1 experience, but Macko have stood up fantastically well to that. We're now a minute 30, just over that, through the round, and there's no giving them whatsoever. They've got themselves back to site, but Teb, he's still hidden away in strip. Do they know he's here? If not, that Scorpos is going to do some serious damage.
They knew he was there because they were taking shots at him earlier on, so they know that he's in this area, and that's why I think he's tucked in here. Doesn't want to expose himself. He's just here to try and waste a little bit of time. For now, at the very least, though, Macko can just sit in pretty comfortable and wait to see what happens next. On your scale of bothered, Tim, I think they're growing in the amount of how bothered they are. But as it stands, they're waiting to see a move come in. And sure enough, I mean, Naquo's just gone and dropped himself in there and given himself away for free. Azox is there to capture off the back of it as well. So it's far from the end of the world. In fact, even makes it a second. It's 3 versus 3, and we've got 30 seconds to go.
Macko just giving a few opportunities to Gen.G here. Feel like peeking out from behind boxes when you know somebody's on that kitchen hatch. They're looking at it again. You got to stop looking at it. You don't want to be losing anymore, but there you go. I'm proved wrong. Snadora manages to get Azox taken out. Big star Asa onto Dora as well, but here comes Teb. I called it from strip. Was going to be important. Can he have the impact? Oh, that's a big mistake coming in from Deadshot there, getting caught out, but Teb on the Claymore. Des, it was an end of a round littered with mistakes. Teb runs into a Claymore. Deadshot runs into a cap can trap. That should have been really winnable for Macko from that position, I think.
That was an interesting first round to start things off. I thought the way that the roam was played and the way that the attackers got themselves set up was good. Everything kind of started to fall apart once we started looking at the site, though. I wasn't quite sure on Naquo's sudden random dropping towards Kitchen. Hatch, was he trying to catch them by surprise? Did he not know that a player was in deep Arsenal? Because that was a questionable moment. Lucky that Azox managed to get a couple back, but ultimately it was down to Acer there at the end, netting up with 4K, I think, come the end of it. and has really got his team running. Okay, 2 kills he's got here, but I think it was 2 extra completions off the back of that as well. Still, it's first round to Gen.G. Honestly, not a line I thought I'd ever say in Siege, by the way. I was saying this on social media earlier, like Gen.G for me are an organization that I know very well from a history in League of Legends, so it's dead weird seeing them here in Siege. It's really cool because they're such a prestigious organization, but it's going to take a bit of time and a little bit of fangirling to get used to saying Gen.G on a broadcast.
I mean, we've got a couple of things going on that are, you know, like you say, we've got that big org comes in, very exciting for EML, but look at the opposite end of the day as well, and I'm sure the desk will talk about this, but Wylde, of course, Academy roster coming through, you know, the first time we've seen that process in Tier 1 tonight as well, so all sorts of stuff, and we've got a reasonably big creator in Game 2, I believe, as well, Des. You know, there's all sorts of things going on. All sorts of things. Stomp and watch. All sorts of things are going on all over the league tonight, and it is super, super exciting. But back to this one. Gen.G managed to pick up that first round. It's 1-0, and we move into round 2. We're going to see Macko up onto that top floor this time around. Just gonna, it now seems to be such a standard default thing that, you know, we just move around sites. Win or lose, you just move on and go to your next site. And I really think it's a good idea. I like the psychology of it.
What I love for this one, though, Tim, is look at the lineup coming out of I mean, look at the way that we're even approaching getting in towards, like, sight here, making sure that wall is cleared off. You know, getting in below with the Zofia to blow it away. You've got yourself a Doc playing inside of Rafters with Lamai and Jaeger setting up in there. I feel like we've wound back the clock like 3 years or so. It's brilliant.
It certainly looks that way. Deadshot's just going to be holding that long angle now then. I think that's a little bit of a mistake on the side. Yep, they're going at it again at the bottom. So this is a really difficult thing Gen.G are trying to do. Trying to basically do what you do with the Maverick trick, where you take off the top and bottom of the barricade in the right area, and it will then remove the whole barricade. They're going to try it again on the left-hand side there. But yeah, it's a really tricky one. You've got to get them exactly right with these X-Kairos pellets. And if you don't, you'll just be left with a little hole top and bottom. So we'll see how that one develops, whether they manage to get that wall open or not, but it could be a real stumbling block for them because there's halfway through the round. It's only just been opened if it is open, and they haven't even started on Rafters yet.
No, but look at this. The Monty is in. He's starting his march on forward. Of course, not forgetting that Jaeger's ADSs now also catch those Capital bolts. They're going to have to dump a lot of utility up here. That first flash has come on through and already been pinged out by the ADS. Not forgetting it. We'll get a recharge on there. They've got to make sure they're trying to make something move here. Not yet managing to force the player away. For now, at least, Nora managed to hold tight. Aki's got one onto Deadshot elsewhere at the same time, keeping things pretty balanced. But here we go. The march on begins. Sky's getting rid of Aki is huge because now there's no extra support for Nora. Now down he goes. 3 players have fallen. It's a 4 versus 2. Surely Gen.G stay on top in this round.
Yeah, that's great for them. Getting those couple of kills, particularly clearing Rafters out. Even though they haven't got that CCTV wall, it should be winnable from here. 4 versus 2. 30 seconds left to go. They can start pressuring Red Stairs as well. Flash is raining up, a lot of utility there. Lolo's going to get taken out, almost certainly. That's round over. Gen.G, really nice attack, especially having not opened CCTV wall. They need to go back to the drawing board. They need a little bit more practice with that Hibana work in getting those reinforcements cleared off, but it does still allow a good line of sight. If you've got the holes at the bottom, Deadshot's out there on rappel, he gets a nice clean line of sight into CCTV, and by opening that wall, what you're really wanting to do is prevent any defenders from playing inside of CCTV, and the holes will pretty much do that anyway.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a good start for them, to be fair, Tim. Admittedly, when I was looking at the lineup coming in, I've done a big thread about this earlier on social media. I was just like, looking at it, Macko probably come in as a slightly stronger team. Like, not at all to say that Gen.G are bad. Like, I think their lineup is still pretty strong. And this sounds quite harsh, but in a way, it was kind of partially the rejects of other teams. It was ENCE who had a pretty rough stage overall. It was a couple of players from Wolves who didn't follow the rest of the organization on their move over towards BDS. So quite understandably, you look at it and say, oh, well, it's the bottom of those teams. It's not going to be the strength that maybe you're expecting to see form a bit of a super team under an organization like Gen.G. But as things have started out, they look really solid on the attacking side. Yeah, the first round was a little bit chaotic on the drop, but we just finished casting the SALs, and I think it's fair for us to say, Tim, on day one, we saw some of our top teams have very questionable first 2 or 3 rounds to really get themselves into a game. W7M's first round was an absolute car crash, but after that, they warmed into things and really showed what they could do. Right now, Gen.G are onto this game far quicker than what Macko are.
I think that's the key takeaway from the first couple of rounds that we've seen so far, is Gen.G just adapting quicker. But that being said, Said it at the beginning, I'll say it again, they've got a lot more tier 1 experience, probably, you know, a little bit fewer nerves in the team. It's not as big a deal necessarily. Macko have their share of it, don't get me wrong, but for at least 2 players there, it's their real first experience at this sort of level. And, you know, you come in, the game is fast, the game is hard, and you will be punished for mistakes, and Macko have been so far. On the defense, it's not an ideal start for them. Clubhouse attack, it's definitely a doable thing, so it's not the end of the world for Macko, but they need, I would say, a 3-3 split before they're coming into the attack, so it's time to start winning some rounds now.
It is. Can't be letting them get away with a 3-0 attack to start things off. It would be painful. However, for now, let's see how we get things going onto the clear, starting to come into this ground floor. This is where things are going pretty well last time round. It was actually an early entry that came in that we saw looking pretty good for Ghost for the most part. Off the back of that, let's go. Things started to look very messy for both sides. So I'm hoping to see here a little bit more coordination from Gen.G when the drop comes on through. They were fortunate to be able to get a couple of kills from Azox through the hatch previously and through the soft flooring. Outside of that, I think it might have been a round that could have gone at Macko's way. Dora's looking real close here, really fancying his chance of taking a bite out of this Gen.G lineup, but he's got to find the chance to do it. Don't think he'll be able to find it. A C4 up and over, and sure enough, we'll get rid of Macko. You're about to see the environment to go off as well, but look at this. He is so dug in here, does not want to move away.
Needs to move away because that ingredient's going to detonate any second. He's going to take a little tickle of damage. He's Dora, and he's going to take an awful lot more as Skies moves down and manages to find that kill, clearing off main stairs. But what a great job Dora has done there. 2 minutes wasted and the kill along the way as well with that nitro, so great stuff from him. 50 seconds left to go, and unfortunately for Macko, they are on the downstairs, which is a sign that the attackers can attack with 10 seconds left to go if they need to. So yes, they've done well, yes, they've burnt a lot of time, but this is definitely still doable. That, however, is again another one of those mistakes creeping in there. Doesn't make its way through the floor. The gadgetry will now be in position, but it's another 10 seconds wasted.
But it's all good bait as well, Tim, because while the utility is being dropped on the other side, you've got 2 players pushing in, 3 players pushing in through Moto. So they tried to suck all the attention, thinking a plant was going to go down inside of Arsenal, but in fact, it's 3 of them rolling their way through towards Church. A great bait and switch coming out from Gen.G. There's no ability to contest at long angles as well for the side of Macko, and poor Teb has got it all to do against 3, but here he comes on a flank. They were looking the wrong way, but no, he's double backed in. At this point, they'll be able to stick it. He will find at least 1 kill for himself, but has got to go through both Deadshot and Acer. It's not going to happen. Gen.G up 3-0.
Yeah, great start for them. Looking absolutely fantastic. I feel a little bit for Macko because I feel like they're doing some of the really hard work, the heavy lifting in the beginning of the round. They're setting themselves up for success, but then that last minute, it just seems to crumble every time, and Gen.G are able to get themselves in, find a couple of kills and grind them down and get the round each time. So tough one for Macko. You know, they've seen the CCTV wall stay mostly closed and still lose CCTV. They've, you know, wasted 2 minutes on main stairs with the Warden, and then with only a minute left to go down in the basement, they've still ended up losing and a plant going down. So a tough one for them to stomach at the minute, I think, and Gen.G just looking that extra 10%, especially in the last minute or so of the round.
It's tough because I feel like Macko have taken some of the right steps in how they've opted to defend. Like you mentioned about the Warden playing on main stairs. Really cool stuff. There was a jammer there. ADS is stacked up behind him. Plays the spot well, gets the C4 kill, and then I believe it was Azox just walks up and just shoots him in the head, and I was like, okay, that's
I think he needs to back off there a little bit, to be honest. The gas really park's going to explode. Yeah, he did. I think I'm not saying leave the spot. Maybe just down to the bottom of, you know, your next fallback point. Back down to the bottom of the steps and let him push the corner. You've got a shotgun. You're going to have a field day at close range like that. I feel like he maybe just overextended a little bit and it cost him, but he'll learn that at tier 1 quick enough, I'm sure.
But it was also the quality of the execute from Gen.G that followed for me that was massive, right? It was just, again, so well thought out, cutting off any players that were sat inside of Armory with the light wall, but also it's serving as a distraction that a drop could be coming in on the other side. It kind of forces panic in the Macko camp. Where are they hitting? Where's the execution happening? And then before you know it, there's 3 players all inside of Moto, and it's like, they're hitting on Church side, and by then you've lost 2 players. So it's just very well coordinated by Gen.G. Really enjoying what I've seen from them so far. And I'm hoping during this downtime we've got now, it gives Macko a bit of time to figure out how they fight their way back into this, because they're barely looking competitive, Tim. I think across the rounds, they've got, what, 6 kills so far? It's not been good.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it and think, does this make it worse for Macko? You know, a bit of nerves coming into first tier 1 match like this, and you know it's not starting well. I think the opposite, to be honest with you. It can't get any worse, can it? So at that point, kind of just write it off and think, right, you know, let's get into it. We just need to win 1 round. That's all we need, 1 round, and then that we'll worry about everything else after that. So I think in some ways, yeah, it kind of takes the heat off. You know what? If you were a little bit nervous coming in, thinking, you know, as any human naturally does, you know, you sort of think, what's the worst? You know, you think about all these worst case scenarios. Well, you know what? If you start thinking we could end up 3-0 down, well, you are. So don't worry about it. Crack on. You know, hopefully it just takes a little bit of the edge off for them, and they can just come in and we know that they can, you know, certainly compete better than this. So I'd like to see that.
I've just watched back on this. I've got the stream over on the second screen to kind of watch back what's going on as well. And I've got to say, Nadora there, I'm not quite sure what was going on in the Warden. He was aiming at the panel, not at where someone's head is going to appear. So we had no way of running the gunfight out. And I was a bit like, okay, we're not aiming at heads today, I guess. It was a weird one. He gave his life away for free, quite literally entirely. It was very, very awkward.
Yeah, I think
it needs to be improved.
There was a few things going on for him. He had the gas pipe about to explode. I think he was concerned about being pushed at the same time. And there was a few things going on. But like you say, at this level, that's where you've got to be able to process 3, 4, 5, 6 things going on at the same time. Different pieces of information, and still be making that decision as to, you know, what's my best course of action here, what keeps me alive, what doesn't. And yeah, he just got caught out a little bit on that one. But, you know, I'm sure that we will see, improvements on that as we go forward. So we're just continuing on with this tech pause for now. We'll just get these issues ironed out and we'll be back into game as soon as we can. But yeah, I'm enjoying this one so far. Like I said, coming into it, I felt like it was a big game. There's questions to be asked and answered of both teams, particularly, you know, being, I'll say, relatively new, you know, in terms of as a team and particularly as an org. Of course, Gen.G are new to EML, but the players have been here. You know, we've got a majority of the ENCE roster from last time around, and we've got them joined by other former EUL players from the Wolves roster, so they know what it's about. It's not brand new to them. But Macko particularly, it's been interesting to see them so far, and you know, look for those areas that are going to need improvement.
Well, while we're here waiting, Tim, we could talk about the rest of the games that are coming up today as well. We've got Wolves versus G2 next. I know everyone is very excited about that game, obviously here for Stomping, but let's not forget as well, coming up against Cracked at the same time, another player from, well, not another player, a player from Good Intentions that people are very, very excited about. So a bit of a kind of a showdown of the rookies in a way, and I can imagine the way most people are leaning for that one, but it'll be good to see how it goes. We've got VP against Falcons next. That's a classic showdown here in this region. I'd say probably one of our most played matchups. Not Falcons specifically, but BDS against Virtus Pro. Timeless almost, and I'm really curious to see how Virtus Pro have been doing, because although the last year has been all about Falcons and that roster and their constant second place finishes, the year prior, back in 2023, Virtus Pro won both stages. They were not quite on top of the world, but playing incredibly well, and I really hope here in CJX we see them get back into form. We've then got BDS against Secret, and we close things out with Fnatic against Wylde. Fnatic, of course, picking up Wizard from Good Intentions, definitely the star of Challenger Series, it felt like, so I'm very keen to see what he can do. But with all that waffle, Tim, we're done. We're back into things. The game is underway, and we'll see if the audio is fixed as we get into it. Thank you very much for your patience. Starting things back up on Cash CC, Tim, and we'll see if Gen.G can keep this gravy train rolling.
Yeah, it's looking good so far, at least at my end, so fingers crossed. And like you say, let's see whether Macko can get anything out of this one, or Gen.G just keep the steamroller moving, because that is what it has been so far. Like I said, I think Macko have certainly got stuff to build on here. The start of the rounds has been good for them. I've liked the way they've wasted time. They've had some nice entry kills. They've done the right things through the first minute and a half or so. Gen.G have just done a really good job of not being sort of phased by that, not being put on the back foot, still just going through their checklist. A very checklist map is Clubhouse, going through each of the steps that they need, even with, you know, maybe an operator down, and still getting the job done. So it's been, you know, impressive elements from both. Let's see if they can do a better job of getting this wall open this time.
I mean, so far, not so good. Jammed out. But of course, this is why you bring the micro EMPs along. It's something I was speaking about with Demo on the SEL yesterday, is when you have the double electrification banned away, jammers are really the only way they're going to keep you out of walls. things like micro EMPs are perfect for just getting straight through those with no bother at all. So Gen.G have made very, very quick work of ensuring this breach is opened up. Doesn't mean the hold is over, mind you. We have still got a few players. You just often Ghost off on towards Catwalk. They've got to worry about that. We've got 2 players at top red. It's not as simple as open breach and yeah, you can win the round. They're still now got to figure out whether or not they take construction side control or if they get garage control. And they haven't got a Monty, but they have got a Blackbeard.
I like that Gen.G have just gone for the simpler breach this time. They've accepted, you know, we don't need to worry about getting the whole thing open. We'll just get the panel at the bottom. And like I said, you can then sit somebody on that rappel, watch through, and the defenders know now that they can't play in CCTV. So it's mission accomplished without, you know, worrying too much about trying to take the top and bottom off and get the whole thing soft and all those sorts of things. It just gets a job done for them. Last time around, they dealt with this position on rafters really well. Here come the Capitao bolts. Are they going to get the job done as well this time? There's nobody. Yes, they are. I was going to say there's nobody in position to deal with it, but Macko had managed to move himself out onto that window that looks in from CCTV onto rafters, takes down Ghost beautifully, and that is once again Gen.G in control of rafters. It should really be the round from here. They've got the half wall rappel, they've got the rafters, they've got the diffuser in hand. They can just come in and get this plant down so long as they keep Lolo out of lounge.
It was just a pinch play there as well. 3 players all focused on removing the Jaeger, realizing there's no mine. There's not a lot he can do about fire raining down on him. Beautiful bit of team play to force him out and getting that pinch in from the west window. Very, very smart. Teb gets one back at the very least. The second one's going to follow. Plant's going down. And at this point, Tim are looking a little bit shaky underneath this one as well. Where they find the man, he steps off from the plant as well. Ace are backing away for a second. We've got about 30 seconds to go though, Tim. And it is a 3 versus 3. Gen.G are the ones with control of the site. And sure enough, they've found themselves one. A trade comes on through. He's on his belly like a snake. And Nadora gets rid of 2. That's what you want to see. Good stuff from Macko as they fight their way back into this.
Yeah, really important kill partway through that round was picking up Macko underneath because it allowed them to get into lounge, and then we saw they denied the plant. There was only a second or 2 left to get that diffuser down on the ground, and if that happens, you've probably got a very different outcome there because they will just play it, Gen.G, out from that rappel. They will play it from rafters. They will make it super difficult for you to get back into sight. So they really needed to stop that plant going down, and Macko did that brilliantly and identified that the player in lounge was the real sticking point. That was pretty much, you know, a big win condition for them, was clearing that out and getting that control back. So really well done from Macko. They get themselves the first. Maybe the break did them a little bit of good. Maybe it didn't. Who knows? I felt it was coming anyway. Like I said, they've had some pretty solid first 2 minutes of rounds. They just needed to get one over the line. They do that, and we're going to see a few more from them now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's about building into it, as we've said. Bit of warm-up time to get themselves on the go. Hopefully it's not too little too late. As we always say, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege, things can change very drastically in that second half. But I think regardless of the outcome from this one now, Gen.G will be happy with the 3 they've got. Now it's really all the pressure onto Macko to ensure they get something else off this. It's going to be a gym and bedroom defense, and in case you're wondering why you're seeing 3 players out towards the right here, guys, you know what site you're on? Very, very common to see this extension on Club, where you extend out towards Cash and CC, because you know the attackers realistically have to work in from that side of the map. If they don't get control of CC, they don't control the west window, which means you therefore can't play on the south balcony, because if a defender gets hold of it, like they could do now, then you are toast as soon as you start trying to look in towards side from that south balcony. So it's going to force the attackers to have to work their way across the entirety of the top floor, and that is where you've got reinforcements, Vulcan canisters, clash out there, barbed wire, you name it, Tim. They're quite literally throwing the kitchen sink at them.
Yeah, and no surprises. Like you say, just really needing to slow that down to prevent the pressure going directly onto site. Going to see construction wall opened up straight away, so Macko have got decisions to make now. As it is, Gen.G haven't left anybody on there, and I kind of like that little bit of risk there from Ghost. He's had a look. I'm going to go around and I'm going to check out whether we're being pressured from construction or not. The fact that they're not kind of tells them that, you know, with a few caveats, we can play in construction still. We need to be careful, but we don't need to give up cash and CCTV just yet if we want to hold it for longer. So, not the end of the world. Good progress, though, from Gen.G. They've got jacuzzi wall open. They've got construction wall opening. They are working on softening things up.
It's that threat as well, that single VIP wall that no one's then safe to pull back from on the extension. It may well just force the defenders, as you can largely see, to leg it from here and get out. They've got 1 or 2 still, and I think it's just Acqui actually that's held out here. Everyone else is gone. You kind of need a sacrificial lamb to pop these glow canisters, else you're leaving them there and getting absolutely no value from them. But the fact we're getting towards the last minute, Tim, and they haven't had to pop any off yet, really shows that this could be a serious problem for Gen.G. They've got to wait for the glow canisters to burn out. Teb's also found himself a kill in the process, which is looking great. Mirror window now gone at the same time, but they won't be able to push through this way. There we go. Finally, the fire being burnt out. I'm worried about the clock here for Gen.G.
Yeah, definitely, because not only are they having to wait for fire, they still have to clear Akwi as well. He's still in position, and they can't use those windows whilst they know that they haven't got that full control. They're still trying to work their way in from Jacuzzi balcony. Getting the mirror window in construction is a big moment, but as we say, they can't take advantage of that really until they move past Akwi. And just, I'm not sure that they know, Des. I'm not sure that they know.
He might get a bit of a backswipe on here if they're not too careful. I mean, they're dropping in to go and hit site, and no, they don't. In fact, that's a lie. They challenged onto him, but he's got the kill anyway. And now, again, it's panic stations. They've got 2 players on this south balcony window, and Akwi could step across and put a challenge onto them here. If not that, he's got a wonderful long view straight through the entirety of the map. They bolt through these windows, Tim. They're dead. Not that it matters, because Teb is cleaning up. He's got himself a third. Deadshot maybe getting 1 back here for a bit of consolation, but as we've assumed it might be, Gen.G has struggled here. The clock has worked against them, and Macko have found their footing. 2 rounds on the bounce.
Yeah, they just needed that first one, didn't they? They just needed that spark to get them going. They looked much better then, and Gen.G, by contrast, just looked, you know, completely different to what we saw in the first couple of rounds. They were slow there. They didn't clear out utility. They didn't deal with Akwi for the longest time, which meant that I think they were kind of happy that they could use the windows, but still, it was tough.
Donc, il faut vraiment avoir un objectif de vision late game pour que tout le monde puisse être libéré sur le gameplay. Ok, là sur la strat là, typiquement, ils vont peut-être pas la refaire, mais du coup, il faut être libéré sur le gameplay pour pouvoir aller chercher le late game. C'est que depuis le début, c'est que de la tempo, et là il tempo encore plus que les 3 premiers.
Il reste qu'une défense.
Ok, donc du coup, on va la mettre correctement, et derrière, en attaque, dans l'inverse, dans la def, on va pas trop chercher non plus, parce que vous avez vu, ils ont les infos sur tout ce qu'on fait. Ouais. Okay, donc du coup, on va pas trop chercher à faire sur les habitudes. Donc c'est bien ton affaire de stock, etc.
Tim, I know you're quite proud of how much French you speak.
Not enough is the answer there.
Not proud enough. Not gonna lie, that was for those of you at home that speak French. Maybe you can translate for us in chat, because I have not got a clue. Not got a Scooby, as we might say. I imagine it was all right, guys, chill. We're dropping rounds here unnecessarily. They get a 4-2 half, it'll still feel pretty good for them. A 3-3 after being 3-0 up is going to feel pretty bad.
What I can tell you is they definitely were not asking me if I have a store card for this supermarket. That much I can tell you for certain, Des.
Didn't ask if you wanted to pay with cash or with card?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You know, they didn't ask me once if I wanted a bag. Did not ask me once.
Very good. Very good.
Functional French, I think it's.
I'm pretty sure from when we were doing EML, I'm pretty sure I still got the loyalty tag for that store, the Intermarché near us.
Oh,
I don't know how it's got anything on it, if it's worth anything, but it's still here. I imagine by now the points have expired after all these years.
Oh, dear me. Good times, good times. Well, let's get back into it. See if Macko can... I mean, obviously they've had the same opportunity. They will have been talking about what's been going right, maybe what's got them those couple of rounds. They can cement that.
I've just heard we can get Leo on the line to translate the timeout.
Excellent
Great idea. Leo, what you got for us?
Well, guys, I wanted to be short here because the round has started. But basically, what they've been talking about was it's very clear Macko is playing only for time. As you can see, they only peel off and they play very, very close to site. So head coach of Gen.G said, you guys need to have a clear late round plan, a clear late round execution, and everybody plays to that win condition. Because these guys are going to give you everything, and that's exactly what's happening in that round. They give everything, so these guys, Gen.G, need to think of the execution plan straight from the beginning of the round. And after that, when they switch to attack, they need to make sure to not get too aggressive, because from their head, it's quite clear Macko has counter-stratted everything and knows what they're doing, so they need to play very passive, and in attack here, need to have a clear execution plan.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Leo. I almost forgot that we have a Frenchman in the team. Normally I give you so much stick that I didn't even consider it for a second. You might want to help us out here and translate it, Tim.
Wonderful stuff from Leo, and exactly right. You know, like they said, Macko basically playing for time wasting, just burn it down, burn the clock as far as you can. And this is what I've said. The first, you know, the rounds that Gen.G have won, Macko have actually done really well through the first minute and a half, 2 minutes. But as Leo said, that they've identified in the tack time out there, the rounds that they have won have been where they've had that clear execution plan. So even when they've only had 30 seconds left to go, they've still had the work done. Macko might have done well to stall them out, but they've had the work done. They've had the foundation positions prepped, and they've been able to go in there then and get that round one, even with short time left available to them. So let's see if Macko can develop that. 1:10 left on the clock, so still plenty of time for a basement defense. We're seeing them continue to remove utility, stopping sight up before they're in a position to think about and execute.
Holding out here for the C4 at the bottom of main. And as you heard Leo saying a second ago, and what Gen.G was speaking about was that pacing element of this, and needing to have a game plan from the start and making sure they're not getting pinned down to the clock in the last 10 seconds or so, because that is when things have collapsed for them. And here they are moving a bit more pace, Tim. They've got themselves down. They've largely, as they worked their way around the C4, they've read it coming over the top as well. Deadshot dealing with that one quite handedly. And now they've got themselves inside a Moto too, so it's not looking bad as we've got this last 35 seconds or so to play. It doesn't quite look as chaotic as round one, but it's going to be a chaotic ending regardless.
Yeah, it's a decent bit of control here. The question now is, what can Gen.G do with it? They're going to look to just get aggressive with Deadshot here, and they haven't responded. Macko Akwi manages to get around and get that kill, but not before they lose Ghost. 4 versus 4 now, as Gen.G move in and try to continue taking more of sight. Deadshot manages to find Akwi this time. 3 versus 3, with Tev with one of his own, and they're trying to hold on, but the diffuser's going down, Des.
All of them stacked up in the same spot as well. As C4 here would have been perfect, but of course haven't got one, and they've stopped the diffuser going down at the last second. Lolo with a big 2K closes the round out, and Macko make it 3 apiece.
I think that was really nice from Macko there, and that's kind of what the game plan has been. Deny them as much as you can, and then we only have to stop one plant attempt, because as we saw, there was 6 seconds left on the clock. You stop that plant going down, it's almost certainly going to be the end of the round, and that time it worked out for Macko. They did let one of Gen.G sort of slip the net a little bit, walk down long, get a kill, get in behind them, but Akwi responded well, found the trade immediately, and Macko are playing that trade game well towards the end of the rounds, and it has paid dividends for them. With the way things started, coming out with a 3-3 half is a steal for Macko there. They've been fantastic over the last couple of rounds, certainly head and shoulders better than we saw them in the first few rounds, and now we really do have a game. Anybody could take this.
He's kind of saw his teammate a bit there. One person's got responsibility to watch that long corridor, and Akwi's gone off to go and look at blue, probably because he's been called over by his teammate, admittedly, but then has left that main corridor exposed, and that's what seemed to bring everything undone for the side of Macko. If not for Lolo getting a big 2K with about 2 seconds left on the clock, it all could have gone horribly wrong, and we could instead be looking at a 4-2 scoreline. But let's see how Gen.G fare on their defenses. We're going to start things off in the basement. And once again, we're seeing players setting up Tim not in the basement, on the site itself. They're up on this top floor. And we've seen a couple of these, what back in the day would have been called an SSG roam. That was used a couple of times over in SAL over the weekend. You're seeing something like it now, where a couple have been keeping themselves busy, just trying to waste time and trip up the attackers before they can get anywhere near the point of execution.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they've done with the hatches. When you play with the castle, usually you're creating like a safe tunnel, if you will, down the middle of the map. I used to liken it to the like little arcade type game, Plinko, that you get where it drops down through the pegs, a little disc. It's kind of like that. So
Isn't that Kaplunk?
No. I mean, it's sort of similar, I guess, again, but it's just so that they can sort of drop down through the levels, wiggle their way down through those hatches and get back to site. But if you're going to play like that, if they have opened the hatches because they've played the castle barricades, it means that you really need to be keeping a hold of that top floor. You need to be keeping hold of that territory for as long as possible, because effectively you've done a big chunk of work for the attackers. Ghost manages to find skies. That's not ideal. The Capcan goes. Of course, the EDD traps will still be in position, so the utility is not lost, but 5 versus 4 now for the attackers. Macko, with 2 minutes left on the clock, can start going and doing that work of softening sight up.
Those first kill, it's worth stressing, since round 1. It has been a long time coming on the way. Started out with the entry, if you recall, on the castle. It's taken him a full 6 further rounds before he can get himself back on the scoreboard. Of course, as I mentioned earlier on, being one of their entries, you'd hope he'd warm up a little bit more. Not that it matters too much, because when you've got players like Dora working some magic, that's all you need. Nako's the one going down here. 5 versus 3, and Macko looking good on their first attack.
Interestingly, not only is the score 50-50 at the minute with 3 apiece on either side, so is the entry until that last one. Ghost has now tipped it in the favour of Macko 4-3 in terms of the entry. Look at the pressure that they're coming under here on site though, Gen.G. 4 versus 2 as Dora manages to find Acer, and it is not looking good right now. If you are on the defence, you can see them scrambling, having to go to those secondary, tertiary positions. Azox does manage to find Dora. That's something, but the big problem, the focal point at the minute has got to be Lolo. You've still got a Blackbeard against you, Des, and nobody wants to be challenging a Blackbeard.
You've got a player now working his way down main stairs. I imagine was dancing around kitchen hatch for a while. Macko, I like what they're doing here. They've sort of paused for a second while they figure out the next best step. Haven't got themselves rushing in or the Blackbeard charging in, trying to force out a 1 versus 1. It's been composed so far, and here we go. Akwi now going in for a drop. In to try and find one, and sure enough, he's gone. Deadshot's out of here. It's all down to Azox, and he can do nothing but look on as he gets dispatched by Macko. Very, very good end to the round, and very good start as well, Tim. Got themselves into a 5v3 early. Really impressive attack.
Yeah, I like the point that you picked up on there, Des, was I think fantastic the way that they paused. 40 seconds left to go with 3 versus 2. We've got time. Let's just take a minute. We can get on the drones. We can see what's going on. We can reposition. And it was that reposition that won them the round. Akwi then drops in and just opens them up like a tin of beans. Manages to find the Fenrir through the soft wall. And then it's just, you know, open season on the last man down by boxers. So great stuff from Macko. Great adaptation. And that's 4 rounds in a row now. So we're starting to learn something about Gen.G. And that is, how do you deal with adversity? Because you're facing some.
Woohoo! Okay. Fair play, Tim. You did say this might be a pretty big game. It's turning into one. Macko certainly not letting this one fade into the distance. Letting Gen.G roll over them. I wouldn't be surprised, truthfully, if after the next round we see Gen.G calling their own attack timeout, because they lose this one. That's 5 rounds on the bounce where they've fallen apart and let Macko back into this. And I don't think it's all down to Gen.G just taking their foot off the gas. I think it's that Macko have accelerated and overtaken them at this point. Playing really well. Now we'll see if Gen.G can balance things back out. They need to find themselves into winning ways in this half.
Let's see how Macko do with opening up this CCTV wall. I know we're on the gym and bedroom side, but clearing out CCTV, cash, top red, wasn't something that Gen.G did particularly well last time around. Akwi was able to stay playing in there and took big advantage of it. They're now trying to do that themselves on the defense. So how well do Macko deal with this? Construction wall is going to be next. So they're starting to soften things up. They're starting to get those hard breaches done. Jacuzzi wall will be opened up last of all, and then they need to start using those angles. But yeah, big question for me, how well do you clear out cash? How well do you gain access to those windows?
I don't think they worry about it at all. Got the jacuzzi wall opened up as well. Very, very standard. It's worth stressing as well. Dora having now worked through both of those exothermic charges. The other one I didn't see, I assume it went down to the VIP wall. In fact, no, Ted was opening that one up on us well, so maybe it was off towards the cash side first, and then has rotated his way over. Either way, they've got a lot of breaching work done at this point, and now it's going to be a case of trying to get through these mirror windows. Azox realizing, oh, there's no jammer at my feet anymore. There's nothing to stop this going off, so I'm guessing I'm losing the mirror window. It's a good progress being made by Macko. We're less than halfway through the round, Tim, but they've got open everything they want to. Now it's about stepping through those breaches and starting to get control of the map.
Azox was very cool and calm there to say that bullets were raining around his head from that open mirror window. He does get himself out to the sort of Shaco spot in construction to try and hold from there. But opening kill comes in. That Sky's gone, and that's a big one as well, because there'll be no further deployment of Keeper barricades now with this army off the board, and that can be a real defining factor on most sites, but on this site particularly as well. Gen.G starting to be forced back now. Azox does a great job of finding Teb. 4 versus 4. Dead shot onto Akwi as well. 4 versus 3. Gen.G just starting to get something going on the defense.
Deadshot was playing in basement that whole time, just trying to find the right timing to strike from below, and he's done just that. Taking out Akwi, they've got no main stairs presence anymore. Not that it's going to stop them, Tim. They could still step forward here and find kills, but it's far harder than it was. 2 players on South Balcony, 1 inside a jacuzzi. It's a 3 versus 3, but the positions don't really favor Macko.
I don't think they were aware of the down until the drone went in, but as soon as they were, Lolo takes advantage, gets himself in and gets involved. They need somebody to go in and clear out that mirror window from behind, and that's exactly the job of Ghost, but he can't get it done. Acer does the damage, and he manages to find another 2 versus as one now, and that failure to find the kill behind the mirror window will probably be a defining factor in this round. Nitro goes out, Dora taken down, and Gen.G hold on.
I tell you what, I'll give it to Deadshot there. That was a really intelligent round from him. Both how patient he was being down in the basement, coming up and getting a kill, then not overplaying and trying to swing onto the player aggressively on Jacuzzi, letting them know that he was there, but then being willing to back away when he realized they had the man advantage and playing off the C4. Really good management of that round, and I clocked at the time that for Macko, their positions were a little bit difficult to play off. 2 players on South Balcony, 1 coming in through Jacuzzi. They really didn't have very much control, but the hero of the moment, Tim, you clocked it, was this man. Ace for getting the 1, spinning up and getting the trade onto Lolo. That was what cemented this round for them, but between him and Deadshot there, they played a brilliant closeout to that round.
Yeah, just hitting prone. It goes to show, I think, you know, we get often asked quite by players who are coming into game. I think we're going to have a lot of new players coming into game. There might be a lot of new players joining us tonight. Of course, you know, with the launch of CJX and everything, we're going to see, you know, these players coming and giving Siege a try and seeing what a wonderful game it is. And something as simple as never be scared to change up your position in terms of, are you stood? Are you crouched? Are you prone? You know, if you're peeking somebody, for example, it wasn't the case there, but if you're peeking somebody around a corner and you're peeking them stood up fully, they're going to start training in on head height and try and catch you next time you peek out. So if you go crouched and then peek out, you've changed that target point. And it was just something that Acer did brilliantly well there. He knew he was going to be challenged around the corner. So you know what? I'll take a roll of the dice. I'm going to say they're not going to expect me leg prone. And the reason is it's a 3v3 and they're trying to push in and they're getting aggressive on the other side of that mirror window. So of course you think he's going to be stood up and ready to challenge. He goes prone and he wins a fight that wins the round. Great stuff from him. It's a simple mechanic, but boy, can it be an important one.
Sadly, don't think this Scotposh shell is long for this world. Macko reduced to just the 1. Although we've seen teams that at least historically struggle with that as well, because you can't always vault over it. If you're not like a sledge or someone with destruction, you'll struggle in cases there to actually be able to get rid of it. So it's good that the sledge was the one in position to be able to clear that one away. There's no weird flanks that can come through from Macko here and upset them. Looking good so far.
Yep, so far so good. As we see the vertical work start to be done, it's going to be a case of defenders moving back towards the basement now. Azox is kind of up and down a little bit, but everybody else has got themselves back on site. How about that from Macko, though? We often say in Siege there's an advantage to having the high ground, to being on top of those hatches, looking down. Macko showing that's not always the case. He might have lost his shell on the top floor, but somebody's just lost their head. Akwi taken out, and that's a big loss with the Capitao going.
Oh no, he's got away with it as well. The man is a master of playing inside of storage, dancing around these keepers, was constantly having to expend them on the window to stop him being tagged, but has stepped on the window, killed a player, and now he's got a kill through a flash as well. Tim, absolutely enormous from Azox here, makes it 3, makes it a 4, flawless round coming out, and he has done all the work by himself on that Azami. What a round from Azox.
Big stuff from him. Just absolutely dominating that position, dominating the round. And we so often, if you're going to play in a spot, you got to know it. You got to know your angles. Where can you challenge? When can you challenge? And he's just showed that absolutely beautifully. This game is turning into a hell of a start to stage 1 of EML 2025. Gen.G 5-4 now after losing 4 rounds back to back. They've managed to get themselves a couple and get themselves back into this matchup. Unbelievable stuff.
Wow. Wow. Such a phenomenal play. Like, in a lot of situations, that play would go wrong as well. When he's stepping up to try and challenge the player on the window, you die 9 times out of 10 in that situation. He can see what you're doing, he's aware of you moving, but he's taking a risk there, Tim, and come out massively on top of it. Great use of the keepers, very selfish in the setup, but I don't say that in a bad way. Non-invested in the site itself, has just made himself an absolute nightmare for Macko to deal with. And Gen.G are back to winning ways. I was thinking about the timeout, by the way. Macko, the one who still got theirs available. Sorry, it was Gen.G, of course, French team. We had the French timeout. They've used theirs. It's Macko who have got the choice, if they need it, to leverage that tack timeout and have a conversation. And I always get nervous when you save it right up until the very end, which in this case it would be. If it goes 6-4 here, you've kind of left it with all the work to do. Like, it feels like, okay, you've given them a couple of rounds here. Maybe now have the conversation and try and get yourself back into it.
little bit of a slow reaction there from Deadshot on the drone. He saw it coming down long, didn't ADS quickly enough, and I think it actually managed to get away and survive, but it also says he's down in the basement, and that's something that we have seen from him previously. Definitely Macko will be aware of that now. The Maverick being brought in to try and get this breaching work done, and will immediately process that. Dora just burning away the top of that reinforcement. We'll look for the bottom shortly, I'm sure, and then they will get the soft wall blown away. The work continues. Look, there we go. That's very nice. I commented on this the other day when we were doing SAL Des as well. Look how clean that Maverick work is. You know, I often talk about this. These are top level teams, and having to come in and open a reinforcement with a Maverick should not be a problem for them. You know, you should have a player on your team who is capable of doing that with ease. And that's not always the case. It's not always what we see. And that was beautiful stuff from Dora there. He's just come in, 3 very simple lines, pinpoint, hasn't made a mess of it, hasn't taken ages to get it done. It's a little thing, but again, it's an important thing.
What Dora doesn't know is he's now made it into your little notebook where you've written his name down on like good Maverick players, and then you've written Dora and loads of little love hearts drawn all around his name. He's up there
all
for
in
you
flames
with the greats.
because it's Maverick.
Very good, very good. Well, it's certainly a good start, and also now putting to put pressure inside of Garage. We saw this in the reverse back at the start when Gen.G were on the attack. A lot of pressure inside of here. Macko could barely hold on to this room. However, so far, Sky's still got himself dug in, and they're looking to try and challenge, but Dora has found him out. Now he's in his very good boy book by the looks of it, Tim, because he's not only got the wall opened up, he's also got himself a kill.
More great Maverick play, you see. He's moved away, he's got his job done, he's found a kill. What more can we ask from Dora? He's having a really good debut. He's having a really good debut, to be fair. First game at Tier 1 level, 9 and 7. Very, very consistent so far. You know, definitely keeping up with his team and with the other side as well. So nice to see, one to watch, definitely. But let's see what we can do here. 4 versus 4. Macko will continue, as will the Maving. Does he get this done? Oh, Dora, don't make me mark you down. No, he gets it done quite easily. Good stuff again. So they've got access in towards that plant spot if they want it. Macko need to understand now, 40 seconds left to go. If they get somebody down in lounge to watch that area, they have everything that they need to put this diffuser down. They just need to burn out that little bit of utility. The bulletproof cam doesn't really help them too much because it does say it is going to give that information as to when they're going into plant, but they've got the job done and they're going to go in and try and do something here.
Here we go. Got himself tucked into the corner. Of course, can't plant yet when he's got a goo mine in his foot. But they are now planting, and there are grenades going down everywhere. Macko, he steps out at the right time here, but no, he's been down in the smoke. 3 kills fly through a Macko. What another excellent round we're seeing attacking this site. Neither team seem to be able to hold on to Garage because the other side is so good at getting it cleared out. It's so exciting watching the back and forth between the two of them. Brilliant stuff.
Oh, it was a great execution from Macko, and it is genuinely one of the simpler sites in Siege to execute onto as attackers. Open the wall, hold a line from the rappel. That stops anybody moving cash into CCTV. So CCTV now is physically safe. You can get in behind the servers. Nobody can see through that. Again, safe. So you've got your plant spot. If you have one underneath in lounge and one on rafters to watch top red, that's it. There's no way that you shouldn't be getting the plant down and winning that round. And Macko have understood those conditions very, very well. They've got the job done, and they take us to 5-5. We're going to see 12 as a minimum.
Do we dare say it? A little cheeky overtime on game 1, Tim?
Who knows, Des? I mean, it would be like us, to be fair, to come into EML and our very first game go to overtime. It wouldn't surprise. I'd love it. I'm absolutely on the edge of my seat with this one. I said it was going to be a big game coming in because we were going to find a lot about these two teams. I think we have found out a lot about them. You know, yes, there are a few improvements to be made here and there, but it's also their first game as complete rosters at this level, playing together, so that's to be expected. I think, you know, looking as this is a starting point, they're going to get better and better as this stage goes on, and they could definitely be taking some names as things progress.
Not forgetting, of course, it's now top 6 of 10 teams that make it into the playoffs, and I think there's a good few teams that could be warring over that 6th spot. I think there's some known names that we'll see up there, like G2 you expect to see there, Virtus Pro we expect to see there, Falcons we expect to see there, and so on and so forth. For me, that 5th and 6th place spot are the ones that are very much up in the air and up for contention. You know, you've got BDS are fighting for it. I thought Gen.G and Macko we might see a little bit below them, but with how both have played so far today, I am really impressed. The crazy thing is now we could go into future games and see even more impressive gameplay out of the other European teams that we yet to see, of course, forming the stage, given this is the first one. Just overall, again, that first ever stage is so chaotic. I love it.
Yeah, I agree. Personally coming in, I was looking at it today and I thought, Falcons, Secret, G2, I expect pretty good things out of. Beyond that, I've no idea. And this game just absolutely cements that view in my head that the 7 below that could end up any which way around. Azox does manage to take down Teb, and we're going to have a nice little jump up from Dora. Macko are going for it. Is there anything they can do to stop him? Nandro goes up and just manages to get his man. There was about a second left. Kills are raining in. 4 versus 2. And Gen.G are coming out on top.
It's Deadshot again with the C4s, man.
They haven't. That's a mistake from
this
Macko.
guy.
You gotta stop it. You gotta stop it.
If only it was that easy. Oh, it's tough. Really tough. And that was maybe the closest they're going to get. Like, for Gen.G now, this round looks all but in the bag. There's only 2 players left that you're up against. You know where the diffuser is, that it's down inside a gym. They've really got to go hunting and leave out 1v1s here, I feel, for Macko to fight their way back in. And they ain't no slouches, Tim. They are not going to give them a way back into this round.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. They're going to have to take their way back in, definitely. But, yeah, for me, you can't... fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Allowing Deadshot that nitro from underneath twice to deny plants. I know that they were losing bodies at that point. I don't know if one of them was lost underneath or not, but you got to have somebody downstairs or on Billiard's window or something. You got to stop that vertical play from underneath. You can't keep going in and falling foul of the same thing. Gonna work from construction door here, Lolo, just see if we can get anything going. But Gen.G are playing this very, very relaxed. I like this.
Just saw the back then of Deadshot as well, so he knows that he's hanging just outside. Starts to cross, but there's no real time here to play with. There's a 3-way crossfire onto him. Nako gets both exit kills, and Gen.G move up to match points. Macko have to win the next one, else all 3 points go over towards the French side.
Yeah, of course. If they don't, we will head into overtime where it becomes best of 3 rounds. Loser will get 1 point as a consolation, and the winner will only get 2 instead of 3. So quite a big opportunity for Gen.G, but we've got a tag timeout coming in from Macko.
Anche se andiamo un minimo più lenti e non prendiamo perfettamente l'opportunità di entrare site, di entrare site perfettamente, facciamo le cose anche un po' più lenti, ma con più precisione. Perché sono i dettaglini, il senso ora che non ha funzionato, tutte le piccole stronzatine che ci stanno facendo perdere ora questi execute. Quindi anche se perdiamo l'opportunità o comunque non li sorprendiamo completamente, andiamo un minimo più lenti, più chiari fra di voi le comms e un pochino con più calma. Dovete essere al 100% sicuri che tutto vada bene, ok? Dai che tanto non succede nulla.
I think I understood okay in that sentence. And that whole 45-second breakdown.
Much?
Okay. 2 letters. I'm quite impressed with myself, to be fair. Do you reckon Fresh is like secretly an Italian speaker? Can he come and help us out?
I'm not. I've never. What I will say is I've never heard him speak Italian.
That's true. But that's what I mean. It could be a deep secret that he's kept from us. Either way, I would imagine the conversation probably goes something like, we need to sort this out, boys, because we're doomed otherwise. It is that point where, as I said, 1 more round and they send us to overtime. At least that way, both teams walk away with a single point. The winner would walk away with 2. But if Gen.G take this round and given it down in the basement, that's looking likely. They take the lion's share. They take all 3 points. Macko are left with nothing.
Yeah, it's always, like you say, it's always a big risk leaving that attack timeout until you're facing match point, because whatever gets said there has to be enough to get it changed immediately. Lose one, you're done. It's over. So, yeah, it's always a bit of a risk. We'll see, you know, how well placed that risk has been. But for now, we have the initial fencing between the 2 teams as the preparation continues down in basement for the next 20-30 seconds. Not too much of a rush here. They know they're not going to come under attack that quickly, you wouldn't expect. And it looks like Macko here are setting themselves up for that top floor clearance.
Understandably, because Gen.G have got themselves fully set up there. And this is the thing, like, you can place down all these gadgets. As you can see in the bottom left corner of your screen, no one is actually upstairs. But because there are mute jammers up there, there's the constant fear of, well, what if there is? What if there's someone sat inside of that room that we can't get into because there's jammers across both doors. You have to go in and check it out, and you have to be very cautious and slow things down. Obviously, on Gen.G side, it means that there aren't any jammers they can really use on the downstairs, but I can't imagine they're all that bothered by that team. They've got themselves dug in with a nice setup here as well. Got the Evil Eyes on side, of course. You've got the mirrors set up. You've got the ability to stall out with Tuberau, smokes, C4s to toss at them. Really, it's a fortress that Macko have got to break down at this point, and that is not going to be easy.
Entry kills haven't actually been the most impactful stat that we've seen so far tonight. Only 5 of them out of 11 have actually led to the round being won for the team that have got the entry kill. But interestingly, over the last 3 rounds, Gen.G have got all of the entry kills over the last 3 rounds, and they have won 2 out of those 3 rounds. So they're really starting to book the trend a little bit by getting in there, getting aggressive on Macko, getting those opening kills, and it is paying dividends for them. So in terms of this round, the map point round, it's an important element to watch out for. Hasn't been throughout the entire game, but certainly now it could be a defining factor.
I'm a little nervous for them here. Macko more forced by Gen.G to do so. They've really taken their time. They've only just started swinging for the verticals with about 60 seconds on the clock. They've got no drones going in downstairs because they've had jammers greet them every single step of the way. And again, there's all this utility and all this denial available to the side of Gen.G. So I'm just a little bit nervous at this point that they might find themselves running out of time unless they can really speed things up.
Just going to be getting back on the drones. 45 seconds left to go. They do have access from Moto. Will take out the fire extinguisher, which will provide a little bit of smoke cover for the second, but they don't drop into it. Don't take that opportunity. Moving in from Oil Pit as well now. 30 seconds left to go. Macko need to find themselves a couple of kills here. Can they get 1? Yes. Make it 2. Dora, Lolo, Deadshot and Skies are the victims. 5 versus 3. This could be on for Macko. Des. Diffuser's going down.
C4 up and over, trying to find the man in blue, but can't connect onto it. The door is going to get a chance to finish this one off. There we go. Macko now the ones in full control. And Tim, they've done it. They've found 2 more. It is just Ace left alive. And I doubt he can come out with a 1v5. Gets a second for himself. Has got to collect onto a couple more here. This will be one hell of a twist if he can make it happen. But Macko surely have the experience to not give this sort of round away. There's a track on him as well. Trolls for the spray through. Tim, say the line.
We're going to overtime, Des.
In game 1, no less. Macko battling back. It has been a story, this game. You had Gen.G going up 3 rounds to get ahead. Then we had it swing massively over towards Macko at a 3-3. And then Gen.G were the ones falling behind. And it was like, oh no, can they keep up? Macko starting to run away with it. And now look where we are. So back and forth. 3 more potential rounds to decide which way this game goes.
Great stuff from Macko to hold on there. We said it's always a bit of a gamble, taking that tactical timeout at the last possible minute, but the gamble paid off this time. Whatever was said during that timeout did the business, and they got the job done. It was a nice attack. Like you said, there was a little bit of a minute where we thought, they're maybe a little bit far behind here. Only a minute left to go, and they're now starting on the verticals, but they proved that time certainly was not the issue for them. And we move on 6-6, so we head into overtime. What happens with the operator bans, you might ask me? We are, of course, in our new banning system. So what happens now is the bans that you took for the relevant half are all applicable here. So Macko, when they were on the attack, the defensive bans they chose are the defensive bans used here, and the attacker bans that Gen.G chose are the ones used in the next round. That will be reversed, and we will use the relevant ones from the other halves.
Indeed we shall. But Tim, what matters, I'd love to say it matters who starts on what side here, but I just don't think it does. As we've seen, the 3-3 splits have come out. It could come down to site influence more than anything else. The Macko, well, they go back to the, what was it Demo was calling it yesterday, the panic Monty. When you really need a bit of stability in your team because things have been going a bit pear-shaped, you go towards the Monty. And Lolo has jumped straight onto the operator in this round, because it's a very safe operator. It gives you information. It's a spearhead for the team. You can afford to cut corners. You haven't got to drone out absolutely everything. Here looks more like it's being lined to try and clear their way through in towards Catwalk. But bearing in mind we're on gym and bedroom, that would be a very big investment coming out of Gen.G if they're really trying to full hold down here as well.
I didn't say it at the beginning, but it's still very relevant now. I'm really glad that we've got Clubhouse for these 2 teams. I think coming in here, first game, you know, for both of the rosters as we've seen them, it's nice to not really have the map be a huge factor. It's not like, oh yeah, they're just a really good labs team, or yeah, you know, it's the fact that everybody can play Clubhouse. Everybody should be capable of playing this map. So, and I think it's delivered. I think they've both been able to come in here and just, you know, really go for it without worrying about those things. And it's been fantastic stuff. The Monty continues to make progress. Lolo looking to take ground into cash, and they're pretty comfortable. They've got that area now, so they can start thinking about using those windows as well.
Sure, it's a slow and steady one. Someone did translate in chat, by the way. It was very much the same sort of thing that we saw at Gen.G. It was like, you know, slow it down, make sure you've got everything you need for your execute. And as we saw in round 12, that's exactly what Macko did. It was pretty slow and composed, and I was worried about time for a while. But when they pulled the trigger, 2 very quick kills came out. This round is following much the same. They've taken things quite slow. They haven't felt the need to get caught up in gunfights with members of Gen.G around the map. They've just said, let's do what we got to do and then get ourselves moving on forwards. But Tim, I'll pull your eyes towards Deadshot one more time. He is down in basement again. And last time round, it was a C4 from below. It was a kill coming up main stairs. He could yet try and look for the same. He's even got a friend down here. Him and Macko checking things out, passing by each other on their way to swap sides of the map.
If he gets away with the same, Des, I'm going to pull out what little hair I've got left. Let me tell you. They cannot allow Deadshot to deny a plant from below for the 3rd time. I'm going to say it very clearly. Nade goes in, trying to clear that mirror position. The challenge comes in from the score post. Guys, taking a lot of damage along the way. This is aggressive, though. Look at that. And they're going to lose out. Dora manages to find Azok's 5 versus 4. Advantage Macko, but as you say, 2 bodies down on the deck. Dora does get picked up, so it leaves us effectively in a 4 versus 4.
But it doesn't leave them a lot of time, Tim. I think they've recovered 1. They might just leave Ghost at this point. He's probably just said, just go for it, guys. We don't really have the time here. They're going to have to step in and make this work. A plant now coming in. But Tim, again, they've forgotten about it. They don't know where he is, though. He's got the wrong spot. No! He's got the wrong side of the weights rack and paid the price. Diffuser is down. Lolo baiting them out here. And now it's going to be panic stations for Gen.G to recover.
You were about to see an all-time crash out from me there, Des, but we managed to avoid it because the Nitro went to the wrong spot. Teb manages to pick up Skies, 4 versus 2, but here comes the flank. Asa manages to find Teb. They're both over there, though, and Akwi predicts that they're going to go to the window. They give him a second look, and he doesn't need a second chance. That's going to be Macko getting themselves another round, and this is now their opportunity to close it out and take the lion's share of the points.
Oh boy, again, this game just keeps on going back and forth like a pendulum. Macko back in the lead for what must feel like the 10th time this game. It has been ridiculous in the levels it's gone back and forth. And as much as we were speaking about Deadshot, Tim, he was in the same spot to be able to get away with that C4 again. I thought for a second you were about to tear your hair out. I thought it was going to be your whole head getting ripped in half, but no. The ping comes through that he was trusting from his team. Looks like maybe slightly in the wrong spot, and they have paid the price. Gen.G have now got to battle their way back, win 2 rounds in a row. Well, this one's done, and they lose the points that 3 rounds in, they look pretty set to be able to take.
I know I've already picked up on Dora, but I just want to give him another shout as well there. You know, getting the kill in through the breach, through the Maverick call was one thing. That was fantastic. But then he gets the final kill of the round as well. He's on 13 and 9. He's doing extremely well, especially for a debut performance. So good on Dora, definitely, as I said, one to watch. Lolo going well as well, 12 and 7. Gen.G, they need the hero. They need somebody to step up. Azok is having a big game, 14 and 10. But you feel like there's maybe a little bit of room for those other players, somebody to grab a hold of this, come through, big 3K, big 4K, and just get them back into this, because right now, Macko, one more round, and they take the 2 points, they take the win. They get 2 opportunities, really, because even if Gen.G win this round, it's 7-7, and Macko could still win the next round and do exactly the same. So, backs to the wall time now, Gen.G. Time to get your foot on that wall and push back.
As you mentioned, those 3 3Ks that we've seen so far, 2 3Ks and a 4K, as well as a 1v2, coming out of Azok Skies, and Azza, like, tell you enough. They've won those 3 rounds, they've been the big moments, so I'm with you, Tim. Who's going to be the hero when your team needs it most? Because Dora has certainly been that guy on the other side. Of course, can't ignore others that have stepped up. Lolo and Teb also having great games, but as you say, for Dora's first step in towards Tier 1, this has been a really impressive performance from him.
Nitro ripped and ready. I always love the pre-rip on a Nitro. I've said this before, but just that kind of, it's almost like a ripping sound that you get when you go to activate. It's just such a giveaway for the Nitro, such a unique sound that having it done ready a lot of the time does leave people unsuspecting. But as we go, Macko are going to be holding on to cash for as long as they can. The walls have been opened. It's going to be more difficult now. Ghost is going to stick it though. He's got the operator to do it. He's got the ward in there, so he can't be flashed out. He will at least have his vision, but he's not going to have anything anymore because Macko manages to find him from underneath, takes him down. And that is first blow to Gen.G.
Bit of a rough game for Ghost, admittedly. Started out well in round one. I thought, oh, great, you've got a good entry fragger here that can really start cooking, but it's not been his day, that's for sure. Deadshot doubling down that pain and getting rid of Tev at the same time. Surely, Tim, there's a 5 versus 3 with over half the, well, just under half the round to play, sorry. They can get this one done. There should be no excuse to drop this one away. But my eyes, again, can't ignore a player that is downstairs. Dora was for a second ago inside a bar. He's now come back upstairs. Has a C4 in back pocket. If he goes unchecked, that's maybe a free C4 kill, and it'll be undone to the other side.
Surely not. Surely we are not going to see the Deadshot triple attempt Nitro used against them, and successfully so. Challenge goes in, but he has gone. Acqui has relocated. Just found himself face to face with a shield, though. Azok's now on low health, needs to be cautious because, of course, there is the Vulcan canister there as well. Acqui does get his man, but whilst that happens, 2 go down elsewhere, and it's a simple mopping up process inside of logistics to close that one out. Gen.G pressuring a number of areas all at the same time, find a lot of success from it, and take us, Des, all the way to 15.
Of course, it has to go all the way in game one, Tim. It feels like it deserves it because, as we said, the game has been so back and forth between the two. High moments from various players across both teams. It feels like Gen.G, honestly, I think with how Gen.G have been going so far, with how we've seen them have what I would argue is probably the stronger winning rounds overall. Don't get me wrong, we've definitely seen some from Macko as well. I think Gen.G have been more consistently strong throughout the rounds itself, and probably at this point for me can take this one away on the defense.
It is absolutely anybody's. It's absolutely anybody's. I agree. It's not going to be easy to break down Gen.G down in the basement. They do have, I would say, some of the advantages, not necessarily all of the advantages, but it is one of the strongest defensive sides in the game, or often considered that way. So it's not going to be easy for Macko here. The question is, how much of the map, for me at least, how much of the map did Gen.G give up to Macko at the beginning here? Do they fight them at the borders? Do they get 2 or 3 top floor and try and waste as much time as possible? Or do they turtle up downstairs and just hope that Macko run out of time? Because it didn't work out for them last time. Macko, even with a minute left before they started the vertical work, still managed to get it done. So for me, I think you've got to get out there in the map. You've got to try and waste some time. And more importantly, try and find a kill or 2. We often say Roma's first job is, waste time as much as you can. But right now, I think it's get yourself a man advantage and get back to site safely.
They've definitely gone for that same approach of dropping down those jammers and chucking down every manner of utility upstairs as well to keep them guessing, but also quite a heavy utility lean here with the double bulletproofs coming out from Skies and from Deadshot. Although admittedly, Skies hasn't yet placed this down. He has been a busy boy running around, barricading things up, dropping down those traps, but I have a feeling he might die here with it in back pocket. I imagine that's a good time to get it deployed, I'm not going to lie. Saw a couple of players this weekend forget to make use of the utility in a similar fashion, but has given them a couple of questions to ask there, took out a drone or 2, and now gotten himself back down on site.
I don't know if Gen.G have committed enough to this. They've got Romas on the mid floor. They've had Macko kind of upstairs, but he's now moving back down. We're only a minute into the round. If you're not being challenged on that top floor, I'm thinking get yourself into garage, get a few shots in on the flank, try and keep yourself alive, but really make Macko think here. Give them a reason to burn time. Gen.G have had the presence out in the map, but they haven't really gained anything from it.
No, a little bit of time wasted, right, and a couple of drones taken down. It's far from a lot for what they've invested up there with the can traps around that first floor and so on and so forth. Here we go, the push coming on through, and Sky's really fancying himself to win something here. Got Blackbeard staring at your face is one problem, and a player coming in behind us with the nade, sails over the top. It's going to force the countdown back here, but he really doesn't want to give up this ground, and they probably realise, like you said, that they need to burn more time, and Lolo is there expecting to charge and gets a freebie.
Yeah, it was a really key position. If you've got somebody in dirt tunnel, it makes it difficult to plant in default underneath kitchen hatch. That opens up now for Macko, especially with Teb finding another onto Acer. 5 versus 3. It's now time to think about getting that diffuser down. Deadshot finds one onto Dora, but Wallow elsewhere onto Azok. Surely this is going Macko's way, but as it has throughout the game, Gen.G continue finding a way to fight, but Teb takes down Deadshot, and that is it. It's all over as the final kill comes in, and Macko, after waiting so long, Des, after grinding T2 for so long, take their first win in EML.
That's what you want to see, and unsurprisingly, Teb's out with the flag. We've seen that one before. Great performance, and for both teams, Tim, a really impressive first display. Lots to talk about from this game, I'm sure. So let's go to our break. I'll go to our desk, sorry, and they'll break it down for you after a short break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
We are so back. It is the first day, the first game of EML, and we're already seeing a full overtime, a full 15 rounds. It's Ace and Des on the mic. How could it be any different? Macko taking out the 2 points from this matchup, though, with the overtime victory. I guess that's how you expected it to go.
Literally, I said the last time these two played, it went 8-7. What was the score, Jack?
It was 8-7.
Thank you very much.
Proud of your big brain there, Leo.
Honestly, it was such a good game to watch. On both sides, big amount of strategy, big amount of utility usage, almost only in defense, by the way. Like the abuse of the Jaeger, the abuse of the ward and the mirror, everything that could make the side stronger to try and hold off as long as possible and try to win off time. Now the thing is, everything here, Jack, was played in the late round.
Yeah, it's curious seeing both of these teams come into it with exactly the same strategy on their defenses. Play for the late round, play for the executions, allow your opponent to execute onto site, but let them make the mistakes and capitalize on them. Most of these highlights, they're all happening in the last minute, the last 30 seconds of a round. And both teams banned in similar aspects to do that in terms of the way that they banned. Obviously, we've seen hard breach bans come in the first half, and then we saw on the second half, we saw it was a lot of execute ops, scrims, blitz, that type of stuff taken away.
And maybe just a fun fact to just say and conquer about just how much it was played in the late round. It's the first time I see this in a long time. At least 3 of the opening kills happened in the last 30 seconds of the round. That's insane to me. I've not seen that in a long time.
That's like VP against Vitality back in the day type siege.
That is a lot of playtime that we're seeing in general, and we saw the stats just there on the screen, but I don't feel like that reflects how much utility was being used in this game as well. I mean, that was so many late round plays to make the side stronger too.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, both teams, when they were on their attack, they banned away the Cade and the Bandit as the opening ban. What the defense is going to do then is they're going to say, okay, fine, walls are not important on Clubhouse. Obviously, walls are important on Clubhouse, but you can't stop the walls being opened at this point. So we're going to play the Azami, we're going to play the Mirror, the Castle, the Clash, anything to make that late round so difficult for the attack.
And so when that's your game plan, to try and hold the defense and play as passive as possible, who are the main stakeholders? There for me, it's Dora and it's Azox. If you look at their stats, it's actually insane. It's the two guys that stepped up as anchors in the bomb site and were absolutely massive. Azox on the Azami, that gets the crazy 4K. And Dora consistently on the mirror as well, holding the site and getting so many important kills. Both of these guys stepped up massively, and the story behind them is kind of cool. Dora, first game into Tier 1. Azox, he had a huge long break of Siege, competitive Siege, by the way. Only came a year ago with Ents.
I was about to say, particularly impressive for Dora because he was one of the 2 players making their debut, making that step up into Tier 1 today. To then come out and be basically the MVP for his team was very, very impressive.
Are we concerned, although, with the pace of this game, given that they were really slow in these rounds? Could that be a concerning thing for them in the future games?
I would say so, yes. Like, I thought the opponent for both of these 2 teams was great. Like, getting the game off the mark, you know, when you're Macko going up against Gen.G, when you're Gen.G going up against Macko, it was great. It was a real good settler for the game 1. However, lots of the other teams in EUL will look at that game and go, this is great, because these teams clearly are having difficulties with attacking in the late round. It was the main win condition, and other teams will play into that. So, yes, it was great, and it was a good foothold, particularly for Macko, who got that victory, but there's still things to work on.
2 things to learn. this failed execute in the last round. You cannot keep that happening, literally. Second thing is, where's the adaptation? Both of these teams, they play towards their win condition.
Yeah.
Play very passive, play towards the late round. Okay, cool. But can they change the pace? Can they be more aggressive? Can they do something else? That's my question right now. We've only seen one BO1, so it's going to be tough to answer. But I'm hoping that we see more from that.
It's going to really show the depth in these teams, I guess, in the upcoming weeks as well with the EML. But a certain person we've spoken to a few times before on the EML is Teb, and we get to speak to him again due to the victory here for Macko. We have him on the line. Beautiful glasses as well, really showing off after the first victory. Yeah, first, I was going to say, first game back, you must be so happy to be getting the first victory here as well.
Yeah, obviously. Really happy for the team, for the org, and for the fans. I think we are working pretty well. I've listened to some of what you said. Yeah, maybe we should have adapted better on some situation, and probably we lacked with the timing. Like, we had some bad timing. Me especially, like when I called some stuff, I think I should have done better. But there is space to improve.
Yeah, definitely. I think, we like to be critical on the desk, but I want to point out some of the things that were really good that I've seen you guys do. I'm going to take one example. You were guys defending Church, and I saw a Warden playing the main stairs with 3 ADSs. I've never seen that before. Can you run me through what was happening, guys? What was the objective here?
I think against teams that lack with the, like, they're not fast enough and they lack with the utility usage, that's a good strat, because you can waste a lot of time and they will not have drone or utility to then go to execute in a good way.
Teb, so obviously you've got experience inside of Tier 1 play. Obviously we've seen you now on a couple of teams beforehand. For the two guys in terms of Ghost and Dora that have never played inside of EML or EUL before, did you have any words of advice for them? Were they nervous before the game at all?
As a team, we're trying to be as chill as possible. Like, take this as a scrim, like don't change anything of what we do during the scrim. We try to not have a motivational speech or something like that, because that's gonna change the how do you say, the feeling.
Yeah.
All right. Well. Go ahead.
Go on.
Oh, no. I was going to say, well, we want to thank you for your time, of course. You still have another important game tomorrow. Falcons is probably not going to be easy. How are you feeling about that?
I think it's a big challenge. For us, every game is a big challenge, but be able to play against one of the best teams in the world is obviously a pleasure, and let's see if we can adapt to their playstyle. That's different from Gen.G.
All right, well, that sounds awesome. Best of luck for tomorrow. Once again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Very good first interview, I'd say, on the EML here. Also good to hear that players are willing to listen to the critiques, right, and be able to adapt to that and be like, oh yeah, maybe they are right. I mean, they're sitting here, they're talking about this. Maybe they do have some kind of things to say about our playstyle. But that does conclude our very first game here. Now, for those of you in the Twitch chat that have been asking when does Stomp play, yes, we've seen you, and we have some good news. He's playing after this break versus Wolves. For the second game of the day, we have Wolves and G2. And this year with the EML, we want to bring you closer to the players. And not so much maybe their performances or their statistics, but more of who they are as a person. And that is why we send Ace to Scotland to have a chat with Doki.
It's absolutely beautiful out here.
Yeah, it's nice. Even living here, you don't actually appreciate coming out here because I'm usually trapped away in my house.
You grew up around here as well. Have things changed a lot since, you know, you were this high, or?
This place has remained pretty much the same, especially like where I live. That whole area is the same. My mum still lives there, literally just 2 minutes up the road from me. And like that area is the same.
We should maybe pop in for a brew.
Pop in to see my mum for a brew, cup of tea.
Have a little chat.
Yeah, a cup of tea if you want. Yeah,
I'm sure she's got some stories about a younger Doki.
Oh Jesus, you don't want to know that. But yeah, she'll be up for that. She's a big fan, big supporter of me, so love my mum.
Hi Mum.
Oh, hi Jack.
This is my mum Tracy.
Tracy, nice
Hi,
to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I've heard all about you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting us in and having a chat about Jack and his career. I can see we need to start with those pictures first of all.
Do you want to see him? You're really sure you want to see him as a young boy? You can see up there. See this one? Baby Jack.
Oh yeah.
It's quite embarrassing.
Everybody's gonna, honestly, everybody's gonna love to see that.
That's him again, and holding his wee sister for the first time.
See, we told him that we wanted to come and talk about his career, but really we just wanted...
Just want to embarrass him?
Yeah, we just wanted the baby pictures.
I've got plenty of them, don't you worry.
Yeah.
I don't mind embarrassing him. So he's not just as ideal and perfect as you all think he is.
Well, there we have it.
But
there's been a lot of positives with his career that he's gone through. You know, he's had a lot of big moments and a lot of success, and I'm sure that you've been a big part of that. How have you seen his career through the years?
Very difficult to start with because as a child growing up, you want them to do well at school, have all the right morals and ethics, and sitting playing games is not one of them. No. That's all right for fun, but not if it comes down to homework, studying, making sure that you've got all the right things in place. But to be fair, Jack has proven me well wrong. Loads of parents must sit and go, oh my God, get off that computer. But Jack, he had the ability. You could see it. He was very, very motivated in what he was doing.
How was that, him coming in and saying, this is what I want to do. I want to be a pro gamer, and it's maybe a world that you hadn't been a part of, maybe, you know, didn't understand how viable it was, or, you know, like you say, a proper job.
Yeah.
What were the feelings around that?
I trusted Jack, and you could see he excelled in the gaming. He just loved every minute of it, and I haven't seen that in anything else that he's done. So looking back, I'm glad I did what I did with him, and I didn't force him into something that he didn't like. Life's too short not to do what you enjoy, and sometimes you need to just open up your eyes a little bit as a parent. So he had the ability, he had the skill, he had the motivation, and a huge amount of luck.
Esports can be quite a sort of individual, lonely job sometimes. Do you ever find that? I know you've got like these great spaces to come out into, but a lot of your time is spent on your own working.
I'd say the last 2 months I've actually been struggling a little bit, feeling a bit lonely.
Yeah.
Especially coming off of that, like we were traveling for like a month.
Yeah.
So then coming back home and just being like, you were surrounded with 10 guys constantly.
It's a big change, isn't it? Like when you've got the busyness of a tournament, and then you get home to...
And then you come back and it's like, you know, you are alone. You need to do everything for yourself.
Yeah.
Days begin to repeat themselves and weeks begin to repeat themselves because you're waking up at 9 o'clock in the morning and you're sitting on your computer until 8 o'clock at night, and then you go to sleep and it's repeat.
Do you maybe find a bit of value sometimes in you know, we've mentioned the mental health aspect of it, of getting out places like this so close.
Maybe I need to do more of this stuff, like go out more, take a walk, take a stroll, take a bit of step back sometimes, because I think when I have a goal like a tournament, I really am fully focused. Like I'm playing ranked 24/7, I'm scrimming. Having that work-life balance, I think, is really important. Alamal and Wylde, they both live in Serbia. Obviously, they're Brazilian, so they have to live somewhere in Europe. So I obviously had the chance to go and live with them. Could have been great, but then I'm losing that work-life balance, in my opinion. New country, somewhere I don't know, people I don't know, language I don't speak. I don't want that. Like, I have everything here. I have my family, my friends. Like, I'm really close to my friends. They're like, honestly, they're like brothers to me.
How much of an understanding do your friends have of, because I know I find when I talk about what I do, sometimes it's, you know, people don't always have their head in it and don't always, you know, really know what's going on. How much of an understanding, you know, are they sort of aware of the stuff you've won and everything you've done?
They love it. When we won the SI, a friend sent me a video. They were all in each other's houses watching together and jumping up and celebrating when I won, and it was like, that's something you do when you watch a football game.
I was just going to say,
you know,
like you see these videos of like a golfer's friend watching him at the Masters or something, and it's you don't really think about it, but that's really cool to hear that like your friends have that same experience.
I had a tear in my eye when I seen that after I won. I was they really care, you know. So yeah, that's good. I really appreciate that. I always will.
Honestly, what a great content piece. Very nice to see some stories behind the players as well. And it's also one thing to open up and talk about how you're feeling, especially with this being Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. So from Doki to open up, that's a really good thing to see as well for everyone else.
Yeah, it's a topic that I know very well. I mean, I've been there. I've been there telling your family that you're going to go and become a professional player and you're going to drop your studies, especially to a family that comes from a traditional background. That's not something easy to say to your family. And I can definitely relate to the speech that his mom gave, because exactly the same speech was given to me by my mom when I decided to become a pro player. The loneliness aspect of it is so true. You're spending your life at your desk, and if you don't live with the teammate, it's not the same story. So obviously all these things that Doki mentioned, I think that's something that many players go through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the top 1%, the top 0.1%, the amount of sacrifices that you have to make in your life to get there, and these players do it, and we don't necessarily see that. We just see pixels on the screen, we see a scoreline, we see a match result. We don't necessarily see the actual life and sacrifices that they have to go through. So it was really nice for Doki to actually, you know, open up about that.
Yeah, and it's also nice to see parents being so proud of their children and really supporting whatever decision they have made, as long as it makes them happy. That's something we really saw in this video as well. So always very good to see, especially leading into this matchup here with G2 and Wolves, because when we talk about these two teams, Wolves, a team that has gone from full French to full British, and a team of G2 that has gone even more international with an NA pickup. It's the first time we're getting an NA pickup as well.
Yeah, absolutely. G2 are now a majority import roster. Only 2 Europeans are actually on this squad. You can see Doki and Blaz, Loira and Alamo, the Brazilians, and of course, the biggest news of the transfer window was that G2, they have imported Stompen. Never played a professional game in terms of Tier 1 Siege, but will make his debut on one of the biggest squads in Rainbow Six Siege.
That's the big story for me. Stomping coming literally 1 year ago, he was the hard carry of Gen.G. Sorry if you're watching us, Gen.G, but that was the truth. And even Kaisenat said it. Stompin was an incredible talent coming from console. He transitioned to PC because his dream was always, I want to become a professional player. He does that. He's the first ever NA import to Europe on the most notorious organizations that we have, G2 Esports. He's going to make the debut next to the likes of Alemao, for example, of Doki, world champions. And he's doing that with so much pressure because he has hundreds of thousands of fans everywhere. And I'm sure in the chat, so many people are waiting for this guy to play. He may be the new Bolo, the new Spoit, that's Stomping for you. And he's making this debut right now against a Wolves that is technically the kind of caliber that you want to start your game against, you know.
So let's put some numbers to his name then, because we have seen Stompin play in the NAL Challenger Series. He was absolutely carrying everything.
Ooh, I like that one.
And there we go. As you can see, obviously G2 have signed him. He is only 18 years old, but they have signed him because there are such high expectations around this player. Recent transition over to PC from the console community, does play PC Siege, and is a huge content creator in his own right. But they've not just signed him because of that. They've signed him because of the skill that he showed when he played on M8TX inside the Challenger Series. Didn't quite make it to the North American League, but showed G2 enough that he's got what it takes to do it at this level.
Even there, he was a standout player, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be a standout player on that roster. I was actually messaging Doki today because Doki obviously stepped up massively in G2 as that leadership figure. He has more experience, alongside Alemão.
Yep.
Now the thing is, Stompin comes and lives with him, straight from Texas to Scotland to go and play and live
a bit
with
of a change
Doki.
of scenery.
Exactly. And I asked Doki, how is he feeling? Surely, with so much pressure on his shoulders, everybody wants to see him play. And he said, you know what? Stompin is just a chill guy. He just wants to play. He's just excited. Doesn't feel the pressure whatsoever. And I'm so glad we're going to be able to see that right now in the game.
I love that he's just a chill guy coming into this matchup. You mentioned against Wolves already, a team that has a lot of experience in regards to playing in many different regions, for example, many different iterations of rosters before as well. But this is the roster they have put into the EML for this time. How do they get about?
Yeah, obviously. So Wolves obviously been an affiliate team coming into this. They had the spot in the league. With the transfer window post 6 Invitational, they was able to change out every single player. We're used to seeing Wolves Esports as a full French. They are now a full British representing roster. Obviously, Noodle plays under the Polish flag as well. As a leader, Krex, Tyrant, and Noodle. Krex, of course, a new signing into this roster. Only very recent, played for Good Intentions during the Challenger Series, Leo.
Yeah, the way this roster is built actually makes sense. Loads of UK talent right there. Obviously, guys, I want you to pay attention to the guy behind me. For me, that's another rookie. Krex, coming from Good Intentions, really good player in Challenger League. There is a lot of talent in that team, for sure.
And we absolutely love seeing teams take that risk. Bringing in a rookie that's never played Tier 1 Siege before, letting them have their debut. We've seen a few teams do it now as well. And obviously, as we're going to see this is where the players come from, their previous teams. Leader and Noodle, do they go anywhere separately? No, they don't. They play on teams together all the time. Their previous team, Team Joel, of course, previously Bleed before that. Didn't do too hot at the 6th Invitational, but we've seen these guys play on many teams together previously inside of EU for Fnatic. Krex came from Good Intentions, Challenger Series team, previously on the sticks as well, on the controller. And then we're going to see Azza and Tyrant come from stints on Fnatic, respectively. Tyrant actually had a big break after he previously left Fnatic, came into this roster. And this Wolves roster, when they came together, they did play the Malta-LAN. It didn't go so well for them all either.
No, they're really good friends. We expected to have some natural chemistry between these players. I'm just struggling to see that during the Malta qualifiers. I'm assuming that the Krex pick up straight after the first event is going to make a difference. I'm assuming they're start playing better as a team. Now they're starting against G2, and their back is against the wall at the very beginning of the season.
Yeah, I like how the situation with Noodle and Leader almost feels like I'm traveling the world with my best friend, because they started playing together on the same team in Europe, then in MENA, then in APAC. Now they're back in Europe here together. But also on the likes of Krex, I got to speak to him during the Challenger Series, and he mentioned how much of a shift him and his old team are putting in there, because he had only moved to PC about a year and a half ago from console, to put so much of a shift in getting better as an individual, but also as a team. So you can only hope that it comes into fruition for this first best of 3 here in the EML, because we'll look at the map, Vita. Let's see what map has been selected for this series. Seems like we'll be heading to a lair.
Yeah, Lair and G2 starting in defense. Now that's an interesting one. I'm going to say I'm completely clueless as to how Wolf is playing Lair. They've not shown it with this roster. Yeah. They have zero information. And to be fair, the only 4 maps that they've shown, 0% win rate. They've lost all of them. So looking at G2, that's where I'm heading at. And Lair is a pretty good map for these guys. They're on a 4-win streak historically. And I don't know if you guys remember, they played it at SI twice. They played it against Liquid, played it against M80, and they won 2 times. Surely this is a comfortable map for these guys.
Yeah, it feels very comfortable. And that defense start is what you're looking at. G2 have been known particularly for their defense in recent history. You know, they're changing out IGLs every other day. But when you're on defense, you can make those individual plays because teams have to attack into you. So you're looking at starting on that defense. You're looking at individual players making big plays, and therefore you're looking at Stomper, the new signing of G2, the import, to be making those big plays on that defense.
And I'm looking at Doki, and I'm saying, drop the phone, focus on your game, Doki. Come on. Oh. There you go. Hey, thank you very much.
We've got his mum on speed dial now, so we can get him sorted out.
I mean, yeah, we're seeing all these different kind of pre-game rituals. I want to see what the pre-game ritual is like from Ace and Des as well, our casters for this game, because we didn't even get to speak to you two prior to the first game. We already had an overtime. Are we feeling another one today?
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, for this game as well, it feels like it has to be the one that goes to overtime. I think chat's going to like implode on itself if it goes to full 15, though.
Yeah, I think it will do. They're very, very excited to see Stompin', and it's understandable. It's a huge crossover, you know, getting a big creator into a pro career. We've had it with Spike, we've had it with Bolo. This is the next iteration, so very, very exciting.
Yeah, well, let's not wait any longer, though. We're going to send you guys to Lair for G2 and Wolves.
Thank you very much, Alan. The guys over on the couch, I guess this one you could say, Tim. We've got to get ourselves locked in. This is a big game coming up for a couple of reasons. We've already talked to death about Stompin'. Very excited to see what he can do, and we'll talk more about that in a second. But also on the Wolves side, what's really bizarre to me is Wolverhampton Wanderers, the football club that are behind this team, are what? About 45-minute drive from me. They're a very local club. And now they're basically a full, or almost full British organisation as well. It's good to see a UK team representing, they're stood in front there of a UK organisation. Really keen to see how they do, but we know where all eyes stand today, Tim. It's on Stompin' and how he can deliver. And a couple of weeks ago, I said to Doki, I was like, how's he looking so far? And it was just before their first scrim. And he said to me, you know, it's looking good, but obviously he's a rookie. He's motivated, though. Give him time. I messaged him yesterday for like a 2-week check-in. I was like, oh, how's he doing? He's like, dude, he's effing insane. And I was like, okay, that's a big change in message over the space of just 2 weeks. So everyone's very excited to see what he can do. I really hope he lives up to expectation, but there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. But I'm sure with 4 vets around him, this could be a strong game for them, but they've got some good opposition coming up against them in Wolves.
Yeah, I had a chance to chat to Stompin' actually, and you know, he came across as a very you know, a very down-to-earth, level-headed guy. He's only a young guy, turned 18 in February. He's, you know, undergone a big change going from the content side of things into pro play, where, you know, you not really playing for fun anymore. This is, you know, this is as real as it gets in terms of competitive Siege, and you know, having to switch. He's famously a controller player, and you know, he said he'd been playing mouse and keyboard for about 8 months now. So the leveling up that he's done to get to this point in that space of time is really impressive. But yeah, you know, he comes across as sort of very laid back, very chill. So we'll see how well he does. It's very exciting to witness. But we've got G2 versus Wolves, Des. We are on Lair, and we're going to get things underway.
For me, I was really curious about for G2 who was going to be their IGL now as well, because as we've probably heard historically, was Uno took over those IGL responsibilities from Alamau. Alamau wanted to focus on playing his game, being able to be a fragger essentially. And I asked Doki earlier today, who's the IGL now? Then he's like, oh, Alamau again. I just laughed at him and said, he's never getting away from that responsibility, is it? It's going to stick to him like a bad smell. There is very little they can do about it, but he is back in as their IGL, and let's see if he can take his team through to victory. We'll start things off on the attacking side. They're facing up against a pretty dug-in composition as well. I'm looking at all the stall available to G2 here with the clash. I'm sure Doki's going to have some real hijinks up his sleeve to employ in this round, but I'm looking in towards the smoke, in towards the goo mines, in towards the Vulcan canisters, in towards C4s. There's a lot to slow Wolves down here. So first and foremost, they've got to play the mini game of Siege and work their way through all this utility.
I'm going to give a shout to Krex as well, of course, because it might be the most unfortunate game to make your debut in of all time for Krex. Coming in on the same day, the same game that Stompin' makes his debut as well. Yeah. So we will make sure that we keep an eye on Krex and give him every bit as much spotlight that he deserves. But yeah, he's going to obviously have to try and fit into that Wolves side as well. You know, 3 players there, particularly we've spoken about. It's you know, Leader, Noodle, Tyrant, who have really sort of come through together from the UK scene. So we'll see how well it all gels. But we're halfway through the first round, attacking up onto that top floor, and for the time being, G2 are dug in pretty nicely.
Trying to get rid of that bulletproof, not getting it the second time around there. Crack's first day bouncing off the wall, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure. But manages to get rid of it now. Still being stalled out for a moment, but now that we're starting to see a lot of that utility being chewed through, he felt that one go past his ear, Tim. All that utility now chewed through, they should be able to start getting a bit of a march on. Has got the right idea, sees his man, they know what's going on. But I've got to start thinking about what this execute looks like. Noodle is the one to keep an eye on, as well as Imhops here behind Krex. He's the one trying to get an opening going to start a march on fours, do what he can try. Not that it matters, as Doki has fallen down first elsewhere. Not the great spot to be in, as that's the clash offline.
As is going to find Lyra as well. 5 versus 3 now. Wolves with a reasonable advantage. G2 did manage to clear off those X-Kairos pellets that would have opened up onto Masked Wall, but other than that, it's pretty much all been going in the direction of Wolves. But Blaz does manage to find Tyrant. However, the trade game is good, and Leader picks up Alamau. Azza onto Stompen, and this is going one way at the minute. Blaz manages to get one as he peeks out, but it was straight into a crossfire, and that's going to be the first round going to Wolves.
I'd like to report a bug there, Tim, to be fair. I thought Stompin was going to 1v4 to win the round for them. Why didn't that happen? That's what we were all waiting for, wasn't it?
It's going to have to be round 2, Des. It's going to have to be round 2.
Well, we'll see if we get that one little worked out of the game code. Azza went absolutely massive in that round, but what I loved about Wolves and their approach to the round was a very slow, methodical approach to it. Didn't really need to charge their way forward. Admittedly, coming up against all the utility they did meant they had to do something about it, but it was quite composed overall. It wasn't frantic. No major mistakes made by the team on their push forward either as well. Just really smart, structured play. They've had a brilliant round there. Now we go down to the second floor. G2 still looking for that first round.
It's going to be a case of trying to hold on to that top floor again for G2. I think we will probably see, it wouldn't surprise me to see Alamau on the clash moving up there to try and keep hold of pretty much the same area that they were trying to hold on to last time. They don't want to give up those verticals. Looking across at the side of Wolves, they don't have too many players there really to take advantage of those vertical angles. No Sledge, no Buck, no Ram. So it may well be that they try to play this a little bit more horizontally, just having a look. No soft breach charges either. Obviously G2 won't know this yet, but seeing that lineup, I only see one way for Wolves to do this really.
That's again focusing a lot on the denial though, right, and just trying to keep them at bay. But I think Wolves have already shown from that first round they can play that way. They don't mind playing the dance for G2 around their utility. In fact, in this round, they've brought their own. Leaders jumped across on towards that sense. And once they get this wall opened up, they're in a pretty good spot to be able to pull off and execute making use of the sense. Of course, that reminder from the change that came in a while ago now, it feels like can no longer have the Warden see through those light walls. Not that there's a Warden on the other side anyway, but still able to be incredibly potent. And it's why you're seeing Sense getting rolled out in a number of cases. I want to say I've seen it played at least half a dozen times so far this weekend. It's been good. Trying to get the wall opened up there, but very mindful with the C4 underneath, and there it is, shot out as well. And there's no extra C4 to follow up here as well. That was their only chance.
My concern for Wolves here is that G2 have got 4 up above at the minute. They are defending this vertically, and Wolves are not really doing anything to disrupt them. It looks like, as you said, they want to get that wall open, use some of those sense gadgets to create a space to get in and put the diffuser down. But it should be reasonably straightforward, and that's a big should, but it should be reasonably straightforward for G2 to deny that from above. They've got Stomping up there with the big old SAS shotgun. There should be plenty of holes opened up onto all those default spots. Wolves really do need to disrupt this top floor.
I think they get one kill though, and it could lead into some more very, very quickly. Oh, they almost caught him out. They had the yellow ping. They knew where he was. Not quite managed to get away with it though, but a nade from Noodle finds Alamau. Loira getting one back on the other side. The hard breacher though has already done his job. Not a huge loss here to lose Tyrant. 4v4.
Lyra, of course, we saw in that 1v1 back at Reload using the big brain plays. He's going to come out with another big brain plays. He takes the swing onto Krex. There's Stompin's first kill for G2. Takes down Noodle, and that gives G2 a much better footing inside of this round 4 versus 2, and with strong top floor control without going up there and getting those kills, which I think is what Wolves need to do now. They need to chase down those players. They've got 50 seconds. They get one of them. Azza onto Lyra, but that was the player inside of sight. The rest of G2 are upstairs and defending vertically. Wolves need to identify that and do something about it. There's no way they get away with the plant here.
You say that, Tim. They've got the ability to isolate out certain lines of sight, making use of the sense. Leaders in, and it was Azra Leader who went nuclear last time, but no. Sprayed down, is pushed forward into the smoke he goes, but has got to recover that diffuser. I don't think he'll be able to get his teammate up either as well. It's looking a little bit ropey here. No way they get away with it. And sure enough, there's Doki to get the closeout at the end of the round. G2 on the board.
Yeah, much better from G2. I just think Wolves maybe had the wrong game plan, as I say, for attacking that site. They did put a little bit of pressure upstairs. I think it was Azza who got the opening kill onto Alamau, but they just didn't do enough. You can't go into an attacking setup where they've got, defensive setup where they've got 4 players upstairs and just ignore them all. It's unlikely to work. I know they were trying to rely on the sense and the smokes, but as we saw, it was still reasonably easily dealt with by G2. So from Wolves' perspective, I would have liked to have seen The thing is, you don't need all of your team to plant in smoke and behind a sense gadget. Does you need 1 player, 2 players max. So send 2 or 3 upstairs, keep those G2 players busy, then use your utility and get the plant down with 1 or 2 of you down there. Absolutely, but it's just not really what they were trying.
We're going to finish that full 3-site rotation down in the basement, and once again, very locked in with the comp. For the most part, I think you're going to see that from G2 for a lot of today. Don't want to see them playing out around the map too aggressively. Although, that said, even when you have these slightly slower operators, things like the Goyo, once those Vulcan canisters are down, you're a free gun. You can go and roam if you really want to. You might not be the fastest at doing it, but that capability is most definitely there. Alamau going to try out the shield once again in this round of the Clash. Him and Doki not had the most success with it so far. Seen some questionable plays over in SAL over the weekend. Arthur in particular, I look back and think, what the hell are we doing with that Clash over on Clubhouse? There's been some magic moments with it, but many have been maybe a little bit more disappointing than you come to expect. And I think it'll be probably a couple of weeks until you see teams really find those power spots where Clash can be most effective.
Nacho going to be sent out, going to find its mark. Lyra taking down Krex for the 2nd round in a row. 5 versus 4, making maximum use of that utility and looking for more as well. Getting aggressive up onto that door. He's pushed back by the drone that comes in, spots him out. That leaves us now 5 versus 4, and absolutely no answer from Wolves on that opening kill. And even less of an answer as Lyra manages to find Leader. He's going to get another. Make it 3. Takes down Noodle. Lyra looking unstoppable.
He's making it look easy, isn't he, this last couple of rounds? Absolutely frying through members of Wolves. There's going to be a lot for them to try and recover here. Stomping will fall down to Tyrant, but it's a big comeback to achieve, especially against the lineup and the remaining operators on this side. A self-flash certainly not going to help. Now, Azza may have had a solid round 1, but round 2 couldn't find an impact. And I think round 3 is going to go exactly the same way, Tim.
Just seeing if he can get anything going here. Takes a little bit of damage off of Blaz, but Azza, his days were certainly numbered. Lyra makes it 4. Lyra makes it 1. Lyra, Wolves 0.
Yeah. Lyra's having a pretty fantastic time, Tim. I think wants to try and take the limelight for himself, but, you know, fair play. Because there's been this like up and down nature of G2 a little bit. You know, Lyra and Blaz, obviously the more later pickups before Stomping came and joined the team. There were question marks around, you know, are they the right guys for this team? And we've definitely seen high moments from both of them. Today is one of those games where he's just looking on a different level. And Wolves showing a bit of respect there, coming in with a Clash ban.
It was a very solid round from the mirror, and just going to see pretty much a Lyra highlight reel here in between rounds. He just had a real command of that site, knew exactly where and when he was going to be pushed from, and took each of them down. But G2, a little bit wobbly in that first round. There wasn't too much sort of competitiveness about their defence up on the top floor. Wolves picked them apart quite easily, but they've certainly settled in to round 2 and 3, and, you know, looked pretty dominant, really, across those 2. Whether that will continue or not, this I think is going to be a really good indicator of, because we're going back up to that top floor where G2 weren't, as I say, really very competitive in it. If they can do a little bit better this time, then you start thinking, you know, yeah, maybe this is going to be a little bit more one-sided than it might have first looked.
Yeah, it was more down to how Wolves approached that first round, because G2's whole approach to that round wasn't bad. You know, they were a matter of pixels away from getting the entry on towards Krex. They had a good amount of stall coming through with a Goyo, of course, not being picked up in this round. Looking much more mobile from G2, to be fair, in this round in particular. So maybe you're going to see them being willing to challenge Wolves a little bit more aggressively, but that's not to say that Wolves can't win it. I thought their approach in round 1 was really sensible, very well paced overall. Didn't feel the need to rush. And then when Azza pulled the trigger and got that entry, that's when everything unlocked for the rest of the team. So it's on G2 really to figure out how they win this site.
Straight away, Azza is thinking about approaching Mask Wolves.
Surely not.
They were getting a little bit excited there, I think. They haven't drawn that fully, because there's no way they walk around that corner to a half soft wall and a mirror window if they're aware that that is the setup that's there. Doki very nearly catching them out on that one, but it's going to make it super difficult to go and challenge onto that mass wall. Doki just needs to be careful here. He is being watched by Azza at distance, but he doesn't need to peek this. He doesn't need to expose himself. He will see if they come around the corner, and he can make the challenge then. As it is, just these presence, and Doki, just his presence, and the setup is holding Wolves at bay.
I think Noodle's made a right call as well, in that he's rotated away and gone towards Ops, because otherwise him and Azza, the two hard breaches on the team, are sat there waiting for Doki to do something. And that is a lot of time that you start costing your team. So I like our Noodles realize, okay then, this ain't gonna be an easy walk. I'm just getting out of here. I don't need to stay around for this anymore. You can't easily get rid of the mirror because it's the Bandit playing on it as well. So very aggressive from Doki, but it's doing a lot for his team here. And Laura is going to be the first one going down. Cracks yet again the entry on this Finker, starting the march forward from Ops for his team.
A little bit too easy there for Wolves after Laura had a fantastic round last time out. He just had no intel into Ops and had no idea that Krex was as close up to that double door as he was, and really just playing a little bit aggressively there and giving them the opportunity to take the swing. Doki is still convinced that there's somebody out there just that's going to be pushing onto Mask Wall. For the time being, there isn't, but whether Wolves now choose to rotate somebody back into that position or not, we will see. But it looks like it might actually just be move across Skybridge and try to come in through R6 room instead.
This is the last rotation they can make use of in the round, really. They haven't got time to get set up for another one. So but the positions they're in now are the ones they're going to have to play. Last 35 seconds or so, a couple of players have swapped spots on the map, and now they're going to start their push on fours. Problem is, they've only got rid of the one player. Like, it's still good, but it's not the end of the world for G2 here. They've got the ability to play out with a couple of C4s to stall things away here. Stomping under a bit of pressure. Two players starting to press him around him here, but he's looked away at the wrong time. A real siege-timing moment has bit him in the backside there, and Wolves can start their march towards victory.
Blasters managed to pick up one. Can G2 hold on? It's up to Doki and Alamo. Doki manages to find Noodle. Diffuser is down and cold. Wolves have no choice but to just go for the kills here. Alamo finds another, and you'd have to back G2 at this point. Playing it smart, dipping away, not taking the fights, getting the round. Alamo, Doki, two of the most experienced players that we've got at this level, and they show every ounce of that, knowing when they don't need to take those fights, when they can let the clock do the work for them. Stompin was run a bit of a merry tale there, wasn't he? Just spun on his heel as he was pushed from two sides. It was actually, decent play from Wolves, really, after those rotations to start creating a gap, but it just wasn't enough. They didn't have enough time in the end.
I think they left themselves too little time, like you say, Tim, really, leaving it down to the last, 35 seconds or so before you complete your rotations to then start and execute. I get it, you kind of realize you're in a suboptimal position, but you're in a 5 versus 4 at that stage. Like, even if it's not 100%, you can still make it work. And earlier on, it was Krex who was pushing in from that offside as their main man to start things off. They then backed off, reorganized themselves, and pushed the same spot again. Just slowed things down a little bit too much there that left the window open for Doki and Alamal to go absolutely massive. Good round though for G2, 3-1, and Wolves still chasing that ever elusive second round.
As I said, that first round from Wolves, it looked a lot better. G2, I think, were just a little bit slow getting into the game. Round 2 onwards, they've certainly looked sharper. Top floor has definitely still been Wolves' best opportunity, but are they going to take that top floor mentality into this one? I spoke about it last time. 4 out of 5 from G2 were up on that top floor. It looks like a similar setup, if not identical, coming in from Wolves, and they were intending to play in behind the smokes, behind the Sense utility, and create an opportunity to put the diffuser down. Like I said, that only really takes 2 of you, 1 to cover, 1 to plant. So for me, I'd like to see the other 3 getting upstairs, making life a nuisance for G2, getting a couple of kills up there. Don't allow them to have vertical superiority.
Easier said than done often, though. It's all good saying, yeah, we need that top floor control. And it's like, yeah, well, I don't want to give it to you. G2 will try and keep that one locked firmly away. Although Wolves are going for a similar approach once again, that gridlock and the Sens coming along as a pairing. Tyrant did go down quite early on last time, if you recall, though he had done his job in using both of those exothermics and getting that crucial wall into sight open that he had to be focused on. Not the end of the world for them, although inside the first 60 seconds here, no one has fallen down. Kind of surprised that we haven't seen a Brava getting brought along, as so often you see a Maestro these days. Whenever he gets picked, there's a Brava in response, which is why some teams have even opted to start banning away Brava so that you can play a lot of Maestro.
Taking out the twitch there and keeping the cameras alive. The Rotero drone will take out the bulletproof. I think it was just underneath it there, so it should clear it out. But there was a little bit of an obstacle in its way, so I guess it's one of those we will have to wait and see. Taken out again by the Maestro cam. That's the second piece of utility they've sent to try and clear out that bubble, but they have been unable to do so. 1 minute 20 left, Des. Wolves, not much progress beyond getting this wall open.
I'll tell you what, in that game of Robot Wars, it's really starting to build up a bit of a KD, isn't it? That single camera is doing a lot of work for them. They're going to try again for a 3rd time here to clear it away. I'm not sure that's the answer, Chief. They're going to try, unless he swaps away from it, which he has done, and he's now going to miss it as well. In at his feet. That'll mean this camera's gone.
They did get it eventually, but at what cost? 2 minutes have been taken trying to clear it out. Still drawn in top floor. Haven't really done anything to disrupt those defenders that are up there. They may have to take on this plant again without that vertical control. Tyrant does manage to pick up Blaz. That's a big one for them. It gives them access to site. So now the question is, verticality versus going for a plant. Who's going to win?
He's got himself going with the light screens going down. Last time when this pushing towards the door, he did die. And very cleverly here, impacting out those parts of the light wall so they can still see what's going on. But they're layering him down at this point. And here we go. He's in and planting. And there's not a lot that G2 can do without dropping on down. They're going to have to go aggressive, Tim, but they haven't got the time to do it. Leader's going to get the chance to stick this. It's a 4 versus 3.
Yeah, much better this time from Wolves. Able to position that light screen a lot better and get in behind it. That was the real key factor that they couldn't do last time. And they also had people, as I'd suggested, keeping those top floor players busy. There were gun battles going on. There were challenges happening at the time where he moved in for the plant. So G2 couldn't focus downwards. What a beautiful shot from Lyra, but probably too little too late. 2 versus 3, 15 seconds left to go. Lyra manages to find another. Lyra's going to get straight on the diffuser as well, going for the long arm, but no. Noodle comes in and takes him down. Doki finds one, but there's not enough time. It's over as Noodle steps around the corner and gets a kill. That's going to be Wolves finding their second round, but it's still 3-2 G2.
Just look for a second then when you might see Lyra go nuclear and get the round back round for their side for his team, but no. Good composure in the close from Wolves and a good plan that worked out this time round. Again, not wanting to go and force their way in that top floor. It's not quite as easy as it sounds. Light walls rolled out as well. It's like a red carpet, but in this case, it's blue, just to ensure they can get in. But what I love was they waited for the impact to come in to destroy the first half of the wall, then rolled another one out when they realized they were out of impact. It was good patience being shown by Leader. And patience is probably the word that I'd use to describe Wolves so far, Tim. They have been so methodical and slow, not letting G2 get away with any hijinks or crazy antics, just kind of forced into play to a very slow standard. And Wolves so far are looking very, very composed in that situation. Yes, it's only 2 attacking rounds they've got so far, but I'd still say overall across the half, they've played very well for a team that hasn't had quite as much time together as, say, G2 has.
Final defensive round for G2 then. They're going to be looking, I think, you know, very much towards getting that 4-2. Last time around the defended basement, it was Lyra's 4K that did the work for them. They're not going to have that this time, you wouldn't expect. Lyra moving on to the Valkyrie. He played Mirror last time around. Still very capable, still very possible that he could do it, but it just doesn't tend to happen round after round. So G2 are going to have to find another way. Alamau is up on the top floor, one to watch with the Mozzie. Keep an eye at the bottom of his player card. You can see his current location. He's going to actually move back down to the first floor, but we'll see whether he sticks that or heads back upstairs. He's obviously on that roam and he's looking for a potential flank.
He is, but will he be given the chance? I actually love it, to be fair, looking at the lineup for the round. It's even slower than everything we've seen before. Of course, trying to play behind the glass and the smokes is a big part of this. He's quite alone, to be fair. No extra smokes in back pockets, but for Noodle, if he gets himself in the right spot here as his team slowly get themselves aligned towards an execute, this could be beautiful for them. And then they get that 3-3 half, he's feeling pretty good about it. But for G2, Lyra especially, have really kept them at bay, even when it's looked like Wolves might have a ticket to victory in a few of these rounds. Holding out hope now.
3-3 would be great for Wolves, to be fair.
Mega. They play well enough to deserve it, I think, though, as well. Because outside of Lyra, G2 haven't really been that flash. They've been okay. It's been down to Lyra as a big reason why they've won a couple of these rounds.
Yeah, fully agree. Wolves coming away, going on to the defense with an advantage would be a wonderful thing. Krex and Tyrant managed to take down Lyra and stomp in. Pressure from above, but if we look now, 2 of G2's players are outside of sight on a different floor, and they are going to drop. It's all up to Blaz playing from above. 5 versus 1, almost certain that Wolves are going to come away with a nice even split half. 3-3 here. Final kill comes in, and that is going to be that. Wolves 3-3 moving on to defense. All of a sudden, you start backing them to take a win here.
Very possibly. I mean, Lair was one of those maps that was more attack-leaning amongst the pack. I was looking at the numbers yesterday with demo, to be fair, and I think pretty much all of our maps currently sit, bar 1 or 2, sit between 52% and 55% defender win rate. So it's pretty bang on. It's not like it's heavily skewed towards one side or the other. And knowing the caliber of both of these teams, you'd expect to see it come out a pretty even affair. I swear to God, Tim, I was joking earlier, by the way. I don't think we're going to see a second map go all the way to 15. The last thing I need today, after casting SAL all weekend, is 5 games all going to 15 rounds. Please, Jesus, no.
You don't want 75 rounds tonight, Des?
No, I can't do it, man. We'll be here till 3 in the morning.
I think my room is currently at about 38 degrees C. I've even opened a top button on my shirt.
Oh, I know. You might notice. That's when you know it's going down. That's the sign of the apocalypse.
Anne was talking about pre-game rituals. My pre-game ritual is open all the windows on the top floor of my house to get it as cool as I can before the game starts and take on about 3 litres of fluids. That's my pre-game ritual tonight.
I mean, for you, I bet your head is gleaming, mate.
Oh, what?
Gotta be careful. It look like a crystal ball before you know it.
As if it didn't enough already.
If everyone ask who's winning this game, Tim, what are you saying now? You really think Wolves, given how they've had that 3-3 half?
Honestly, I think Wolves could do it. 3-3 half. You come in here, lock out 2 out of 3 defensive sites. G2 have been unable to do it. You don't need to win your 3rd choice site. Maybe just win top floor and basement. See what happens on the mid floor. Bang, job done. 7-5. It's not as easy as that, but genuinely, the way Wolves are playing as well, I could see it happening. Az's had some really big moments. Noodle, Tyrant going well as well. They could just do with I think, Leader, Craig step up as well and have a couple of big rounds. It could genuinely happen.
And both Stomping and Krex have had quiet debuts so far. Turns out, as much as we'd love to see rookies pop off and go absolutely nuclear, it's hard to expect that. You see it in various esports. It's very rare that you see someone step into their first professional game and absolutely light the house on fire. It does take time to get settled in. That pressure, whether someone says that they're affected by pressure or not, is sort of completely beside the point. It's your first official game. You don't know how you're going to feel in that game until you actually load into the server. And I've got no doubt for both of those players. Like, they've got a bit of nerves creeping in. Krex, as we saw, was being the entry for his team, often pushing in from ops. And even he was getting into positions where he thought he might be able to get away with something, and then G2 would just slam the door in his face. Krex, speaking of, almost getting the shot in the back there by Alamau, who's ready with a C4, but he's been shot at range there. He's had 2 or 3 G2 players all bearing down on him. There was no way he was getting out of that alive.
Yeah, absolutely targeted by G2 then. They knew that the opportunity was there, and that's an important lesson, not just for Krex, but for any rookies coming into this level of plays that, you will get picked up on. If you're in a position without support, teams will swarm you, and they'll make sure that they get that kill secured. There's a second one as Stomping manages to take down Noodle. Had a little bit of intel, I think. Knew he was coming, but was ready for the peak and took him down. Good start for G2. 5 versus 3.
At least gives them the numbers advantage is the key thing, right? By quite a way now. 5 versus 3. You don't really see teams at this level with this much time left giving these kind of rounds away unless you see someone just pop off on the side of Wolves. But now Leader's gone down as Stomping finds a 2K in the round. I know his fans have been waiting for that one. Could yet make it into a 3rd as well as Tyrant's down to a slither of HP. Still find at least Azra up on nearly full HP here. But Stomping makes it a 3K in round 7. G2 pull ahead once more.
I'm not sure about the site choice from Wolves there. Coming into...
It is a bizarre choice, yeah.
Yeah, coming into the second half, I backed Wolves a little bit, and I said the way they're playing, I could see them, possibly taking a win here. Still, they still could do that, but I think... I said maybe you take top floor, you take basement, you get them 2-1, and then just, however the sort of cookie crumbles on the mid floor, you just see what happens. And they've come in straight away and took that mid floor. And I'm kind of like, you've put yourself on the back foot a little bit. It's a tough site to defend. You can get attacked horizontally. There's an external breach direct into site. You can get attacked vertically. You've got to have your players spread out a little bit. Like, it's a tough site to hold on to. So, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that choice. They're going to go up to the top floor now. But I feel like now you come into what would normally be considered maybe a slightly better site, and you're on the back foot. You've just lost one. So, yeah, I'm not really too sure for me. If I was Wolves, I'd have been coming out with what I thought, and maybe this is what they did. Maybe they think that mid-floor is one of their strongest sites. But I'd have been coming out, which 2 sites do we feel we can 100% just lock down, get it done, and then we'll worry about the 3rd one later. But yeah, they've just maybe giving themselves a bad start there.
I'll tell you what, Tim, I'll pull up some stats in a minute and we'll have a look at how things have
Changing
set up
max.
stats-wise, shall we? And see how things have looked throughout this calendar year so far for maps. And I'll tell you when it loads up what Lair's looking like. I'll talk about it in a minute, though.
It wouldn't surprise me if Lair falls into the same bracket as Cathy, where I'm saying top floor's a better site, and it actually comes out that it's maybe 50-50 at best, and teams struggle with it. But yeah, I can't see that. I'd be surprised if the mid floor were like worse than that, or better than that.
Yeah, top floor. This is quite a bizarre stat. Actually, top floor is a 58% defensive win rate. Basement, 37%.
Rough.
Awful.
Maybe it's basement they're trying to
Middle
avoid
floor,
then.
to be fair, Bunks and Briefing is not far off top floor. It's 57%. So those two sites are very defender favoured, at least how the stats are set up.
Yeah, it surprises me a little bit. I think, you know, there's so many options with Bunks and Briefing, but Doki is going to take down Krex. That second round in a row that he will find himself as the opening death. Loira on the Deimos as well, just putting the track onto Azza, and with so much verticality possible here, it's almost a standard, a given that you will have a Deimos playing underneath if you don't ban them out, and that's going to be a bit of pressure that Wolves will start feeling mounting. Alamo on the Monty. Continues the march towards site for G2.
Does he know there's someone tucked in hard left? I'm not sure he doesn't know. They might rely on the Lion scan here to make this happen. He might pay the price for it, but they see him coming in at the same time that he's getting a challenge in. Alamal's getting a plant down. C4 up over the top. Stomping dodges it away, but that plant should get finished. Yes, it does. Even with Alamal and Halen smoke, they've managed to make it happen, Tim. 5 versus 4, 5 versus 3 as the kills start flying on through. G2 should be the ones coming out on top here as only 2 remain.
That was really important work from Stomping there, just occupying that player in ops, making it difficult for them to focus on what was going on inside. Tyrant, however, just manages to get a double. Let's focus in for a second here. 2 versus 2, but they do still have a clash on side that could be useful. You can plant that shield now. So you can plant the shield and then go for the disable of the diffuser. G2 need to keep the pressure on here. They will do. Stomping gets 1. Stomping gets 2. Closes out the round. And G2 find another attack. Wolves crumbling a little bit on the defense. This does not look like as good a performance as we saw out of them in the first half.
For sure. I mean, to be fair, G2 are starting to cook here. They've had a good couple of rounds. Granted, they're looking really good here. The coordination that last round, I think, to have the pressure come... Let's listen in, actually.
I think what you've got to do is you've got to realize what they're doing, guys, okay? Like, they're genuinely, like, both times, like, you know exactly what they're doing. They want to go... They're not going tables, okay? They're going, that's, like, to, like, green side, right? And the first time, like, you know they want to go side focus. Just don't give them any easy kills, guys. That's 2 rounds now, back-to-back, that we've been in a 4v5, okay? Like, just play hard to kill early round, and then if you want to play retake, you can, okay? Like, just play for the first minute. Don't give them what they want, because right now, what's the game plan, guys? To make it hard for them. We're not making it hard for them. We're making it easy for them. You know? Like, we've got to play hard to kill, and we then we come up with a plan. Okay? Yeah. Got our head shop. Okay, let's go. Let's go this. We got this.
And in case you're wondering who that voice belongs to, many of you may recognise it.
Our longer-term viewers.
Yeah, Kendra. Many will recognise that from back in the Na'Vi days, of course, back here in the UK. Many of the teams that he played for during that time as well, of course, now stood behind the boys. And I think, yeah, what he's getting to is, like, don't lose the entries. The real TLDR you can take away from all the things that he's just said there. But again, I think for both teams, the approach they've had on the attack has been really, really sensible. It's been very slow, very composed, and it's building up well. One thing I will remark on as well, by the way, I know 100% that Doki is obviously backing a new player on their team there as well. The Stompman has gone from 1-5 to 6-5 across 2 rounds here.
Well, we quite often see that, you know, we speak about it, don't we? Somebody will be quiet on the defensive half, they'll be better on the attacking half, vice versa. You know, it can be the roles that you're playing, it can be what you're doing within the team. He was playing a lot of smoke on the defense, not generally an operator that, you know, depending who's playing it, a lot of the time that you would associate with somebody getting a lot of kills. Smoke, you want alive at the end of the round, so you don't want to be taking too many gunfights early on. You're going to be playing in defensive positions, you're going to be playing around sight. You know, you're not that player on the defense that's going to be going out looking for kills. So, yeah, I think not too much of a surprise there, but definitely coming online for the second half where he's maybe had a little bit more opportunity. I was halfway through saying as well, his play on the door was really nice, challenging in, didn't overcommit to it, waited for that Doki call to come in with the Lion scan, which told him everything he needed to know, saved him from going in and taking a death. It was nice play from him.
And now, of course, we're stepping across onto another round where we've got the Raura coming along, and we haven't seen too much Raura yet in competitive play. I want to say I saw it picked once this weekend over in SAL across the 10 games that we had. So far from being extremely powerful, but as Demo was kind of remarking on at the time, he was saying it's more site-specific. You will see Raura picked up. It won't be super often. But here we go. Loira in for a trade. Has found himself 2 kills in the round as well. So taking a lot away from the side here. The smoke taken offline early on. The goo mines of the Legion gone. No more recharging. 2 massive kills to get for Loira.
Yeah, losing those 2 operators on the side of Wolves, G2, you know, they won't mind whatever the trade was for. Absolutely fine. You're losing your Twitch. So long as you've, you know, there's no utility going to be left that they're overly worried about. The mirror windows, I guess, if they haven't been taken out, it'd be nice to have a Twitch drone to do that. But otherwise, you'll take the 2 kills that they've got. It's a great start for G2. 4-3. And, you know, right, I cast the Cursed Wolf right after I said coming onto the defense. I like what they've been doing so far, the aggression they've been playing with, the gunfights they've been winning. You know, I'd say it again if you put me in the same position at 3-3. I'd say I think they're going to come out. But G2 have just absolutely woken up on the attack. They look like a different side here. They're doing fantastically well.
Stomping in with a kill for himself here, getting rid of Noodle. Only 2 left standing now, but the thing is, Tim, it's a 4 versus 2 where you've still got a shield on side. Ugh, horrible to play against. Alamau's in a very good position here where he can really start to exert pressure onto these final 2 Wolves defenders. They've not really got anything to stop him. A couple of impacts, sure. As another Raura goes down here, locking off yet another doorway from those defenders, just boxing them in here so they can make this plan happen.
You can see that it's Tyrant there, has impact nade in hand, so it's not the end of the world, able to go in and try and make a challenge, but he's firing onto
another one
a head that he just can't see behind that Monty shield. Plant going down, won't have time, kill comes in. There's going to be G2 taking another round. It's 6-3, and Wolves are just battered, bruised, and broken right now.
G2 look a lot more comfortable on the attack, I think it's fair to say, Tim, where they had a few difficult rounds back in that first half. A couple of good ones, let's not forget as well. Like the vertical hold of the site from above, really smart the first time round. Did get figured out a little bit the next time around. But I think on the attack, they are just different gravy. Wolves not able to get a single round here. They've had that tack time out from Kendrew. It's changed nothing. This is the last chance saloon for them now. They've got to win 3 rounds back-to-back to send us to overtime, and that's looking quite unlikely.
Yeah, and wherever they choose to go, it's somewhere they've already lost. So I just think, yeah, mentally you end up on a bit of a back foot as well as the scoreboard itself. So a great opening game so far for Stompin', for G2 as a whole. You know, having that roster change come in. They've looked pretty comfortable, especially in this second half. They were certainly challenged more through the first half, but right now you wouldn't like to think that they're not going to close this one out. So they come in on the attack again. It's going to be up on that top floor. Similar roster, similar lineup to what we saw. Lion, Doki, just make it difficult for Wolves to play in any rat spots, any hidden away positions. You can just go in. They're going to take away the Doki, but bring in the Deimos, but same again. You know, you can just go in and track those players, bring out the Lion scan, and just leave them going in a lose-lose situation, essentially.
5 seconds to insertion.
All right, this could be it then. Up on the top floor is where Wolves could set up what could be their last bastion of hope for getting anything from this game. That reminder again, they've got to get us to overtime by winning 3 rounds in a row, and then both teams guarantee themselves at least a point from this game. For G2, it will be points dropped. They know from this position, there is no way in hell they should be letting Wolves back into this game. They want all 3 points. They want to start EML off the right way with G2 at the top of the table. If it gets to overtime, whoever wins out there takes 2 points. The loser walks away with just the 1. But as we said a few times, Tim, it's hard to see how Wolves fight their way back through. I tell you what, getting rid of the best fragger in the lobby is not a bad way to start, though. Krex coming online here and removing Loira.
Krex has actually been the opening death for the last 3 rounds consecutively. So him coming out and getting that entry kill is going to be huge for him. You know, as much as we've spoke about Stompin's debut, it is Krex's debut to Tier 1 as well. There's going to be nerves there. And especially when you're taking that opening death, it's going to really feel like it's mounting up on you. You're not getting much game time. You're sat watching cams for, you know, awfully big portions of the round. Getting himself that kill and getting himself the ability to stay in the round if he does so here. Yes, gets a second onto Doki. There we go. The confidence starts building.
I mean, Doki really can't be losing that one there. Like, you're playing on the Deimos as well. Like, come on, man. Krex Super well played, though. 2 huge kills to get this round cooking for them. Into another, makes it a third for himself. He has been down by Alamar in response, but Stompin has got it all to do against 5. And as we were saying, Tim, that Wolves might not be able to get this done, they net a flawless round off the back of Krex making a massive play.
And it's like that's the Wolves we saw in the first half. So I don't know what's happened between round 7 and now. There's been a completely different performance. Wolves come out there and just looked very, very comfortable, winning fight after fight. There was nothing that G2 could do. Krex on a 3K. Great stuff from Wolves. They need to channel that. I mean, Doki here, he had all the answers. He knew exactly where he was. He was pre-firing around the corner, but Krex just took that peek on into it and got the win. And yeah, it was a great round for Krex.
I kind of like Krex's approach to that gunfight. Is like where the standard normal is, you know, you crouch and lean when you're going for that gunfight round the corner. He stayed full stood up as well, so Doki was instead spraying in towards the midriff, in towards the body. And so for the Legion, it was like dead easy, headshot onto Doki, but Doki was of course aiming at a different spot, expecting his head to be elsewhere, keeps himself alive, and then gets that kill onto Alamau as well. Really impressive round from Krex overall. Wolves still with 2 more rounds to go though if they want to see this to OT.
Yeah, it's going to be that mid-floor for them, so holding on to top floor I would expect, although not too many up there at the minute. There's only 2, Azza and Noodle at the minute that are setting up there on the top floor. There was less of a presence for Wolves last time they defended this site than there was for G2, who played with 4 out of 5 up there. I think maybe just being concerned about the tactic that they used essentially, which was getting in behind those sense light screens and meaning that the verticality didn't hold as much value. So just preventing that from being the case, we're going to see 3 of them on and around site this time for Wolves.
Tyrant's been sniffed out, of course, not really in any danger given where he's running around. By the way, I've got to correct myself earlier. I said downstairs was 37% win rate. I've done a classic British thing there and taken first floor as being the basement. It's not the case. Labs was 48% defense win rate. Armory and weapon maintenance is at 37%, sorry. So very much the offsite that barely anyone plays.
Yeah, that sounds more like it, but like you said, you know, Bunks and Briefing does still have a solid win rate for the defenders at the minute. Let's see if Wolves can do that and stretch this one to all 12 rounds at least. G2, they have got the opening kill, and I can tell you in all but 2 rounds, the round winner has been the one to get the opening kill, so it does give G2 a big edge here. Blaz took a lot of damage along the way, but still, 5 versus 4. E1D scans still online for now, with those Doki calls possibly as well. G2 certainly got a lot of tools at their disposal. Lyra starting to peek on into sight.
It's got a great angle here as well. All it's going to take is Leader to step across, and it's a freebie, but no, the call puts him off and keeps himself in safety as he steps back to remove that call. Also having the ringing coming in from the Lion. They're just begging him to move at this point, but it's not happening, and Krex has got a little play fort set up here on the stairs, Tim. Ready for someone to come challenging, but now he's going to go hunting. Doesn't want to sit still for all that long. Not having anyone to sniff onto just yet. Now Leader's gone down again, this drone play. A kill with a soft breach? Only stomping.
Okay, I'll look forward to checking that one out afterwards and see exactly how that happened.
He got down from above because
we saw the gunshots coming in. Yeah, good stuff from Stomping. Lyra manages to take down Krex. 5 versus 2. It looks like G2 are cruising towards the win here at 6-4. Lyra straight into sight now as the opportunity and the space is available. Starts putting the diffuser down. Actually comes off it, and we'll have to start the process again as Doki managed to find himself a kill. But Noodle, he's up on the top floor. He knows he's likely to be challenged soon, but the keeper barricades kind of working against him. He manages to get one, but that's going to be all as G2 lock it out and take their first win in EML.
Solid performance, I think, especially from Lory. He ends on, what, 16 kills or so there? Huge game from him. But I feel, of course, the focus is always going to be on the rookies. For Krex, it was a slow start. Warmed in towards it later in the game. It's always been a bit of a nervy start. Bless Doki. He's such a good cheerleader, bless his heart and soul. And for Stomping, started out rough, but once we got on the attacking side, things really started to pick up. Great stuff to see, and I'm sure there is plenty more to come. For now, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, the desk will break it down for you. See you in a few.
Scissors and dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. Their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both guys.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take the kingdom of Blackout.
A good start here for G2 in the EML. A 7-4 victory over Wolves. Rather smooth, I guess we can say, but it was specifically the attacks that really stood out to you.
Yeah, particularly. I thought G2 were excellent on their attacks, Leo. I'm not sure about you as well, but I loved their use of the Doki, of the Lion, of the Deimos, of Alamo on the Nook, the Monty. Basically all those, I would say, cheesy things that make attacking easy inside of this game. G2 have kind of become experts at them, you know, over the years. They're not particularly good at that fundamental siege, but whenever they can use that type of stuff to their advantage, they do it so well.
It's funny because Wolves recognized it. Did you hear what Kenru said in the attack timeout? We're making it easy for them. And it's exactly what they did. They kept on losing the opening kill. And the reason for that is, like you said, it's not so much a defense side, which was 3-3, 50-50 split. Not necessarily what you expect from there. But like you said, this attacker side, by isolating the player one by one, getting the upper advantage, and at this moment, converting it. That was very consistent. And like I said, I think the use of crowd control operators to isolate those gunfights and making sure they would break down the bomb site really quickly and be ready to work the execute, thanks to this operator. Yeah, it was really well done.
I love that final kill at the end, by the way, from G2. Like 3 of them running the guy down. I was like, that they want it. They want to really punish their opponent. And just very quickly on Wolves, I actually did like their attack half. I thought when they tried to play the fundamental siege, when they slowed the pace down, when they played for the plants and the executes, they did okay. Their attacks were genuinely okay. They just fell apart on their defense. So coming to G2's way of attacking, I don't think they helped themselves. You know, banning away Ace, banning away, you know, things that are breaching and shields, leaving the Doki and the Deimos open. But you can only ban so much inside a Rainbow Six Siege.
Isn't it funny that a team that was only a few months ago Alemao dependent can now win 7-4 with Alemao going 1-8.
Yeah.
It just tells you so much about the talent on that team.
And he was excellent in the very final round. We saw on the program POV on the stream, we saw from his drone work getting 2 kills.
Intel gathering and the Monty use. Siege in the end is not all about the kills. I think Alemao was actually very, very good during that match. And the 1-8 is just to, you know, just say that the fragging department never has been an issue with G2, and especially not with that roster and Loira.
Yeah, and Loira specifically, right? Because there were a lot of doubters when he was joining this team. Oh, can he really step up to what this team needs from him? Well, he's definitely showing that once again that he definitely needs to be at this level and at this competition.
I think he's shown it for a very long time. I think that he was on Black Dragons, a team that has been forming the best Brazilian players for a really long time, and there was a reason they picked up this guy. Maybe Stompin is going to follow that same path, and Blaz is also stepping up as one of, you know, the young players on that roster. Clearly, they have got a lot of youth and a lot of firepower.
And you have something that you want to show us as well in regards to a clip?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in general, we've seen G2 being amazing in defense, right? What I want to show here is them being extremely good in attack. And we're going to take a look at round 8. Round 8, they're attacking top floor. Alemao, we've just mentioned him, is going to go on that Monty and he's trying to play towards green area. He's trying to gain control here. And he's going to push that smoke player. I want you to pay attention to who is downstairs right now. We're going to see Loira and Doki downstairs. Doki is there to cover Loira, who's on the Deimos, and he wants to pressure that smoke. He knows that the smoke is being pushed away, as you can see right now, and he's gonna try and wallbang him. What enables here, the sound of that enables Doki to cover Loira and make sure that any roamer that goes to play aggressive towards Loira dies. Doki is just waiting, gets a free pick, that's an entry. In 2 things, they get the control, and at the same time, what do? They get a free pick. Now, the moment you see here is Loira running B, and at the same time, Alemao getting ready to find a plant spot with that Monty. He's gonna go and push in there into B, trying to find a safe spot. At the same time, you see Stompin on the other side, and you're gonna see he's gonna be key in developing that execution. He's there on the other side, baiting Noodle. He's baiting him hard, because Noodle has a Z4, he could be there denying the plant. Instead, he's all the way on the other side of the map, and as you can see, Stompin doesn't play the gunfight, he doesn't need to. He's being very smart. He's just wasting time right now for the execute to come through. Now, at this moment, they're 5v4, plan is down, look at the way they position themselves. Doki was downstairs, right? Look at where he is now. He went from downstairs up the main stairs to go and push towards leader. At the same time, Blaz is on solo window. At the same time, Alemao is pushing leader as well. It's a triple crossfire straight after planting the diffuser. Get a free kill here, and as soon as you see this, who is coming up here? Loira stayed all the way at the back to cover the diffuser and make sure that if Tyrant or Azure is picking the bomb site, he gets a free pick. What happening? Azure picks and another free pick from G2. 4v2, plant is down, perfect coordination from G2. And this is one of the things that I love to see. Historically, G2 wasn't that good in attack. Now, they're looking like a team. And it's amazing to see, you know, the coordination that we saw here on attack. I'm hoping that it continues throughout the stage and on very different maps.
Yeah, that was really good coordination, Dean. I saw you nodding in agreement as well. Like, that was a very good play on the very first play day from G2 here. But we get to speak to them as well, of course, as they have won this game. We should have Doki on the line to answer a few questions. Good evening.
Hi.
Congratulations
Hi, good evening. How you doing?
on the first victory. Must be a really good start to the EML.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good debut game for the new team, for Zach, stomping. So yeah, really good, really happy.
Yeah, awesome. Well, let's speak about that a little bit more as well, because we talked about it in the pre-show. You actually live together with Stomper right now. He's moved in with you, right? So
yeah, he's living in my house.
Yeah, that must have been a big change for the two of you. I mean, you've all of a sudden got someone living in your house. He's just only 18, moving across the world to play video games. That must be so different for the two of you.
Yeah, I mean, his option was to come here or to go live himself somewhere else in Europe that G2 would facilitate him. So I said, you know, like, if I was 18, American guy coming to Europe, I wouldn't want to live alone in a country that maybe doesn't even speak the language you speak, and, you know, that just sucks. So I said, like, just come live with me, it's all good, I have a spare room for a reason. Come here, enjoy it, I'm fine with it. He's not a problem, he's an easy to live with guy, I get on with him really well, so yeah, like, it's just worked out perfectly, to be honest, so I couldn't be more happy.
Jack, talk to me about hello, Jack. Talk to me about the G2 IGL merry-go-round. So we had Alamau for a long time, then you moved to Uno, and then in Reload, Loira, we're back to Alamau. So talk to me about that.
Yeah, and then we're going to Blaz next, and then it'll be to me, finally. The real truth is, I'll just break it down for you. Like, when we had Uno on the team, we IGL'd SI with Uno, or Montreal, I can't remember now, it's just whatever. It went well, it went really well, but at the same time as Uno was IGL, and Loira was really, really vocal. He was calling a lot of the mid-round stuff. So because of that reason, we said, listen, Loira's already calling a lot of the mid-round stuff, so let's Loira IGL the next tournament. And next tournament came, that didn't work the way we necessarily wanted to work. I think we noticed some performance dips from a lot of players. So we said, you know, we've been proven to win with Alamau on IGL. He's the smart guy in the team. He wants to do it, so give it back to him. Loira's still calling. Blaz has been extremely vocal. He's really stepped up. He's calling a lot of plants and things like that, which is surprising for me. but Blaz is doing really, really good. So yeah, just really happy.
Doki, I just want to zoom back a little bit on your performance at Reload, you know, as a team. I'm sure it was not up to you guys' standards, but before that, we were hearing from all of the teams that you guys were amazing at that bootcamp in scrims. You were demolishing everyone. So did you guys figure out why that scrim level didn't translate to official games, and what did you do in the offseason to come up here and win your first official match?
I think, like, yeah, like, we had a great bootcamp. I spoke about that. Like, we were really ready for Reload. We were really confident going into the tournament. I think first 3 games was poor from us. Like, we played really bad, like, individually and as a team. Like, absolutely nothing wrong there. Towards the end of the tournament, I think we kind of got a grip of ourselves and realised that we can still play top siege, even though it didn't matter anymore. But yeah, I don't really know a reason. I'm not going to go into all the details, but, like, we were just not a good team at that event, like, together with all the players. So, you know, we got a new guy in. Not that Uno was the problem, absolutely not. But we got a new guy in for the longevity, a younger guy. Changed some roles around, changed some calls around. Bit more motivation with the full team, to be honest. So yeah, like, that's pretty much it. Just all cards on the table.
Yeah, well, that's amazing. Thank you so much for giving us all these insights on the team and everything that's been happening in the last few months. I'm sure we really appreciate that here. So thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with your game for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you for watching my interview as well. See my mum, I appreciate that. I had a tear in my eye. Next time, don't put it on before the game starts. I was watching it, I had a tear in my eye watching my mum.
That was really nice.
Anyways, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. See you later.
Cool. See you later. Well, we'll make sure to not put it on anymore before the game. It was a very, very wholesome interview as well. But once again, it's also always really good to speak to Doki. Like you said, all cards to the table. We know what we get from him, and he's giving it to us once again.
I love interviewing with Doki. I think we can just ask him a generic question. We can be like, Doki, what's going on? And he will tell you the best that he absolutely can. We see a lot of people come on these interviews, give quite generic answers. Doki never does that.
He's always super transparent and talks about all of these issues that go through the team, and he's always, you know, very open about things. And I think that in this interview, we got the human side of Doki. We got, you know, to know him probably as the person that he is and less as the player. And I think it was worth it. I think it was important because we want to develop an emotional connection with him when we see him play. And he's been there for so long and deserves a huge shout out for this. So I think that interview was pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, I wish we could talk about it even longer as well, or could talk to Doki even longer, but we can't because we still have 3 more games today on the EML, and that third game will be with us after the break. It's Virtus.pro and Falcons.
It's another 1v1, the close end for the ball, win, saves and what is going on? Esse é efetivo? E vem tentando plantar, mas saiu de guerra! Prioritization, and dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. They've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
about you guys, but every single time I see that video of the Berlin Major and the final round, I just get goosebumps. I mean, it was the first event that I went to as a viewer with my friends. We were sitting in the crowd watching those rounds, supporting Rogue. An absolute cinema and so enjoyable. So I think, yeah, once again, a major going back to Germany is absolutely huge.
Yeah, and I think every single time I see a yokai drone and a guy about to plant, that just strikes me. All the way in the final round of a grand final of a major, when a European team is about to win in Germany, that was something. And you know, I'm just praying that we get some top EU teams to the Munich major, so we finally get some great representation at a European major.
I've been fortunate enough to be part of some really emotional moments inside of Rainbow Six. That winning moment for Rogue in Berlin was insane. And obviously there's a connection there with obviously Munich now being in Germany, a major there. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we know the Brazilian crowds can be really loud, but that crowd in Berlin
it was nuts. It was genuinely, the theater was shaking.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. So I imagine that the next time we go back to Munich in November, we're going to get a similar crowd with that. And we just showed on screen as well, you can now pre-register for the pre-sale, which is starting on Wednesday. You can get the first tickets to go to the Munich Major. The general on-sale will be on Friday. But make sure you check out our socials or the R6 Esports website to make sure you get that pre-sale sign up to be able to buy your tickets on Wednesday. But yeah, we hope to get many EU teams in there. Two teams that could very much be there. Two titans of the Europe League or the Europe MENA League are playing right now. We do have Falcons and we have Virtus.pro. Two teams that often find themselves at the top of these international events. Falcons, the last one, wasn't really ending up that well. And for Virtus.pro, their last international events about 4 months ago.
Yeah, these guys, they haven't played in 125 days.
Wow.
So it's been a long time. Now, I will say this, the only reason they weren't in Reload is because they're not a partner team, and they were playing at SI in Boston, and the only thing that made it that it's so long is because they lost early into playoffs against FaZe, the actual world champion, and then they lost all the way on the third map. I think, speaking of Virtus.pro, last year, at the stage 2, we saw a shift in what was happening. We saw a shift in the way they were playing. For so long, they were not playing the right map pool. They were playing very slow and methodical in a meta of Siege that weren't allowing you to win if you played that scenario. Now they said, we're gonna throw away the security. We're gonna go faster paced, we're gonna adapt more, we're gonna play to our strength. Look at that roster, so much talent on it. I would not replace a single one of these guys. They're all talented. And so they decided to stress themselves, maybe go a little bit quicker, go more aggressive. And I think it worked for them, and they showed a different level and a different playstyle.
And I want to see them build on that as well. I want to see them take more risks. I want to see them be as dynamic as possible as they possibly can. They've shown glimpses of it, but obviously we've seen it in the play days today, the play days that have already happened in the other leagues, and at Reload. The operator bans are going to have a huge effect on how a game is played out, and they are the most dynamic thing that's been added to Siege in a very long time. So I want to see Virtus.pro getting on top of that early doors.
Yeah, and I know there's another thing you two really want to talk about, because despite it's only been about a year that we've seen Falcons switch from a full French-speaking roster to a English-speaking roster with 2 pickups, these two teams are some of the most long-standing rosters in the EML.
Yeah, they really are. Not long-standing rosters in EML, but also inside of the Wylde. In fact, VP have been together forever. Now, this is days since roster change. This is days since the roster changes were announced. Virtus.pro, 915 days. And in essence, it's actually been much, much longer than that, because there was the time between Empire and Virtus.pro, and the actual core of this roster is even longer. This is literally the longest standing roster in Rainbow Six Siege. CJX, sorry. And then Falcons over a year now, and you can see the rest of the teams inside of EU that have made changes relatively recent.
When I was competing in EU, I was still playing against 4 out of 5 of these players. That tells you about how long that and how far away.
You're ancient at this point.
Yeah, I'm ancient at this point. So that just tells you about how long this roster has been together. And there is a reason for this, and we've already mentioned it. It's the quality of the players. There's no weakling in that team. Who do you replace?
Yeah.
Everyone is so good at their job. For me, it was always a matter of, do they change their playstyle? They started evolving towards the end of last year.
Yeah.
Can they continue to do so with a more adaptive meta in CJX?
And the thing that reinforces that quality for me is there is pipeline of Russian players there as well. There is pipeline of other players. You know, we had 2 teams inside of the league, and they've kept with the same core for that long of a time.
I feel like you've been catching a lot of strays, Leo. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
really
okay. We like to joke
Yeah.
about my achievements as a pro player. That's fine.
It's fine. We're really coming at you here. But I mean, talking about EU in general, and I guess for Falcons as well in their last year, they've been winning stage 1 and 2. So I guess going into this year, they're kind of hoping they're going to get the same.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm going to call these guys BDS for the longest time because that's the org and the branding that they've represented. Now with Team Falcons, of course. And, you know, literally one of the best 3-4 teams in the world, competed in multiple finals over the last year. Didn't go over the line in any of them, but that doesn't take away, doesn't detract from the fact that this is 5 of the best players inside of European Siege.
Yeah, and they were by far the most consistent team last year, I feel like. I don't feel like FaZe was as consistent. Furia certainly was not.
Yeah.
So Falcons technically was the best team in the world.
They'd still trade that for 1 win, though.
And that's it.
100%.
They were consistently losing grand finals. Now, the real thing is, where are they right now? They lost in quarterfinals in Reload. And when I spoke to Liquefy, he told me, I'd rather lose right now and take my mistakes now and learn from it at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean, going from a best of 5 grand final or best of 3s is going to be a little bit different going back to a best of 1 right now. But in general, I'm just really excited to see where we'll be heading to for this match between Virtus.pro and Falcons. The map selected is Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Falcons map veto, it's a Virtus.pro map veto, and what that means is Falcons are going to choose the map that they want to play on, because Virtus.pro generally will ban away their worst maps being the newer maps. And when you know you're against Virtus.pro, you are going to end up usually on Chalet or Clubhouse. I think the order is slightly reversed here. I do think that Virtus.pro was the ones that banned Skyscraper, Nighthaven, and Lair, which would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I could see you agree with me.
I was looking at this and I was thinking, well, I'm pretty sure VP is the one that's banning Sky and all of the new
usually,
maps.
if you're not giving VP the bank or the cafe, you go in 100% of the time to the Chalet or the Clubhouse. And it was VP's choice
the border.
of the two. Or the border.
Yeah.
And it was VP's choice of the two. It's going to be Chalet.
It's funny to think that after so many months, their map pool is maybe still the same.
It doesn't seem to have evolved. So the first challenge for VP is not a tick.
But the funny thing is, when you speak to them in interviews, they don't see it as an issue or something.
I
They
know.
don't see it as a problem. So I guess, you know, Chalet, we're going to see how that's going to go, because the third match is about to start. We're going to send it back to Ace and Des for Virtus.pro and Falcons.
I was about to say, are we? And I guess we are, because Tim has pulled off something really special there and getting back just in time. Fair play to him. I was like panic calling you on WhatsApp, like, where is he? And here he is.
Any
It was
pre-game
somewhat of an
rituals?
emergency, but it's dealt with.
I'm so curious about this emergency now, Tim. You've got to tell the class what it was.
We need
It
to
was
know.
a spillage. It was a serious spillage.
Oh, no. On your desk as well?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh,
You can hear him out of breath. He's just ran across the house.
That's not him out of breath. That's because his room's like 40 degrees right now.
Bit of both.
Are you trying to spill some to clean it up, or like to cool it down with some water, I guess, or...
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I've never heard Tim so short of words. This is amazing. Can we do this more often?
In that case, Des, I'd really appreciate if you take over when we throw to YouTube for the third match of the day.
It's fine by me. And Tim, if you like, I can keep on talking for 60 seconds so you can get your breath back.
I'm
It's
good.
entirely up
I'm
to
good.
you. Are you sure?
I'm very good, and I'm very much looking forward to Falcons versus VP.
Okay, mate, you can take it away then. Go on then.
Bit of Chalet for us to go to. Socials are favouring Falcons 15. I think the thing with VP at the minute is I'm a little bit unsure of them. I haven't seen them for a little while. So it's been... I don't really know what we're going to get.
Yeah. Your recovery of breath, by the way, really impressed me then. You've
Impressive stuff. That's cardio fitness for you, that does.
Oh, come on, man. Walking around the golf course is not cardio fitness.
I mean, it is, to a degree.
Yeah, that's the stretch, mate. That's a big stretch. You should do more of those as well. That'll help your recovery as well. But here we go. Bans have come on through pretty quick. We've had the Clash taken away here as a ban. Can't do that in ranks at the minute. There's Army also taken away, and on the other side, it's a Shield, a Blackbeard, and a Deimos being taken away. I'd love to sit here and say I'm heavily surprised, but I am not, as we've seen both of these teams make use of Deimos historically, and I imagine we're going to see it also banned when we switch sides, because we all know what Shaiko can do with that operator as well. Are you sure you're not out of breath?
No, I'm absolutely fine. I was just watching Shaiko warming up there as it switched across to him. Maybe trying to take
you
a few
were in a
tips.
trance.
What's the Shaiko warm up? Should I be doing more of it?
Well, no more time for warming up because the game is underway. Falcons kicking things off on the defense here on Chalet, and we're starting things down in the basement. I was talking through the stats for this map with Demo on SL over the weekend, and it's a very balanced map, to be fair. All 4 sites are played. I think the lowest was like 113 times, and the most played was like 133. So a very, very, diverse map in terms of what you'll see teams play. And I think for a second, I thought Solitop was trying to hide himself. I didn't see if he was laid down for the entirety of it, but at the very end of things was tucked away, maybe more so traits so you can get on the default count to see what's going on around the map. But if they've hit that away, then this could be a lot of stall time that Falcons look to employ against Virtus Pro. And I think historically, you look at Virtus Pro, Tim, one thing about them, they've been quite a slow team at points. I think you look at these players and look at the majority of them, they of course come from old school Team Empire, who are one of the slowest teams there ever was to know. But to say that, always in pretty quickly, making use of the fuse on his charge on forward. Interestingly, not upstairs, but instead using it in the basement here to get a quick march on towards site.
Just going to be heading straight on up there. A lot of the time we see Blitz being used to chase those roamers. That's exactly what's going to happen. Just looking to force users back down that dining hatch. So that is very quick control being taken from Virtus Pro. We talk about them, historically being this slower team, but no messing about there. Straight in on the Blitz behind the shield. Take that dining hatch. Make sure that they are there. They've got control of that area, and it lines them up towards that rear-sided plant inside of Wine if that's what they want to go for. But they will need to make sure they deal with Leak Effect before they get to that point.
Sure, I mean, Always has done a full lap here, Tim. We'll be feeling like you soon, completely out of breath. He's gone from basement all the way up to the top floor. He's chased away the man who was sat inside a dining. So they really are doing the full work of Chalet here. Just really gone from bottom to top rather than top to bottom, as you might normally see.
We can see Likafak has at least been pushed back down onto the mid-level. He's actually going all the way back down now. Shaiko is the one that's left alive out in the map, up in Library. Big question is going to be, are Virtus Pro aware of his position? No, or not. Likafak takes the shot, hits Shepard for a ton of damage there. Shepard getting away with his life for the time being, but with a minute left to go, VP have definitely got some work to do. They have that dining hatch control, which is great for them, but my big question mark at the minute is Shaiko. Do they know that he's out on the roam in Library, and is he going to come to bite them on that dining hatch?
It's crazy to think they don't know, given how much work they've done around the map so far in this round, but they're looking to go direct towards site here. Always being that shield entry for them. Kind of surprised that we aren't seeing something like a Monty being brought along if the intent was to have a shield as the spearhead here. Not really looking to be too aggressive. Fire coming down to the pillar, and Always is gone. Stepping across now is Shepard. They're looking towards the barrel, in for a nice default plant spot, but they need to make sure the cover is there. They've got really good long-range coverage, and no off towards the side. The C4 misses. Shepard is literally on 1 HP, but the plant goes down. The problem is, Tim, they're 2 versus 5, and Joystick, he might have the vertical, but guess what's going to happen? There we go. Shaiko, who's been on that roam the entire time, strikes, and all 5 players of Falcons survive, and they're going to stick the disable too.
Pretty much what we would expect, I think, really, from Falcons at that point. VP, it wasn't bad. Getting in there, getting the control that they needed. I liked the speed that we saw them take down in Hatch with. I commented on it at the time. It's not always, a trait that we would associate with VP is, sort of speed and aggression like that, but they did a good job of it. But yeah, I think maybe just a lack of control of the overall map, putting the diffuser down. Falcons still able to work around it. So, a tough day coming up, I think, for Virtus Pro or anybody against this Falcons side. Let's not forget, Falcons were in every grand final last year. And I know that there's going to be people that go, yeah, but Ace, they didn't win a single one. But that doesn't matter, realistically. I'm sure it does to them, but in terms of their performance, every time we go to a tournament, 16, 20 teams, however many it is at that particular tournament, 15 or 19 of those teams are walking away without winning. There's only one every single time that will get that final trophy. The fact that Falcons have got to the grand final every single time just shows their consistency and ability throughout the year. So, Virtus Pro, they're in for a tough one, and if they're going to take map control like that, they need to make sure they check in absolutely everywhere, and they also need to make sure that they're in a position to use it.
And just want to mention there as well, for those of you that were paying attention when the Virtus Pro player counts were up on screen, there was, of course, a different coach stood behind them to what you've seen before. Karjeka came back and joined them back in January, took over from Jeka, not to be confused. Put the word car in front and you're pretty close on. You know what really baffled me when I was looking into this? Both Jeka and Karjeka have the same first name. What do you think it is?
I don't know.
Eugene.
Okay, I would never have. I don't think I would ever. If you'd given me 1,000 guesses, I don't think I'd have gone with.
I don't think you would have. It is so bizarre. It must be something in Russian to go from Eugene to be related to Zheka in some way. I don't know, but it's obviously very close. Of course, Zheka is still with the team as well. He's their analyst now. Carl Zheka's come in as the coach, which is why you saw him hanging around behind them then. A fun little factoid for you as we get ourselves warmed into this second round. 2 minutes still to go. Falcons, Tim, on your meter, they are unbothered. I think now they're slightly more bothered, but still not very bothered.
No, not very bothered at the minute, inside of sight at least. No direct pressure from Virtus.pro in the first half of the round. And a lot of these positions we would expect Falcons to hold on to, such as Mezzanine. They are nice and comfy at the minute. They are locked in and just ready to hold on to those. Virtus.pro getting the drones in. They're going to know the utility. They're going to say they're going to know the utility that they're stacking up against. Take out the Frostmat as they do so from just above the window, but still... We're getting towards that minute mark, and there's no real progress inside of the map yet.
But the C4, we've seen this so often on this map. The cheeky little like vertical like Hail Mary C4s up. Normally you see it going from kitchen up towards double window, but there are plenty of spots you can make use of it. Brede, of course, is sniffing here, just hoping to catch a whiff of those feet coming in above him. And there'll be a C4 going skyward. Always going to start out with the entry. It's Leakifak on the Solist, falling by the wayside.
Nitro's going to go out up and through that window. Dan manages to find Solotov elsewhere, and this is looking good for Virtus.pro at the minute. I was a little bit concerned about them not being inside of the map, but they've certainly got themselves in and established now. Kill after kill always will be down, but still leaves us effectively 4 versus 2. And be able to pick himself up as it was just a frost mat. Going to limit his movement speed for a little while, but that's not going to affect him too much as Pasha manages to find users. It's all up to Brede, who gets cut down inside a sight, and Virtus.pro with a flawless round.
I love our Shepherd. You don't know if he's won or lost the round based on his reaction. He is just so stoic no matter what happens. Unmoving.
Oh, there's nothing. There's unbothered. On my scale, Shepherd would never wiggle the needle. He's just completely unbothered at all times.
I did think of a new word that we need to add to your scale that may well extend its capabilities.
Go on.
Rattled.
Rattled could be up there at the top, to be fair.
Because I reckon you have like really not bothered, slightly bothered, bothered, very bothered, and then you get to like rattled, and then you're extremely rattled. I don't know what comes after that, but I think rattled is a good addition to the Tim scale.
I think after that comes panic with a K.
You reckon?
Yeah, just panic.
Because of the meme as well, the whole like, head shake thing.
That's panic. It, just calm. Panic with a K and the head shake meme.
And below not bothered or very not bothered is calm.
Yeah. I could go with that. We're building this structure as time goes on, Des.
I love how we've decided over the course of this weekend that you have a scale that goes from calm to panic. We've deduced that you have got a book of your favourite Maverick players. Dora has got many hearts around him, probably more than most, to be fair, so far. There's also the player on Envy that you also seem to love as well. You're drawing up a little hit list here, Tim. I love it.
This is it. You know, we build these storylines, Des. Sometimes they're about the game, sometimes they're not.
What they don't know is that next season you'll be opening up Tim's scouting shop, and all these teams, all these players that you've been watching. If anyone wants a Maverick player, you're the man to go to.
Certainly am. They're gonna, you know, maybe we could bring it in as a new stat. What's the, you know, the bothered rating on particular teams? You know, could just be one of their overalls that we look at.
And then you can offer that scouting information to players who are thinking about joining a team and say, how bothered is this team on the regular? Oh, we've got a business going here, Tim. This is brilliant.
We go. Well, we've got some droning going. We've got some droning going up on the top floor. That's what is going. Virtus.pro just looking to get that information going. They've got the track stingers down as well to prevent any basement flank occurring. Always is down there. Looking to hold the angle for the time being. In goes the Monte. Does manage. There was just a very slight opportunity for Brede there, maybe, if he could have took a shot or two, but it was just all a little bit quick. Always does manage to pick up Leakifak. 5 versus 4 with the entry, as you say, doing particularly well so far. Brede just coming under fire as well, taking some damage, but it's Joystick who gets taken down elsewhere. Always manages to find him. 4 versus 2. Virtus.pro looking good again.
The pressure they build up to him, I think they're very firmly at this point, Falcons, rattled on that scale. Always is slicing through them like a hot knife through butter. Shaiko again out on the roam is the one who's got to come back here and try and do a bit of work. But even this feels pretty unrecoverable even for him. Drops in and always is there for a 4K. Pasha with the war cry. Virtus Pro have arrived.
Virtus Pro certainly have, and looking, you know, on Chalet. Chalet is a bit of a funny map. So historically, Chalet, we always said, yeah, attackers have a good half on Chalet, and we kind of expect that, which is what we're seeing at the minute from Virtus Pro. But I feel like over the last 6-12 months, particularly, Chalet, we've seen certainly edge closer to 50-50. I think at the point, particularly where teams stopped turtle defensing down on basement, which was often the case. Now that they've started that kind of whole map roam and they're making it a lot more difficult for the attacking teams, you know, burning away a lot of their time, I think we're starting to see the defenders come into their own. And I look at Chalet and I think a team that gets itself ahead on attack, I always kind of fancy them to get in on defense and be able to block down maybe 2 of the sites and go for a 3-3 or a 4-2 split. So if Virtus Pro can come away with a 4-2 on the attack, which is kind of the trajectory that they're on at the minute, I think you start looking towards, you know, a possible, it's, you know, we're a long way off yet, but would I call it an upset? I don't know. I think everybody probably, you know, a lot of people expect Falcons to win today, but, you know, there's definite opportunity here with the way things are going at the minute for Virtus Pro.
I'll come back to what I said earlier on at the start of the show. It was, you know, Falcons last year may have won both stages, but back in 2023, Virtus Pro were the ones who won both stages that year. They were the team that were on top. They were the ones to beat. And so I think here you've got two very much titans over the last 2 years of EUL, EML, whatever you want to call it, coming together, and it always sets off fireworks. It's an El Clasico that we have in this region. By the way, on the I didn't want to bring this one to you at first. I thought, you know what, I can't take this to Grandmaster Tim about this whole botherometer thing, but I have been asked by someone very near and dear to us in the production team, where does Gobsmacked sit on the scale? And I thought for a second, Gobsmacked felt like it sat outside the realm of our scale, but I thought I'd put it to you, given this is your thing.
No, I'd agree with that. I feel that Gobsmacked wouldn't... Gobsmacked is surprised at something. It's not like worried or bothered by something.
Or absolutely shaken by it,
Shooketh. That could maybe feature on the scale.
That could be towards the top as well, That could be one under panic.
That's the step before panic. And that's what we're going to see out of Virtus Pro at the minute. Solid top.
I'm going to type up this scale in a minute. Good lord.
Virtus Pro just taking some real pot shots from Solid top there.
That he's got Leakafak on the entry.
Always fantastic shot from him. Takes down the bandit. And again, Falcons find themselves on the back foot. Nade goes in. Damage done by Users. He's continuing with that fight. But he's got to win that, Users always. Manages to find the kill. 5 versus 3. And I tell you what Virtus Pro, I wasn't sure how they were looking, Des. They're looking great.
When they're on, they are so on, it's painful. Like, there is very little you can do to stop a Virtus Pro on their heyday. The problem is, and we've seen it to be fair with Falcons over time, when they're on, they're also unstoppable. But right now, it feels like Virtus Pro are the side, at least, that are switched on in this game. Yes, they're on the attacking side of Chalet. You'll give that to them. You've got to see Falcons swap over and show us what they can do on the attack. But as it stands, I wouldn't want to be playing against Virtus Pro tomorrow. Just count me out.
No, absolutely not at this point. They're looking dangerous, but let's not forget, we did see a little bit of that from Wolves, to be honest, coming into the second half against G2. I thought they were looking good, and then it kind of went downhill when G2 got onto the attack. But Breeder manages to take down Joystick. That gives Falcons something to, I was going to say something to fight for, but Shaiko is downed elsewhere at the same time, so it's all up to Breeder. Half health. Can he get his man back on his feet? Yes, he can, but HP across the both of them is low, and they're up against 4 almost full health operatives on the side of Virtus Pro with 40 seconds left to go. Shepard starts putting the diffuser down.
It doesn't... Joystick's reaction earlier scared me. Pasha's just done it again. They are on it today. The reaction times are on point. Brede might at least get himself a couple of kills here to pad out the KD, but this round does not feel savable for them at all. Virtus Pro, often regarded as that team that will do the same thing against you time and time again. They'll keep it pretty simple. They'll ban the same maps. They'll ban the same operators. They do not look at all bothered by what Falcons are putting up before them. 3-1 now.
Yeah, looking great so far. Falcons, I'm kind of wondering, you know, is it time that we see a tactical timeout from them, Des? You know, do they need those couple of minutes to sit down and say, there we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, like they're doing the same, they're doing the prep, but they're going fast, they're doing their fast plays.
I think we just have to be on the same page, like we said. If you want to play aggro early round, it's fine. If you want to retake, it's fine. If you want to, I don't know, play echo and retake them in the round, it's fine. It's just like, it's AP, you know. If you keep getting then this free kills, it's gonna be hard, you know. So we just be on the same page. Either we play aggro or not, but just like this, you know, we can play late round, and maybe we can play retake with Yokais or keep playing Valk. I think it's good, you know. But just don't give them free kills, you know. Yeah. If you want to play aggro, it's fine.
Voice of Stuflex a bit. No, was it Stuflex?
I think it was.
That was obviously Julio's involved as well.
Oh no, that was Julio. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say because I thought for a second I was like, hang on, that's definitely not a French accent.
No, that was Julio.
Thought about it, and then we know they've got to do some work. Maybe a bit more explicit guidance needed because the problem is right now, Virtus Pro are just fragging out. Like that kill there, the reaction time. You've been swung by someone for God's sake, yet you've outreacted him and killed it. It's so impressive when they're on like this. I really can't stress it enough. It's beautiful to watch.
The thing is as well, Falcons are just losing fights that they shouldn't be. We saw users challenging a number of times inside of Dining and ends up losing the fight to Always. So I said it at the time, I'll say it again. Those are the fights they can't be losing here. Like you say, Virtus Pro are on it. They are hitting the shots. They are winning those battle of reflexes at times at the minute. But yeah, Falcons are just giving up opportunities like that as well. You know, users has to come away with that kill realistically. He has 2 bites at him, goes back for a 3rd and still ends up losing. If you're not doing enough damage during those first 2 attacks, we've got a little bit of an issue. But Virtus Pro, they will continue on. At the minute, 4-2 is looking, I'd say, pretty likely for them. You know, maybe even a 5-1 here. And whether we see Falcons come back and a different side on the attack, I don't know. But at the minute, it just seemed to have come into this game a little bit behind the pace.
I think they started pretty well. The first round was pretty good. You know, we had Choco out in the roam, causing a bit of bother as well. Later into the round, the team stood up pretty well to the aggression coming out of Virtus Pro. But then Virtus Pro just shut themselves down, and you're just not seeing them take any more of that nonsense. And it's, again, a wonderful thing to see. So right now, all onus is going to be on Falcons to upset the apple cart in a way, disrupt what has been the standard narrative across those for at least the last 3 rounds, where Virtus Pro have been the ones that are very dominant and on top. But now by the looks of it, trying to get themselves established inside of the library, it's Pasha who's holding out around this part of the map. Very common to see defenders hold inside of here like a triangle on this top floor. We often speak about a player inside a library, one on mezzanine, which is where Solotov currently is, and then one player at the top of library stairs. And that triangle is a really solid way of defending this top floor. Like now, for example, you could have someone step across and spray this off, and there we go. Thank you very much for proving my point, users. And it can be really hard to break this hold open. This is where Virtus Pro are going to have to figure things out, because they can't just walk in and kill people, right?
No, I mean, but last time around they figured it out pretty well. It took them a little bit of time. It was a minute left before they started really getting on into the building. But when they did, it was kill after kill. You know, Falcons, they need to adapt here. They need to make sure that they're not losing those bodies when the fights come. Once upon a time, I feel like Virtus Pro, we might have seen them, you know, take forever to get in the map if they were being held at bay. Whereas now they seem to be more willing to go in and take fights. Dan managing to find Solotov. I said that Falcons cannot be giving themselves away. They need to be winning those fights. Yet Solotov peeks around the corner and loses his head. Users does manage to find Joystick. 4 versus 4, a minute left to go.
I love how we're at a point now where the only way Falcons get kills back is by peeking into a line of fire and just hoping they catch them before they back off. Joystick kind of showing a bit too much for themselves, but both teams I think have shown this isn't a game of like spraying whole mags at each other. They're hitting headshots time after time after time. It has been so intense. Like, you set a step wrong for a split second and you're dead. Look at that. Another headshot lines up. How weird, Tim.
Shaiko certainly taking advantage of it, but Dan manages to take out Leak Effect. Pasha onto Shaiko, and here it is again. Falcons losing fights. Users takes damage. Nice. 3-day low health. 2 versus 2. 20 seconds left for them to hold on, but Pasha is down. It's all up to Shepard. Does he take the chance to pick his man up? He's very low time at the minute.
He's got the diffuser in back pocket, but Pasha's got a bit of fire he can make use of here as well to at least cut off one angle. They're going to go for a drop in towards site. Oh my God, it's a Hail Mary. Here we go. Hit fire comes out. They get one, but Solotov's in behind. A 2K comes off the back of it. I believe it was Solotov. Anyway, either way, Falcons get the round on the board, and that's what counts.
There was a moment as he dropped there and got that first kill. I thought, surely not again. Virtus.pro looking like they might close that one out. But Falcons getting that second round, which I think is absolutely essential for them. 5-1 down would have been a serious problem coming into that second half. You've got to back Virtus.pro at that point to just, lock down one site and get 2 rounds. But that's not going to be the case. The best that Virtus.pro can do now is 4-2. So I think getting that round there, honestly, Falcons come away with a 3-3. I don't think I can go as far as to call it like a steal, because Falcons are Falcons and they're always going to be dangerous. But in terms of how we've seen the game progress so far, I think Virtus.pro can feel hard done to at that point if it comes away as a 3-3. So yeah, Virtus.pro, they need to get this one secured, get it locked down, and then they can move on to the defense with a chance of closing it out.
And yes, I do stand corrected. It was Uzus on the Fenrir behind them who got those closing 2 kills, and instead it's another big round for Falcons to get. I don't think you'll feel super hard done by if going into the second half you're down 4-2 on your defensive half. You probably back yourself on a map like Chalet to be able to succeed on the attacking side. But 3-3, of course, is the dream in this position. You look across our game so far today, we had 3-3 back on Lair, we had 2 3-3 halves back on Club. We're potentially in a spot to get a 3-3 here. It has been very balanced across a lot of the teams outside of G2's second half on Lair.
Immediately spraying at the window out there. Again, something that I feel like Virtus.pro have done well so far is put sort of early pressure. I spoke about it with that dining hatch. They're getting utility cleared, getting barricades open, getting castle barricades cleared, and just, reducing straight from the beginning the amount of places that Falcons can play. Already, they can't really push themselves into library. They need to be careful about going into game. All these angles are starting to get held. Solotov is kind of playing around there, but as you can see, he doesn't want to overextend too far into that room. He's very aware that both of those windows are now open.
Where do we go from here? Falcons at least putting up a fight. It's one thing across those last 2 rounds that has changed is they've been willing to be a little bit more aggressive. Of course, we heard the tap timeout from Julio, but not being willing to give them as much there, being willing to fight them a little more aggressively, even if that means stepping out into a line of fire to try and pick up a headshot. It's good team play that we're seeing coming out of Falcons, and it is, of course, giving them results in the form of the last round. This one's the crucial one again for me. That 3-3 split. Virtus.pro feel hard done by. I feel they have been the much stronger team so far. Falcons got a good couple of rounds. Nades being tossed up there towards the man who has to flee away. Lots of pressure being set up on this top floor. They've got drones coming in behind them. One thing I really commend Virtus.pro for, Tim, is it always feels like you're against 4 players at any given moment. They're really good at pressuring as a unit.
Yeah, exactly that. Working together and just forcing Falcons into bad spots. We can see the challenge keeps on coming through. Solotov somehow not getting caught with a headshot there. Look at the damage he's taken. It was surely a matter of time. He gets cut down. Leaker goes as well. Joystick with a second onto Shako. Virtus.pro look electric.
Oh, they've just rolled them over in this round, Tim. Back to normal programming where Virtus.pro are your kings for the round. And for the half, it's going to be a 4-2. As a flawless round closes things out. There's always going to be those questions around Virtus.pro. Like I was speaking about them on social media earlier, and I was saying, yeah, this is a team that it feels they can be figured out at times, but when they're on, they're so hard to play against. In fact, the exact quote was, and Blast, please don't find me for saying this, it's not my words. Someone described them as real bastards to play against, because when they're hitting shots like they are in this game, it doesn't matter what strats you bring along. It doesn't matter how much you're backing yourself in gunshots on the day. They're hitting the first shot nearly every single time, picking up kill after kill after kill. It's infuriating to play against because it feels like there is nothing that you can do except avoid gunfights against them. They're up 4-2. We get the side swap. Now we'll see what Falcons can show us on their attack.
Yeah, really important round coming up. We often sort of save this discussion for round 8, round 9. I'm bringing it in at round 7 this time. If Falcons don't win this round, they find themselves 5-2 down, but more importantly, more important than that, that scoreline can be overcome. What it says is that Virtus.pro then have not only done it on attack. They come in and get their first defense lockdown. Falcons don't manage to win that attack. Big problem for them, because then they are facing a 3-round deficit and thinking, oh God, they're doing it on both sides of the table today, and it starts becoming more difficult. So Falcons, for me, is it an absolute critical round? Not quite. I think they can come back from 5-2 down, but I think it's super important for them that they win this.
I love the bans from Falcons, by the way. The mute ban coming out. Every now and then you see a ban like this get fielded, and you're just like, oh, that's a bit of an interesting one. And it's because you know that Virtus Pro play this essentially every single round. I think last time I saw them play and I was looking at the numbers, they've got 2 or 3 players that play the living death out of this operator. So taking away what has become very much a core part of their gameplay is a really good way to upset the apple cart. And I think, again, knowing how well they're shooting today, Falcons are going to have to get crossfires on the go. They're going to have to make unfair advantages for themselves. And that is all spawned by having good information. And Mute takes away from that a hell of a lot. So I like it.
Again, straight away pressure towards Mezzanine, towards Library. It's exactly the same way that we saw Virtus Pro doing it. They were getting those windows open early and meaning that nobody could push out into that space. Mezzanine does have a mirror window looking into Library, I think it is, or is it out of box onto Mezzanine? We'll see as we progress. But it's an area that needs to be dealt with and needs to be dealt with as quickly as Falcons can. 45 seconds and they're already going in here. User straight away in on the blitz. Smoke grenades are going to go in to just try and prevent any vision. Leak effect gets down. This is great from Falcons.
So smart, making use of those smokes there. One, to get him in safely. The second, to stop the player at the top of the stairs to challenge on towards the shield. So the full focus could be on towards the Mez player itself. Dan's been taken away from there. Beautiful stuff. Really good set plays play from Falcons. And that was what I was saying at round start, Tim. We've got to see them play in these set plays. However, Joystick is tucked in. Will he walk away with a couple here? Finds one for himself. Doesn't know about the shield down behind him. Not that it matters because he's down on his backside. 2 kills for Joystick and all that hard work from Falcons. Completely undone. Okay. Joystick's back, I guess.
Undone by Joystick. Great play from Virtus Pro to retake that space, recognising the importance of it. And it's a shame for Falcons because the initial play was good. I liked the aggression, getting in there with the blitz, the capillary smoke at the same time to create the confusion. Great stuff from them, but it's just fallen apart after that. They can't seem to keep hold of anywhere in the map. It's been a problem for them on the defence. It continues to be a problem for them on the attack. They just cannot maintain control over areas of Chalet. That leaves Leaker back now with about 40 HP, fighting on his own, 1 versus 4. I said this was a super important round for Falcons. I agree, and I double down on that. Going 5-2 down here is going to be a big, big problem. Is it the end? Not necessarily, but the big message there is Virtus Pro are doing it on defense as well as attack.
It's the shots, mate. I don't want to take away and say, oh, it's nothing to do with strats or they haven't got strats here. It's all down to the shots because Joystick's play there, for example, really, really smart. We were speaking about that reliance on intel coming out from Falcons, and he kind of plays into a blind spot there. If he'd been seen by a drone up towards Piano Corridor, different conversation. So it was quite ballsy to do it, but obviously it paid off absolute wonders and dividends for them. But for me, again, it's every gunfight they get into, they're just being chewed up and spat out by instant headshots coming through. It's absolutely awful to play against.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, dealing with the blitz there as they did, just getting them pinned down into that corner, creating a situation to take them out. Just, I don't know, Virtus Pro have just got the answers to absolutely everything at the minute. And they were, for me, probably my biggest question mark coming in. You know, we know what to expect of teams like Secret, Falcons, G2 when we're looking at the teams that are already established in the league. I've then got a bunch of teams who I look at as kind of new teams, obviously, you know, Macko, Gen.G, Wylde, all new teams. But I kind of also put BDS and Wolves in there because the changes have been so significant for them. And then that left Virtus Pro. What do we think? And I just did not really know what to think we were going to get out of them. Big question mark, but there's not much of a question mark anymore. They are looking good.
I thought they might be one of those 2 teams fighting for a top 2 spot. Maybe they'd slip into 4th place, 3rd place, maybe. But I think with a performance like this today, if they can keep this up throughout the stage, and again, remembering they play again tomorrow, we have these 2-day weeks throughout the stage, then we go into playoffs, and then, of course, the stage ends, then we come back for stage 2 later in the year, and then Munich rolls around, then we've got finals, and then we've got SI rolling around. Hopefully it's the start of something beautiful for VP. We see them coming back into form and not being kind of the side character that they have been for the last 12 months.
Solotov has worked his way into basement quickly on the book straight away through that snowmobile wall and is looking to move up Library stairs. Gets himself a nice entry there. Clearing Joystick out. I mean, it's, you know, one of the oldest entrances on the book in Chalet. Get yourself in through trench or snowmobile, come up the stairs and start clearing that mid floor. Really well played from Falcons. Virtus Pro taking their eye off the ball a little bit, not being prepared for that.
No, I mean, at this point, forced back as well. Man disadvantage, and this is when Falcons really should have that confidence, that experience to be able to really press the advantage and start getting a hold of this round. Again, that reminder, they've been to 3 grand finals over the last year, finished second at 3 separate events. It's almost unheard of in the history of the game. Well, not even almost, it is. But they know how to get into situations like this, Tim, and close rounds out. However, they've let Always through the net there. He's come down from behind them, dropped through the hatch by the looks of it, got a freebie. Now they're going to have to go chase him.
I talk about the oldest.
Oh, dear.
I talk about the oldest entrance in the book. Dropping that hatch is the oldest rotation in the book on Chalet. You know, normally you'd put claymores underneath that hatch if you thought that it may be used in that way. Diffuser's been dropped as well. Deimos is on the hunt. Shaco trying to find Dan, but can't quite finish the kill. 3 versus 2. Diffuser down in trophy. Virtus Pro can seriously hold on here. Just dig in and let Falcons come to them.
Always has been such a cellar rat as well. He's constantly dropped down through the hatch and worked his way back up. Could yet be that X factor for his team, and Dan's got a freebie onto Shaiko. Rue not finishing him off early when he was going up lobby stairs, and sure enough, the cellar rat strikes. Match point now for Virtus Pro, and Falcons can barely buy around in this game.
Can we also just Always may be a cellar rat, but he's also on 13 and 3.
He's the king rat, mate.
He is absolutely dominating. 3 and 1 on entry, 75% cost. For anybody unaware of the cost statistic, kills, objectives, kill, objective, survive, trade. So basically, those are like 4 metrics of having an impact in a round that doesn't have to be a kill. It's other ways you can impact on the round as well. So it's a yes or no for each round. Have you had a significant impact on the rounds? And we're saying in 75% of the rounds, Always has had one of those significant metrics as a yes in that round. He's had a kill, he's played the objective, he's survived the round, or his death has been traded. He's just so consistent at the minute, and Falcons have got absolutely no answer to him.
Honestly, Tim, it's a shame that you can't get more than 1 yes in a round, because if he could, he'd be like, yes, yes, yes! Always has been popping off like 13 and 3, constant multi-kills. Like, I don't want to say solo winning a round, because of course you rely on your team to soak pressure out elsewhere, to be on drones, or whatever else it might be. But he has popped off in multiple rounds now and has got Virtus Pro over the round without question and left Falcons completely in the mud. Very impressive game from him, and no doubt after this will probably be our top player. Of course, we only had two or three games so far, but will probably be our top player off the back of this game, alongside maybe Loira.
Yeah, I think Loira had, yeah, it'd be between him and Loira for sort of top. We had some big moments, but the kills and everything, performances, I think were a bit more evenly spread in game 1, rather than, you know, Dora had a cracking game, but I don't think quite on the Loira and Always levels that we've seen here in this one. But 6-2, Falcons have got to win 4 rounds in a row without mistake now if they want to go anywhere near overtime. And honestly, Des, I'm going to call it now. I don't think there's a chance that they do it. Always steps around, takes Shaiko off the rappel, and that was just far too easy.
Yeah, they're making it. I mean, it's Always again, Tim. 2 more kills in the round. He's feeling himself for an ace now. Getting pushed around towards his right-hand side. Now shotgun out. We already see him get a kill with this earlier on to end the round. Feels a lot of confidence in it. Back in the day, you'd be called a troll for this. And sure enough, he's a troll. Don't worry about it.
Gonna see the Twitch drone just clearing out some utility. We've got the prox alarm, the mirror window has been taken out, so good value. Ooh, escapes as well. Twitch drone managing to get away, but still 3 versus 4 for Falcons. 1 minute 35 left on the clock, so plenty of time. They have diffuser in hand. They now have access to the cameras as well. So there's a number of things starting to stack up in favour for Falcons. Can they use them though?
Yeah, as much as you say things are stacking up to them, they still lost 2 players early on, right? They've gone through one of the Doki calls as well. Yeah, sure, they've got loads of util to play behind from the Capitan. The smokes have used this on that Twitch, but with how most of the team has been fragging out this game, it feels like Virtus Pro are in that position to get this one closed out, and sure enough, Pasha is there. Like I keep saying, every shot is a headshot today. I need to go and look at the numbers after this game to even see what the headshot percentage has been. It has been brutal for Falcons to face off against. Brede has got nothing really more to say about this one with 45 seconds to go. Virtus Pro are going to take a 7-2 victory, and no one had that on their bingo card for today.
Nothing has worked out for Falcons. They've only had 3 opening kills. They haven't been able to trade any of their opening deaths in the other rounds. It's just been an absolute nightmare of a day for them from the very start of every round onwards, to be honest. And Virtus Pro have just come in here fully prepared and ready to go and just looking like a seriously dangerous outfit. Breedy will use the Gen.G to open up that top floor window before dropping back down. Decides, you know what, I'm just going to have to go in for some kills. He's not going to find a single one as Virtus Pro lock out map 3 or match 3 and get themselves a nice 3 points.
I can't wait for the BDS game, the Falcons VP game to start, Sim. Oh, it's already over. And just like that, we're ready for our next game. Let's go to a break. When we come back, let's go break it down for you. See you in a few.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom of Blackout.
For this pro of the EML is 7-2 over Falcons. Like Des and Ace were saying, I don't think a lot of people had that on their bingo card. And if you look back at your power ranking, I don't think you had that either.
That's not true. I put them top 4.
I told you your power ranking was wrong.
I put them top 4. I literally put them qualifying. I literally put them at the top of EML.
Yeah, but you put Falcons #1 and they looked dreadful.
Yes, for one game. Let's check after the stage, guys.
Okay,
but let's go back to one of the things that I said, because you guys want to criticize what I said. What did I say? I said that they were going faster pace. I said that they were more aggressive than VP used to be.
Yep.
And I said that this change of playstyle that we started seeing the glimpse of at the end of 2024 would be super interesting to witness on CJX in 2025. What have we seen? A faster paced VP that still is strategical, methodical, but is not afraid of taking risks and going faster, and it's beautiful to see.
And do you know what the big thing is for me? Despite all of the things you just said, every single one of them was correct. Great analysis, by the way. VP maintained their identity throughout it all. It's still unequivocally the same Virtus Pro that we have come to used to seeing throughout the years. Yet, what they were doing is they were a minute in front of where we've seen them be over the last few years. They were confident, they were aggressive, but they were still VP at their very core. And we know of their quality. It is surprising, but it's not surprising to see this result.
Yeah, they've upped their personal best in regards to things that they've been able to do at certain points in the rounds is really what we're seeing here. Now for Falcons as well, with this loss starting out the stage, if you look back at the last stage, what, well, back then BDS did, they only had one loss in that whole stage. So the fact that they're already starting with that loss, pretty darning sight.
Yeah, I was thinking that it's actually the worst opponent you want to face on your opening game. You're playing against a VP that hasn't shown anything in 125 days.
Yeah.
On a new game, where they kind of just created the new strategies that they want. With the new meta and ban system, these guys, they could have learned by heart so many new stuff that you haven't seen. Playing VP on the very first match with such a big caliber team, that's tough for Falcons, to be honest.
I'm trying to work out, is the win bigger for Virtus Pro or is the loss bigger for Falcons? I think the loss is probably bigger for Falcons, but it might be a bit of a blessing in disguise. Because this team has dominated Europe. They've actually dominated international stage. We said they've been the most consistent every final. Obviously, they won an EWC in there as well. But what I will say is, it proves to them, right now, play day 1 of EML, that they are human, that this league isn't just going to be a walk in the park for them. If they didn't already think that, of course.
No, someone else did have a walk in the park today. That person definitely has to be Always, because he had a absolutely banging performance in that game.
Always is always consistent. Isn't it the story? I feel like it's the guy that is always dropping the numbers.
That's a huge EPS.
15 and 4. That's insane. And by the way, Shepard, 1 kill, 100% cost.
Incredible.
I hate him so much. You have no idea how much I hate Shepard.
Every single time.
He's always so good, and he was always perfect in the role that I was playing.
Just coming back quickly to Always, expected player score, EPS of course being expected player score, 179. He is 1.8 times, more or less, inside of this game, an average player inside this league.
It's insane. And for me, it's the consistency with him. He's always been the standout player, even when VP was struggling. But overall, a big stakeholder of that victory for VP. A big person for these guys. Most importantly, I think it was a key motor for these guys to go faster and punish and get kills quicker than they used to.
He was epitomizing that, being more confident, playing with increased pace, and he was really the forefront of that for VP today.
And since we haven't seen VP in a little while, we also haven't really gotten to speak to them, but we do get to tonight because they've won their first game. We get to speak to Joystick. We should have him on the line. Good evening. Good start at the EML. I hope you're doing good.
Thank you a lot.
it's been a while since we've seen you guys. Siege X, first time for you guys here in the EML. How have these last 4 months been for you, preparing behind the stage, actually?
Honestly, we were like tryharding so hard because we want to play like in the new game a lot as we can, so we can like change our playstyle, change something, because some teams were on LAN and we have some like experience, so we can watch some games, watch some other stuff that we can bring in our playstyle. So I think we have an advantage like on this game versus Falcons.
Joystick, I think speaking exactly to this, to you guys change your playstyle, I think the last time we spoke together in interview, we had a chat together, I think it was at SI, and you were telling me that you guys were taking more risk than you used to, that you were trying to be a little bit more aggressive, faster pace. I think what we saw today is exactly an example of that. Is that something that you're going to try to be consistent of? Like, is that a new playstyle for you guys?
I think yes, because right now like almost every team playing like this, so you can't even like understand your like when you're defending what you're defending from fast push, from like roaming clear, from what you're defending. So it's like it's really a point right now to play. So you can play slow, you can play fast, and like defenders can't even understand what you're doing because they can see your peaks. So it's a bigger advantage in my opinion, and we're trying to abuse it.
How much are you guys playing into the new operator bans, Joystick? Do you have a few tricks up your sleeve, and how do you feel about them obviously going to banning out 3 operators on the opposing team?
I think it's right now it's a really good feature because you can like play with a lot of new strats. Like you can ban some operators that like other teams can predict even. So for example, I don't know, it's like information from scrims, like ban crits right now map so harder because of these bans, because you can do some tricky stuff, so maybe other maps as well. So these like bans are really a big advantage, and you can like destroy the whole game sometimes.
Right, that's awesome to hear. Thank you so much for all of your answers. You've got a late game today, but you got an early one tomorrow, so we won't keep you here any longer. Thank you for your time, and best of luck against Gen.G tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. How nice, and obviously good answers as well. It's good to speak to players that haven't actually had their shot at Siege X on a broadcast like this before. Sometimes you forget things like that, but it's working out wonders for them.
I feel like Doki and Joystick are kind of the same. Loads of experience, and Joystick is always so good to talk with in interview. He's always open. He's always super transparent. He always gives us the right answers. Whenever you press him or ask him a question, he will not hide behind anything. It's always a pleasure to have him.
He's always laughed at us in the past whenever we've said about the map pool or the slow pace. I was like, guys, I know the questions come in, I'll answer it.
Dan is worse than that. Dan he hates when we speak about the map pool. Dan's been a little bit
prickly with us, but no, it's so nice to see VP. We've obviously known about the quality. It's always been a play style thing, maybe a map ban thing, but it's so improved and it looks so good today.
It's very promising for them for the games that they've got after this, but we also have a game after this. We got our 4th game of the day coming up after the break. That'll be BDS and Secret.
It's a little bit of a 1v1, the close end for the ball, Wylde saves them first. Holy, what is going on? Esse é efetivo? E vem tentando plantar, mas saiu de guerra. Prioritization,
BDS and Secret are up next, and whilst these two teams have had a lot of roster changes as well, this one actually might bring some spice into this matchup with the roster changes that we've had, because Virtue, who is now playing for BDS, has played for Secret before, so he's playing against his old org and the teammate or the player that has replaced him. So
not only that,
rivalry.
and Mowgli, where was he playing before? For Wolves?
Yeah.
Two of these guys in the core of the team of BDS right now and the RGL was Wolves, and he decided to leave them.
That's true.
So there is actually a big switch between the two.
There definitely wasn't any drama when that team split up.
Nothing on Twitter that would be erased and deleted right now. Absolutely none.
No.
Yeah.
It's also drama, I guess. I'm looking forward to that. Bring some spice to the EML show, please. When we're looking at Secret as well, I mean, we talked about the roster changes prior to Reload. It didn't really work out the way they wanted to.
I think maybe, yeah, you could say that maybe objectively. I think, you know, obviously we like the roster changes first and foremost. I think it's worth mentioning. We like that Mowgli, Noah, they bring a lot more fragging power for Secret. They were already a serious contender. They may be even more of a serious contender now. For Reload, yeah, obviously it didn't go particularly well for them. Failed to make the main stage, which is what, you know, you wouldn't necessarily expect that from Team Secret. However, I will say, valuable experience. For any of the teams that went to Reload and didn't have a great event, valuable experience that puts them ahead of the curve in EML.
If I have to be honest with what happened in Reload, I will say that's a hot take, okay? I think Secret played better than Falcons at Reload. And I think even though they didn't get as deep, I think I saw a better Secret and I saw a good Falcons. And one of the biggest reasons for this is I think that Secret didn't play the points system the right way. They didn't reload the bullets the way they should have. And
we
that's
saw
why
a few teams succumb to that as well.
Exactly, and that's why they didn't make it to phase 2. And what they made was basically in phase 1, we're going to play against the best teams possible and get good practice against them. Mind you, these guys, they beat Loud, they beat Liquid, they beat M80, okay? They had a really good run and they beat really strong teams. And contrary to Falcons, I will mention them again, Falcons had a negative win rate at Reload. Yeah. Not the case for Secret. So in general, I'm thinking Secret is an upwards trajectory, and especially the two new pickups, Ino and Mowgli, have stepped up massively the level of this team.
Yeah, and whilst we saw Secret, I mean, beat some of the really good teams at Reload, I think what BDS started out their run at Reload was against two really difficult teams as well. The back-to-back world champions. That was not easy for them either.
Yeah, no, it wasn't easy. They lost those games, but I will still consistently say this. That was genuine. I genuinely believe that was the best thing they could have done at Reload. The strategy at Reload worked well. They just didn't follow it through in terms of the theory crafted. But specifically, bringing this brand new team together with all these different players from all these different teams, meshing them together, forcing their first two games being against FaZe and Furia, it's a baptism of fire, and they learned where their level was very quickly, and it will only serve them well going forward.
And we actually sat down with a 4-man staff, by the way, with Liloon.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Yeah. Furious, Eden, and Halby, and it was very clear for them. We have big shoes to fill. We're coming after a BDS roster that almost won everything, at least won a major and you know, won EWC, won some really big titles. At least we're one of the most consistent teams in Europe. What they're trying to build right now with these guys behind me is a long-term project. And it's made of rookies. It's made of an IGL like P4, for example, that could not speak English a year ago and has taken English lessons to be able to IGL in English. It's guys that are heavily dedicated, but the reality is, out of these 5 players, 4 come from different rosters. And that for me is the big story. Where is the synergy gonna take when 4 different teams these 4 players originated for 4 different teams? That's the big story for me. Yeah. It's a real clash for synergy here.
Exactly. It's very easy to say, oh yeah, BDS is just the Wolves core that have migrated. In reality, coaching staff-wise, yes. Obviously, IGL, yes, 2 players. But you've got player coming in, you know, you've got Virtue coming in from Secret, you've got Fret coming in from Wylde, and then you've got Robbie coming in from Falcons. it's hard to find that core, that identity, that teamwork, that camaraderie, all those things in a new team that you want to find and establish. It's hard to find. And I'll come back to this. This is why I think it was genius. Because who's going to show up your frailties as a team best? It's going to be the best teams in the world. Playing that FaZe Furia was valuable learning experience back in Brazil.
I just realized that Robbie went to Falcons, from Falcons to VDS, and that the entirety of VDS went to Falcons.
VDS to Falcons, yeah.
A bit of a switch around, I guess.
And the same with Eden, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, same with Eden as well.
But also French BDS players that have take English lessons to. I could take them as well, I think, at this point. But taking English lessons to start IGLing. Where have we seen that before? We've seen that with the previous BDS lineup, of course, as well. Now, big shoes for these players to fill coming into their first match in the EML here with this big organization behind them. So let's have a look at the map veto as well. Shortly to see where we'll be heading to for this fourth game of the day. Seems like we'll be heading back for another Chalet game.
We've seen both of these teams play on that one before, Jack. I think, honestly, quite strong for both of them. I'm not liking BDS starting in defense there. I think that Secret is the kind of team that loves the opportunity seeking. They love to be proactive. They love to be very much in the face of the opponent, and doing so on Chalet is perfect for their playstyle.
One of the things that's a key strength of Team Secret for me is their ability to do these pre-planned, pre-set executes with all of the funny operators. Chalet fits that absolutely like a glove. The Sense, the Glaz, the Ying, the Amaru, the Blitz, the Blackbeard, and it keeps going. So Secret could genuinely start a snowball. If they get the first couple of rounds just off the bat quickly, it could go very well for them.
One of the things that's scary on the side of P4 is that his style of IGLing for a long time, and I know it because I trialed for Vitality at some point and I heard his IGLing.
Did you get the job?
No, I didn't. I was too bad at the game. That's why I'm a talent now.
Fair enough.
Now, he's always opportunity seeking with drones. Usually P4 will have drones placed close to the bomb site, will try to find for an opportunity and call a rush or call a certain type of attack. Mowgli was his teammate for more than a year. He knows about all of this drone seeking. He knows about his style of calling, and if P4 hasn't evolved, Mowgli is well aware of everything they're going to do in attack.
And conversely, Virtue, very much well aware of how Savage is going to IGL as well. Like you said, these teams, they know each other, or the players on individual teams, they certainly know each other inside and out.
Did you guys also just see Jum almost falling asleep, by the way, in the play again? I don't know. I was like, he was about to fall asleep. I better stay awake because he's got a match to play very, very soon.
That's just Jum, I will say. Even when you speak to him IRL.
He was definitely asleep at reload.
Well, I hope he's awake for this one because we're looking at the player cams right now. But I think it's time we check in with the caster cams as well to see if Ace is here, which is a really good thing. Guys, how's the panic level?
Any villagers?
No villagers. We are now calm.
We are very firmly at a 1 out of 10 on the panic scale right now. We're all good.
I was going to say, we were getting very much educated on items, on the panic scale during that previous game with you two. Anything else we're going to get in there?
That's the thing. Well, we'll develop it further during the game, man. The idea is during each game we find a new word to slot in a new level. By the end of the night, we'll have a full written scale that we can share with you at any time.
I think we should get honking on there. Or was it what we came up with last stage? What was it?
Honk? Nah, that's a different word.
No, that's not different. On a scale of panic, though, Anne.
What was it that we came up with? It was something different.
It was easy. It was easy. You suggested that we use gobsmacked, and I was like, no, that's a different thing. And now Anne said honking. Come on now.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? Maybe it's time for us to stop talking and for the match to start going on because we've got Secret and BDS on Chalet.
Thank you very much, Anne. We'll do the yapping from here, don't worry. There's enough yapping these two mouths for anyone to have to deal with, I think. It's going to be a good game, this one, Tim. It still feels weird for me seeing Virtue in a BDS jersey. Every time I see it, I'm just like, this still feels alien. However, it's been a little while now. They've got a chance to really gel themselves in. Very curious to see how they can perform, and they are coming up against a team that for most of last year was one of the best teams in Europe, let's not forget. I think Secret often have fallen by the wayside and forgotten about because they didn't have such a great time at SI. But for most of last year, you know, top 4 finishes at events, they were looking good. Sorry, top 8 finishes at events. They've been looking good, though, finishing quite high in stages too. I'd like to see them knock on here and really make a difference to themselves and perform at a better level. And maybe, just maybe, this merging of teams will be what gets it done.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Secret tonight. They're one of the teams that I'm coming into EML very excited about. I've got high expectations for them. Whether whether those will be met or not, we will see over the next maybe 12 rounds, maybe fewer, maybe 15, who knows. But we will at least start getting some answers. Yeah, Secret, I think, have got a really promising lineup now. I look at it and, you know, those players that have come in as well, I think they just add to what was already there. Like you say, solid performance throughout the year last year. And I think they'd be very happy with what happened last year. But they're going to be feeling like there's more to come as well, and I think there could be for this roster, if I'm honest.
It kind of feels like that time, doesn't it, where there's a bunch of rosters that we're seeing right now starting to be full of promise. You know, Virtus Pro, no one saw a performance of that level coming out of them today. I really hope, and we said it actually during an earlier game, that we would see teams keep on knocking on and the level of performance get higher and higher. We're quite pleased with what we saw back in game 1 at times as well. I think it'd be wonderful to see that continue from all teams, to be fair, but already the region is looking very competitive, which is a fabulous thing to say. But here we go then. Chalet is underway, Tim. We're back here once again for the second time this evening. It's BDS on the defense and it's Secret on the attack.
Straight away, Freck out there putting the bulletproof camera at the top of blue stairs. Going to be feeding intel all the way down Ivy. We've got the reinforcements to office wall. So there's going to be a huge investment on this upper floor area, as we would expect, given the site is game and bar. But yeah, interesting. You know, quite often we'll see a shield at the top of the blue stairs. This time it's bulletproof cam. There's another one on the blue stairs themselves as well. So a lot of utility put in there that's not necessarily going to help somebody stay directly in that spot is what's interesting. No shield to play behind, for example. You play deeper on the stairs, further down, and if you've got a player on that cam feeding intel about what's going on Ivy, you can then pick your moment to challenge, I guess, but we'll see how that one pans out.
I'm going to give a shout out to our observers, by the way. Medics and Easy have been observing all the games for us tonight, and I'm sure that will continue throughout the stage. Bless them. Easy messaged me between games, said, oh, we couldn't actually hear you for the first 3 games. And I was like, mate, you did a bloody good job, given you had no idea where we were trying to point you or what to look at certain times. They did a great job. They're doing a really good job. I've enjoyed the free cams that we've seen. The free cam of the free cam a second ago was very Inception-like, but here we are. But yeah, just a shout out to the observers and, of course, the whole production crew that make this happen over in Copenhagen. We're stuck here cooking to death in our rooms, but they're all over there having a good time.
I think Easy Medics are... Oh, hang on a minute. Straight there. Too easy. June goes in. The call was going out as well, so you'd have to think they'd be expecting Freck's position there, but didn't pan out for them. But yeah, I was going to say Medics and Easy worked with us for long enough now that I think they know, you know, what we're going to say a lot of the time. So
a lot of yap.
They've listened to so many hundreds of hours of us that we always have a good idea where we're going next.
I really hope when they get older, they don't just like wake up with night terrors of hearing, we're going to overtime, Des! Pretty traumatic in your old age, I think.
Will. I think
you just sit up in the middle of the night with that blaring through your ears. God, it'd be horrible.
I'm going to be in a nursing home shouting it one day.
We're going to overtime, Des! Yeah, yeah, come on, old man. Back in the nursing home.
Let's get you back inside.
Changing back.
No, we used to go to overtime.
Excellent. All right, then. As it stands, of course, we've seen Robbie fall down as well. Robbie, a player obviously worth touching on. And raised a lot of eyebrows with his performance that we saw from him back over the last few stages as well. Obviously, now here joining this team, there's some real talent coming together on BDS. It's a case of making it click is the way that I can describe it. Yeah, would they look at any of these players and say they're one of the best players in the world? Maybe not, but definitely up there for serious consideration that if they can make things click and they can function as a unit, they can be a serious threat, I think, to other teams that are eyeing up that top 6.
Secret have now got top floor control. They're starting to work their way towards site, but they really do have almost everything that they need to get this diffuser down. Time is potentially going to be the one factor that they don't. Is he going to see his man? Yes, he does! Beautiful spray down from Savage as he manages to find him. Mowgli with another 3 versus 1. Now it's all up to Virtue. He's got full health, but that's all he's got going for him. The plant is going down. Noah is likely to stick this. They know exactly where Virtue is. Mowgli, if anyone's going to re-peek into something, you know it's going to be Mowgli. He does exactly that and closes out the round for Secret. And honestly, Secret looked really good then, Des. That was pretty comfortable for them.
They look real clean, yeah. I mean, Secret are such a fascinating team for me because, as a remark, they had a really good year last year. Struggled, of course, dropped away with Groovy and Virtue leaving the team. Obviously, now Virtue's in this game, so for him, it's a bit of a revenge match. It's I was going to hear you over the top there, Tim. I love that. Being able to hear ourselves back. But it also goes the way where Mowgli's playing against Peter and Lasbo, who's previously teamed with as well. So there's a couple of rivalries going back and forth between these two teams. A bit of history, you might say. But for Mowgli and Secret, the one thing to really focus on is Mowgli himself, because where I've been critical of Mowgli historically, where I found frustration with him, was back on Wolves. He was a bit of a wild child. He's a really good entry player, but often he'd be quite far ahead of his team. He'd die somewhere, maybe get a kill in the first place, get traded, and his team were nowhere nearby to be able to pick up the pieces and try and capitalize on the back of the space that he has gained for them, because an entry's role primarily is to make space for the rest of your team. It isn't always be the first person that goes and dies. Sometimes it can just be taking space throughout the map. And what I've really been keen to see from Mowgli, with Twister obviously working behind him and the team around him now, does he trust them enough that he's willing to slow things down a little bit, play more as a unit? He can still be that entry, but do we see a more disciplined Mowgli? Because I think if you see that, you know, that potential unlocked from within him, he could be one of the best players in the world, but he needs the right environment and the right team around him. Walls might not have been that for him. Maybe Secret is.
Mowgli will open up a few barricades there, take their default camp as well. Keeping a close eye on Savage on the blitz. If you've got a blitz, it's usually the tip of the spear in terms of those attacking strategies. That is going to be the focal point. You're going to try and push in, create space, allow others in. Adrian, in this case, with diffuser in hand, will be looking to move into that created space and get the diffuser down. So, no early kills this time, 45 seconds into the round. BDS split between the mid and top floor as it stands at the minute. P4 and Robbie, the ones are up there, master bedroom and office. They're looking to hold on to the top of things, but the push is going to come horizontally from Secret here.
Putting in pressure, I like it. They've been so slow for those first 60 seconds, what they're going to feel at, and now it's gone fast, and that alternation between a slow tempo and a fast one is incredible. And Mowgli's right in there. He's saying, Savage, nah, you stay behind the shield, my son. I've got this. 2 kills himself inside of blue, and that back line now, essentially, BDS has been shattered. Players up on the top floor in the form of P4 and Robbie are very much isolated to a degree. Virtue's got to find a way to regroup with them.
That was so good from Savage and Mowgli to kick things off there. Adrian manages to find P4 as well, and this is another round that is starting to look very difficult for BDS. Noah picking up Robbie, 1 versus 4. It's Virtue again in his second back-to-back 1vx that he's left, and he can do about as much in this one as he could the last. Doom cuts him down, and that's going to be 2-0 Secret, and that is in pretty quick fashion as well.
Very quick fashion for sure. Like, again, tempo for me was the key thing there. We spoke about it during SL over the weekend. You look at a team like FaZe, you know, they're known for being quite a slow team. They'll crawl their way forwards. Maybe you see Cyber explode and do something a little bit crazy every now and then, but you're generally quite predictable. You know what you're getting against them. Teams that are really hard to play against are the ones that can mix it up at the drop of a hat, and that is exactly what Secret have done in round 2. You know, BDS sat there, sitting tight, thinking, cool, we'll just wait to see where they push him from. Then suddenly you've got 2 players dead down in basement, and it's like, oh God, we've had our roamers cut off immediately, and now they're starting to push aggressively into us upstairs as well. There was very little they could do to respond, and so far, Secret look electric.
Yeah, they really do look good. Like I said, I was excited about them coming into EML, and they've done nothing to quench that excitement in this first matchup so far. 2 rounds and looking good. They will continue on. BDS trying the defensive bar and game. So what do they need to do differently here? Well, for me, they need to hold on to top floor longer than they did last time. I commented on how they'd relied on those bulletproof cameras to do that. Didn't bring a shield. Same again. Oh no, they do have a shield this time, but it hasn't been positioned at the top of blue stairs. I'll be interested to see exactly where that utility ends up, because like I say, top floor was taken away from them very, very easily. Secret unpicked it. Half of the round gone. They were in control. They had the verticals. They were finding kills, and it was kind of all downhill from that point on for BDS. So I want to see them make a more concerted effort to win a few gunfights and to keep a hold of Library.
That's exactly what they're trying to do here, Tim. We spoke about this setup in our last map as well, the triangle that you get up on this top floor. Although, admittedly, there is no triangle really at the top of
this is
Library
what I mean.
stairs right now. Although, Lasbo has gone a bit deeper.
The shield's on Mez, and so the top blue becomes an unholdable position.
The problem is you can get pushed and rushed inside a library itself when you've got no one to be able to support. And sure enough, Mowgli's on the window there. They pushed him back. There's no response to come through. And Mowgli, man, I was speaking about him and about that little bit of patience. Oh my God. Who needs patience when you can land shots like that? Freck might at least get a consolation kill, but it's too little too late. I'm afraid it's 1 versus 4. And bearing in mind, Tim, look at the clock at the top of your screens. Barely 60 seconds have gone and Secret have won the round. They want to get to bed early.
They're just running at them. They're just running, and it's no wonder. As you know, like we've said, usually you can kind of get away with it with 2 sometimes, but ideally you want 3 people in that triangle, 1 in library, 1 on mezzanine, 1 at top blue stairs, and each protects the other. That's how it works. You know, the one in library is kept alive by the one on Mez. The one at top blue stops them being pressured from double door and Ivy. You keep each other going. You watch each other's backs, and it works as a really nice triangle. They just haven't played that properly, BDS. They've gone with other utility to try and hold on to Ivy and blue stairs, for example, and it just hasn't worked. And straight away, Secret have recognised that and gone, just run at Robbie. Just run at Robbie on mezzanine. He's not going to be able to hold. We can go from multiple directions. They've done exactly that. Cleared his shield out. Bang, he's dead. Done. And then they just start taking top floor control from there. It's, you know, great from Secret that they're recognising and, you know, opportunity spotting like that and going in there and pressuring them quickly and getting the job done. But BDS, like, I'm not saying that you've always got to hold things and play things the same way because everybody does. You don't. But that ain't working, and that's the second time they've tried it. So, you know, you've got to look at thinking we need to put some more manpower up there.
Outplayed on the strats and outplayed in the gunplay is how it looks so far as well, Tim. 4 kills with their name on the side of BDS across 3 rounds. Not the kind of performance that you need to be having if you want to find yourself being any more competitive. But again, come back to Secret for a second. Mowgli really is having a field day so far. As I said very early on in the game, like I wanted to see if this would really mesh, if we'd see Secret become a refined beast and could really draw the most out of Mowgli. It looks like we're really starting to build up to that point, which is fantastic to see. And of course, we can't ignore Noah either as well. On Fnatic for a while, I was heralded as a bit of a baby Shaco for a while, who's really come out and put on some good numbers. And has had some good numbers historically. Here on a more utility-focused role, admittedly. But when you've got someone else on your team absolutely popping off, why worry too much? That is horrible, man. Robbie's got to be fuming right now because he's tried
I feel
everything.
Like in a lot of games, I'm Robbie in that situation, and I'm screaming, how are you peeking into my gunfire, taking no damage and headshotting me? Mowgli did take a little bit of damage, but, well, there we go.
They're both doing it now, Tim.
I think it might be time for BDS to just turn off for the night, to be honest, because, you know, them 2 kills just say it all. Secret are on one of those nights. It's just a golden match for them where they just seem to be able to do no wrong. 2 absolutely gross headshots there. Brilliant from Noah and Mowgli. 5 versus 3 now. Secret in another round seem to be cruising. BDS, they need the next couple of kills.
Yeah, what I love is that Secret have shown that they can do the team play as well. We've seen that multiple times, but we're at a stage in this round now where if we looked at most of the teams trying to take a 1 versus 1 like that, you'd be saying, no, wait until we've got a Capita in place and the shield's ready to go. We've got nades coming in from off his balcony at the same time, and then you can try and go for the gunfight. Mowgli and Noah are both gone for 1v1s there with no real assistance from their team and got the kills. They don't need to rely on the strats or the team play when they can shoot like they are so far today.
Using the time well as well here. 1 minute 10 left to go. They know that they've got the man advantage, but they're not going to be rushing and just trying to fly in there. They're still going to be getting that office wall open. They're looking to pressure these defenders, force them into lose-lose situations. They're not just going to run at them and take gunfights. We've got the shield moving out to office door. Savage looking to just get in there and feed a little bit of intel. Having that shield is huge in this as well. Oh, they've just got so much. The Candelas are coming in. The wall's being breached. The drones are in there. They know everything that's going on. Adrian manages to pick up Virtue. There was a kill along the way where Savage was dropped, but it's just not going to matter as Adrian manages to get a second, and it's all up to P4. Diffuser is going down. He hits the arm of one at double door, but cannot find any more damage onto them. That will be the plant, and surely the round.
Doesn't get to play Siege anymore. It's just full white screen simulator, I'm afraid. Still looking for his first kill of the game. We'll get it. Doesn't quite get the second as Mowgli, his former teammate, steps out and gets the shutdown. This is brutal from Team Secret, but incredibly well played.
Yeah, brutal is the only word for this at the moment. I think the half cannot come soon enough for BDS. Just get them onto the other side of things, and maybe that will change.
Right? Like, we don't want to let them set up, so you guys are playing aggressive, except we need to reset up our aggression line, right? Like, let's try to play front line on utility. Maybe have your front line a little bit far back. Use what's still open, like intel operators, to retake mid-round, right? Like take space mid-round and reset that aggression later in the round. But let's try to take a step back on the front line, play a bit further away, but with utility, like C4s and stuff like that. Their Monty is not gonna put himself in danger without having people playing around him. So let's try to play around this, like around their main push, okay? Let's free kill from the outside and reset up that aggression mid-round.
Very good and focused timeout from Lilu in there. Not surprising given her experience in the game, but very much hit the money on the head because, as we were remarking, constant kills being picked up in 1v1s by members of Secret. Can't really be doing that. Just getting a bit too antsy, a bit too aggressive, and before you know it, you're in a 5 versus 3 and everything's falling apart. So hopefully we see them slightly more reset, giving a bit more ground to Secret early on and biting back as a team rather than trying to be the solo hero.
Yeah, I think maybe, you know, just a few peaks there that they don't need to be taking. You know, bullets come in, Robbie avoids them, but he knows that Mowgli is watching from library window. I think sometimes in that situation, and it's always a fun, you know, it's easy when it doesn't work to sit here and say, oh, you know, if he springs around the corner and gets the kill onto Mowgli, then yeah, it's a great play. But I just look at it, I think, you're the defender. You're the defender in that situation, and whilst you hold that position, you're preventing them coming in. Mowgli's not going to hop in through that window whilst there's somebody at Mez, because as soon as he does and he's stuck in an animation, Robbie's going to swing and get the kill onto him. So he's unlikely to do that until his team come to support him. You're trying to use the clock. You're trying to leverage those seconds, get rid of as many as you can. And it is easy to get drawn into those fights sometimes. But when a couple of bullets have flown past that door frame, you think, you know what? He knows exactly where I am. He's going to keep tapping these shots. I might just swing out into being headshotted here. And I think sometimes you've just got to take your foot off the gas as the defender and think, let's force them to come and kill me rather than serving myself up. And it was kind of the same for Breck. Peeks around the corner and straight away, bang, no one takes his head off. And I think they just need to stop giving away those lives so easily. Force Secret to clear them.
I mean, I always hate reducing the game to being about kills, Tim, but I'll pull your eyes again to the bottom right corner of your screen. They've got 6 kills between them over 4 rounds as a whole team. It's... Mowgli's got 150% of that number alone. It shows you how big the disparity has been so far. Of course, off the back of the attack timeout, we hope that something will change. No one has gone down early, so it keeps it a bit more sane to start things off. The problem is it won't be long, I was going to say, until Secret take use of that space they've found and start exposing angles. And sure enough, Robbie yet again falls to Mowgli as the first kill in a round.
Yeah, definitely a bitter pill to swallow in this one. They're going to be wanting to keep hold of Master and Office, but losing Robbie is going to mean that the slow march of the Monty can continue. They need to be careful because now Lasmo is isolated inside of Office and can be closed down and forced back. That's exactly what they've done, but he takes one with him. Can he find another? Absolute beauty onto Adrian, but again, Secret have the trade. They always seem to have the answer at the minute. 3 versus 3 with top floor control.
And the C4 from Freck, who has often found himself as one of the last men left alive in every single round, was at least keeping himself in it, keeping them fighting fit at this point. Got the lion's share of his team's kills. The Shield and Noah start to bear on down. Oh, and he's got him up through the reverse as well. Can't really be having that happen, I'm afraid. However, it does mean that finally, Tim, they get themselves on the board.
Yeah, BDS getting around there. I think on the back of that Lasmo kill onto Adrian, he gets that. Yes, he loses his life on the way out, but it just seemed to put Secret onto the back foot a little bit, and they started taking challenges. It was the first time they'd been down in terms of numbers, and so, yeah, they're looking for those aggressive challenges, looking to try and level things up, and BDS were able to take advantage of that. I particularly like when they did drop back, they didn't stop fighting. We saw the Nitro kill. We saw them shooting up through those verticals, taking advantage of what they've been given. Good stuff from BDS.
All right, a little bit of breathing room, Tim. Maybe even more to be found in this final round of the half. Secret, I imagine, will feel like they've been robbed if they can't walk away with at least a 5-1 here, given how dominant their round wins have been so far. That was the first competitive round that we've seen, really, in the entire game. And even then, it started out in Secret's favor. Mowgli, as we saw. You ever see kills like that, by the way, Tim? Mowgli's first kill that he got onto Robbie. And I was just like, how do you even see or get this? It makes me feel old when I see that happen.
I mean, I know that I'm partially blind, but even without that, even putting that on one side, my vision's still not good enough to spot that like 2 pixel change. But I guess that's why these guys sit quite close to the monitor as well.
Yeah, they sniff them pixels well and good.
See, the problem for me is the closer I sit, the more of it I can't see. So yeah. It doesn't help me.
It's full on sit way back from the monitor, a good meter away.
Yeah. Oh, never mind.
Rotero's.
Just go for it. I was waiting, thinking, he's going to go.
It's always that question of who's going to go next. Someone's going to break it at some point. Well, there are 3 bulletproofs to hunt down here, so I imagine Adrian's going to have a very busy time. Of course, can zap out those Roteros as they roll on forwards as long as you're on it, but at this point, no one's sat on those cameras, it seems, and so nothing really to worry about. They should get chewed up and spat out one at a time as that intel network from BDS just slowly wears away.
Looking for that opening kill still. Mowgli has had it in 4 out of 5 rounds so far, 3 of which have been converted by Secret.
Christ.
So it has been such a decisive factor for them. Has been getting that opener and then just really applying the pressure from there. So again, BDS would do well to keep themselves alive here, and this is where it comes back to what I was saying about those aggressive peaks. You know you're already being shot at. Don't give them the opportunity. Don't give them the advantage. And this time they haven't. We're halfway through the round. BDS still have 5 left alive. They can play behind that utility. They've got force Secret to do something. Force them to clear you.
Here the mirror's going to get shattered out. It's June, the one at range on that Ash. Sees that one dispatched pretty quickly. But at the very least, Tim, they aren't peeking into the angles as we spoke about before. The problem is that pressure is starting to build now. They really want this Mez player gone. They know the mirror window is gone. They're trying to force him to move around here. They've always struggled to have a player at the top of stairs to give the necessary support. And Lasmo's in a spot of bother here. He tries to step on forward. He probably gets pinged out from the window. And Savage is rounding to try and find out to P4 at the same time, who so far has kept himself tucked away.
This is good from BDS. I think this is much better than what we've seen so far. Secret are struggling to get moving here. They do manage to find one, but P4 has a trade at least, so we stay 4 versus 4. And look at the clock. Only 30 seconds left to go. BDS managed to get another 4 versus 3 now. They have the advantage. Secret don't have the control they need, and to be honest with you, they don't have the time. Robbie is going to take down Noah on the window. BDS are really waking up into this one. Savage gets something going at least. Mowgli stood inside a site, but right now BDS don't need to do too much. Savage threatens them with putting the diffuser down, but he's unlikely to do it, and BDS knew that, so they didn't get baited in by that. Really nice round from BDS. This is what I was saying. Keep yourself alive, force Secret to do something. Secret looked fantastic in those first 4 rounds when it was gunfight, 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 gunfight. Now that they've had to play and force to clear them, it's been much more difficult for them, and BDS get around on the back of it. Look at the first 2 times Secret attacked to those positions. There wasn't enough manpower there for BDS. They were reliant on bulletproof cameras and intel, and it wasn't enough for them. This time, they were able to watch each other's backs, get the kills much better.
And I know it's the players in the server that, of course, are the ones that deliver the outcome, but Lilu's lyrics, man. What you were saying during the attack timeout, it came to life in the next 2 rounds. I mean, it shows enough that the players respect the coach to listen to what they're saying and implement what they've recommended. And look at what it's translated to. 2 rounds back-to-back. So an excellent example there of attack timeout that has a significant impact on a team's outcome. Otherwise, we could be looking here at a 6-0 and a bunch of frustrated players. Value of a coach showing its value in spades there. Here we go for the second half. We'll see how BDS fare on the attacking side, because, of course, things could become very undone here very quickly if we're not careful.
Yeah, as you say, you know, Walloon's impact cannot be understated. Absolutely fantastic coach. Make no mistake about it. So let's see how we do at the switch. Secret now on the... I think, unfortunately for BDS, I think things are going to get even more difficult now. I think Secret on the defense, unless Secret get a little bit too aggressive, unless Mowgli starts chasing more kills and, you know, maybe starts getting punished here and there. If BDS are ready for that, they can possibly get something. But I honestly think that Secret are probably going to make this a very tough nut to crack now in this second half, and I expect to see them coming in more rounds.
It was this first round of the half that really set the tone for how the rest progresses, you tend to find. Secret could be absolutely frying on the attack and collapse on the defense. BDS, who has struggled through most of the defense, could fry on the attack. You just don't know until you see how it plays out. I really want to see Lasmo getting into this game a little bit more as well. He's on the Deimos here, very high impact operator. Normally love seeing it paired up alongside a Doki, but here he's very much in isolation. Has got at least the line on side, which helps towards it. But I just think, as I always say to him, that Doki is so ridiculously powerful that it's silly to not bring her on given the opportunity, especially when you've got a Deimos on side too.
Yeah, that's it. We saw the combination being used by G2 earlier. Stompin's push onto the mirror, if you remember in Ops, was a combination of Lion and Doki, in that case, Lion on the board as well. And we just see the value. This time it's going to be Lion and Deimos. But those three operators together can just make it such a nightmare, you know, for anybody to play out on the roam or to even hold a position can be very, very difficult. So BDS certainly leaning into that, bringing those power operators. First, the E1D scan has gone out and hasn't really benefited them anything. There are mute jammers knocking about, which will help people stay off the radar as well, you know, in terms of the Deimos scans, the death mark tracking as well. So Secret, I think the setup is good. I think the utility is good. BDS, you're going to have to make a move here. The clock is working against you. You need to find kills, and it's not going to come easily.
It's almost like Secret are undoing to BDS what was happening the other way, right? Is they've kept it slow and said, okay, well, you come and fight us. We'll happily wait. We don't feel the need to be spawn peeking you and going crazy. They're just taking things nice and slow themselves. And when the time comes around, Robbie finally gets his revenge onto Mowgli. It's immediately answered elsewhere by Noah.
I'm surprised how little damage Mowgli did to Robbie in that fight. It was, you know, Robbie straight onto him. Great win in the fight, in the gunfight from Robbie. But 4 versus 4, 45 seconds left to go. And in all honesty, BDS not in a position to put the plant down yet. Adrian is still there back in the stock. He's looking out onto the plant spots. It's going to be difficult for them to put it down. Lasmo manages to find Doom. That might start creating a little bit of space. Another one comes in from Frekon to Noah. And as I said, BDS just had to find kills to create that space, but Adrian is still in a position to deny this. However, Robbie gets in on the clear. Second kill for him on the round, make it 3, and BDS, that is the round they needed. Managed to get their first attack and bring themselves back within 1. They are in this matchup.
Robbie starting to cook, Tim. I was speaking about him earlier. He impressed a lot over the last year or so, raised a few eyebrows at just how good he was, and maybe on the team wasn't quite a fit back in then, but I think here, again, almost similar to Mowgli, I think if you give him the right environment, he can really start to fly. And 3 kills in the round is certainly a way to start opening up his bank account in this game, because prior to that, he was basically invisible.
Yeah, we're seeing the final one of the 3 kills there. Was a shotgun as well. It flipped onto the secondary. So 4-3. Secret failing to lock down their first defense. That would have been a really big round for them to win. And it also means now BDS have won 3 in a row. Secret started it out 4-0. BDS have run it back. All after that tactical timeout from the Loon. Huge impact has come in from that. It's refocused the players, and they are looking good. Top floor control is going to be the battleground this time. Secret will want to keep hold of Master and Office. Keep those verticals. BDS will do well to... There's a number of ways that you can attack this. We might see the trophy side of attack and Solarium. You still need to clear Master and Office. That's what we saw from Secret largely. Or we might see BDS go for the Office wall that's from Mezzanine, but also then go from Dining Wall from Fireplace and try to get in behind the bomb chassis that way. Once you've got Office control, you can get in and plant in behind the chassis itself. So we'll see which one they stack up for.
I think now they've got to deal with, obviously, the very heavily electrified wall, which is why there's a Maverick on side. Also can turn some attention towards, say, Lasmo to get in there and take away some of those. Rocking out on the Brava here. Normally you'd imagine that would be in place to deal with things like bulletproofs that get rolled along, but I think here it's going to be more so the use case that you've got no choice but to operate is to get in and take away some of those key gadgets like the Banshees. And of course, as I've mentioned, the electrification that's keeping those walls locked up nice and tight.
Coming around for that first aggressive look. BDS managing to do some damage onto Mowgli again. Been a little bit quiet on this switch of sides. Didn't do much in the last round defensively. Is now low health and needs to be careful, especially on that Warden as well. So can Mowgli continue that electric streak that he had in the first half of things on the attack at the minute? Struggling too. Nade will go out, looking to clear off the electrification from the wall. So it looks like the second option that I was talking about, which is get your Office wall open, get that Dining wall open, and look to get the plant inside. They have to clear Office if they want to be able to do this.
If they can do it, Tim, is the key one, because they might find themselves shut down before they can even get moving. As I say that, Mowgli was that star of the first half. Been pretty quiet so far here in the second. Not too much ability to get hyper involved. Of course, got domed by Robbie in the previous round. This one shut down by Virtue. where he was dragging his team through a couple of rounds in the first half. Oh, he's very much gone missing when they need him most.
I don't know if they failed with the Brava there to see the electrical that was up on the roof, or maybe they just chose that they didn't need to take it and that they would be better off using the ability to take other gadgets. Lasmo does manage to find Doom, so that gives them everything they need there. They've got office control, they've got manpower advantage, they can go in here and get this diffuser down. That's exactly what they're going to do as P4 looks to secure it. Adrian manages to find Robbie, but honestly, it's probably too little too late. However, the kills go raining in as I'm saying it, and we end up now in a 1v2 without the diffuser down. Great response from Secret, but will it be enough?
What's going to happen here? Can Secret get to the 5-3 or is it up to a 4-4? The 1v1 dance begins. Noah's really broken the back open. The BDS side finds the angle and Noah, sure enough, moves them up to 5-3. And just when it looked like we were going to see things brought square, they tear back into the lead off the back of Noah's play.
Noah and Adrian there. 2 versus 4 becomes a 2 versus 1 in heartbeats. We are talking heartbeats. I was talking about the plant going down and how it didn't. They got 1 kill, but it didn't really matter too much to Secret. But then Noah steps up and finds the 2 that were inside of Dining. I've got to question the positioning. You've got to be in tighter behind the bomb chassis than that to be getting that plant down. You can't give them the opportunity to hit a long-range shot. The only place they should really be able to deny that plant from is above, and you had control of office, so bit of a mistake there from BDS, I feel. If you position yourself, obviously, you know, kitchen can become a possible problem then, but I just feel if the positioning and cover is slightly better there, they get that diffuser down, and then it's a different round. But Secret, they came back well. 2 versus 4. It's no mean feat. They get it done, and it's 5-3.
The thing is, Tim, that was off the back of Noah, of course, going bananas. BDS probably don't feel like that anyway. No, that's it. You can't rely on lightning striking twice. If the BDS, they probably still feel the momentum is very much with them, then get this to a 5-4 to a 5-5, and then we start having a conversation about things like overtime, because I do think over the next 3 rounds, we will see Secret pick up 1 more. Whether by hook or by crook, it doesn't matter. It will go their way. But it's definitely looking like a very attacker-sided Chalet so far.
Yeah, absolutely is. And I really would. I would expect Secret to be able to get this done. I think BDS have had good passages of play. I don't want to write them off because I think those 3 rounds back-to-back, they actually started looking really good. So I think that they have been good, but I do think if Secret can just steady the ship a little bit here, now that they've got that last round, and go back to what we saw in the first half, then yeah, I do think that they get the win here. I do think they have been the better side overall. But to say that BDS are, you know, a very new roster coming together, the performance so far has been pretty impressive.
And certainly don't count them out yet, Tim. They could still go on to maybe even take the whole thing if they can really pull something special. It would require 4 rounds on the bounce, which feels unlikely, but crazier things have happened. Am I hearing final boss music?
We've had a bit of a switch in the opening kill fortunes as well. It's again an area that BDS have managed to improve in over the last couple of rounds. They lost 5 opening kills in a row from round 2 to round 6. All went to Secret. As I say that, Noah is going to pick it up. I was going to say Robbie and Virtue did get the opening kills in 7 and 8, but Noah says enough's enough now. And this is what I was saying for Secret. Seems like they've just recentered themselves, refocused themselves a little bit, and they come out with demonstrating that, getting the opening kill, securing the 2v4. They're now 4 versus 2 up against P4, getting 1 kill, but it's unlikely from here that BDS are able to find the space that they need, because Secret have just got themselves absolutely locked into very tough positions.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it has been a shutout round for Secret. They've done so well. The C4 can't shoot it out of the air, and Secret move up to match point. This is where we expected they would be, maybe a little bit sooner. Off the back of Noah's momentum from last round, it's carried over. They're at 6-3, and BDS have got to win 3 on the bounce here to get us to overtime, let alone find a way near winning this game.
I'm sure it's, you know, not how BDS wanted this to go, but I think there's, you know, plenty. It's not over yet, but there's plenty for them to take away from it one way or another. Like I say, there's been good passages of play. They're a new roster. It's against, I genuinely think Secret are going to be fighting for a top 2 spot in EML this time. I do. I'm not sure whether they'll achieve it or not, but certainly have the capability, and I think they are going to be fighting for a possible top 2 spot. So maybe even the top spot. So yeah, I think, you know, BDS don't really need to be too disheartened by this. Whatever happens, if they get themselves back into it, fantastic. If they don't, and you know, it's a big loss to Secret, it's really not the end of the world. Looking towards the other matchups that are going to come, you know, the teams that are going to be fighting for those middle spots, you know, maybe sort of 4th, 5th, 6th, in and around there. I think that there's certainly teams that BDS are going to be giving a good game to.
It's that kind of interesting battle around that 6th spot that is really going to define this stage, I think. Like some of the usual suspects will be near the top, you know, as we've already spoken about a bit today. Virtus Pro, Falcons, G2, all punching their way up there. It's then what starts to happen in the midfield that will be interesting, and also who that many was kind of dubbed to be the bottom teams can do to punch up, because we've seen some, again, looking back to our very first game of the day, like Macko versus Wylde in itself had some interesting moments in it as well. And I'm sure there'll be plenty more to follow as things continue to progress. Again, a reminder for you, sorry, Gen.G versus Macko in the first game, Wylde playing Nets against Fnatic. Then just a reminder of everyone as well, we do also have a play day tomorrow, same time, same place. 5 more games for you to feast your eyes on. Big game for tomorrow probably actually might be G2 versus Secret, assuming of course Secret closes out now. That could be a really spicy game.
Yeah, it could be. Like G2 at times looked, I think, equally as good as Secret have here. So yeah, definitely looking forward to that one tomorrow. It's a definite don't miss matchup. Right, here we go then. Secret, 30 seconds into the round. They are still good, all 5 left alive, and they just seem to have added to the difficulty by bringing the Clash along as well. So BDS are going to have a shield to deal with. Of course, Clash with those alterations to her abilities, able to plant the shield in a spot now and draw her weapon, shoot around it, kind of like a mobile mirror window. Look at that, though, the damage being done. Freck is going to take some as well. Robbie manages to find Noah. There goes a second down for Secret. Savage down but not out. Closed out by Lasmo. 5 versus 3. BS look like they're going to be fighting for another round at least.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Mowgli here really feels himself, but of course they've got the cross being watched. I don't blame him there either as well. It's like you pull back to site and you're in a 3v5, you probably lose the round anyway. Pushing through smoke aggressively like that, he could have got away with maybe getting 2 kills inside of blue if he wasn't being watched. But it's good discipline by BDS. Doom at least getting 1 back, but this is a lot of work for him and Adrian to pull off.
I mean, we've already seen a 2v4 successfully won by Secret so far on the defense.
You're against the Doki call and the track? No way.
Yeah, I'm not like you said. I'm not sure Lightning strikes twice realistically, but we can't write them off just yet. Doom, however, does have a little bit of a wobbly weapon with being on the Clash. It's not like having the 416 in hand or something. He will, at least, he's already found 1 with it, so, you know, maybe he gets more, but this is not good for him. He's going to be targeted out by a death mark. We've got a call coming in as well. Virtue finds Adrian. It's over.
It's so done. It's so over. Round's cooked. I mean, I'd imagine they'd have known that he was there, but obviously he looked a bit too far past to the right there and gave a freebie away, but at least BDS were there for the close. So, 6-4, still in with a chance here, but need 2 more rounds.
Just 1 round at a time. That's all they can do is chip away. Honestly, I think you'd struggle to make an argument against, you know,
guys,
BDS
let's make sure
if they got
also,
to overtime.
just brief during this time. Let's make sure as well, if we need, that we can try to abuse a little bit more of intel denial if we can, because everything that they are getting right now is out of that early information or even during the round information. So mute, Mozzie, or even the visual that you guys like to play as well. If you can adapt into our default strats, I think it will put more layers into our game and make them struggle a little bit to develop, you know? Right now, they're under the pressure. They need to just come out with something every time. So it's either the rush or they struggle with clearing us out into the positions, you know? Let's not play like pussies.
Then we can do more extended then. We can do the kitchen extended instead. All blue says blue. Yeah.
Sure. Just watch out for the rush, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you, Tim, but I took away probably Twister's last sentence from that.
I'm not sure I heard it. There's
he quite clearly said, let's not play like pussies, Tim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just in case you missed that one.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah.
Tim is struggling to condone this advice.
Well, I think it's just go and get the kills. Go and, you know, play. I think Go and play your game, like he said. Just take away the intel from them so they don't really know what you're doing clearly, and just go and beat them. Just go and get those kills. Looking across the lineup, there's no intel denial, interestingly.
No.
On the back of attack timeout, where Twister spoke extensively about let's take the denial, you know, let's take the intel away from them in the early round. Mute, Mozzie, Vigil. Let's adapt them. Let's bring them into our strats.
5 seconds left.
Not one of them is there.
No, it's like, nah, I'm good, fam.
It's an interesting, you know, we often talk about tactical timeouts and coaches' input and everything else. You know, I'm interested to know about that situation. You know, your coach comes in and makes some quite specific suggestions, and we don't see it playing out.
The one thing I will say to that is, like, I know every single coach will say that they trust their players at the end of the day. Like, you have to have that good relationship. And ultimately, you're saying, look, here's what I think we should do. Like, we should play the Mute, we should play the Mozzie. If the players ultimately have a different opinion, then that's the case. A number of times I've heard a coach say, oh, we wanted to play this map, but the players didn't feel it. They wanted to play this map, so we went to that map instead, and that's totally fine. It's not like it's a head honcho, you have to do everything he says, or he's there with a gun to your head. You know what I mean?
No, of course not. Of course not. It's just, I'm keeping an eye on the drone economy as well. There's 8 alive at the minute. That's quite a lot for 45 seconds in. That's 1 taken out, so that leaves 7. But we're nearly a minute into the round. And again, if BDS are coming in with a clear knowledge of what's going on and they manage to win this round and take it to 12 with an opportunity to get that last round and get to overtime, it's, you know, part of the discussion. Nade will come in. Seriously chasing him down. This is good from Mowgli. It's kind of what they needed. Doom manages to find Lasmo to keep Mowgli alive. He is down but not out. But you got to say that decision from the Secret players to just go with what they know might just pay off.
It might do at this point, Tim. They're into a 4 versus 1. Now, as I say 3 versus 2, but now Mowgli's back on his feet. The key one there is they got so suckered into going after Doom only. Nades going his way, the shield bearing down on him. They completely ignored Mowgli coming from Library Stairs way. And he's the one who's got the sideswipe and really set this round up for them to, dare I say, touch wood, close it out here and keep things alive for the team. But I don't know. I think Secret should be able to get it done.
I would have expected so. Mowgli and Adrian do have damage on them. There is a little bit of utility for BDS that they can use. We just saw the Roteros going in. There's 2 Deathmark scans yet, so they can make use of that. I think the next kill is really important. If BDS get it, which they do, Freck onto Mowgli, then maybe that changes things a little bit. But Mowgli was the lowest health. The track does come in, though. Lesion now targeted, but he knows where the challenge is coming from. Beautiful from Doom, and I dare say that might just win this one out for Secret.
Unless Virtue can work some real magic here. He's a world champion at the end of the day, so if anyone can do it, you feel like it's him. Gets the right read, but Doom right there with the headshot secures it for Secret. Started to look a little bit wobbly towards the end, Tim, but at the end of the day, all history will remember is that Secret got the win and walked away with 3 points.
Yeah, and I think it's a deserved win. Overall, Secret were very, very good in those first 4 rounds especially, but they've also been consistent throughout the game. BDS battled back well. Like I say, I don't think they should be disheartened. Yep, they've took a loss, but overall, it's to one of the teams that's going to be up at the top. They've a lot to learn from it, but a good performance from Secret locks out 3 points.
Absolutely, definitely the more impressive ones. Mowgli looking very good in those first 4 rounds, and more to come from this team, no doubt. But we'll go to a break, and when we come back, Desk will break it down for you.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitro. Their first back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. And they've given him both downs.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today, they take the kingdom of Blackout!
A good first game for Secret here to get their first point on the board, and I think we needed the break as well. There were some jokes being made in the break, and we kind of had to stop laughing just before we got on here. But back to Secret, which is the most important thing. 3 points on the board, a pretty solid start.
A dominating fashion, exactly how we expected. We started by saying, you know, these guys I'm thinking are one of the favorites for EML. They're probably one of the best teams, if not the best team in EML right now in terms of shape. If you see the way Falcons were playing, and these guys being so confident and so consistent even at reload, I think they might be in for being the best team in Europe right now. At least that's something that they're aiming for. And you know, one of the ways to prove that is to go against an adversary, an opponent like BDS, and completely smash them. And let's be real, it could have been even, you know, a stomp. You know, it could have been 7-1, 7-2. It would not have been stomping. But if it wasn't for Lilun's call, by the way, you've got to praise Lilun's call. I think her attack timeout was stellar. I think she gave them a real in-game solution, proper, concrete, which was playing so slower and more passive, which helped them gain a few rounds. But sadly, it was not sufficient.
Can I just say, how nice is it that we get to hear coaches' timeouts inside of EML? We've been wanting this for so long. And yeah, to be fair to Lilun, gave her team some great tactical advice. They got 3 rounds back. But other than that, it really looked like Secret domination. They were playing very fast, very aggressive Siege. It's the Siege that we've come to love from Secret, and it really plays into their strengths as attackers.
Let's praise Freck for dropping 11 kills, double digits. You know, he was one of Stars of Tomorrow's pick from last season, one of the rookies of the year, in my opinion.
Correct.
And by the way, when he was picked up by BDS, all I could see was his entry kills that were really low, really bad, really negative at the end of last stage. He's already in the first game improved. Although he was a target for Secret, he dropped massive numbers, and it's great to see him shine despite BDS collective efforts failing.
Yeah, and I can get behind that because you two have so many players to pick from in regards to the countries that you come from. I get 2 players to pick from for my country, so yeah, I can get behind that. Love to see that, obviously, having seen him from all the way from the Benelux League onto here, so that's great stuff, obviously, for a player.
And you kind of stuck with Freck because Deepek's been on a team that's sucked for a while, so...
Yeah, so yeah, pick my poison. But yeah. Yeah, but it happens. I mean, of course, a good performance from him, but it wasn't enough against Secret here today, what we talked about earlier as well. So Secret doing so well against teams like this. What is the secret sauce?
Well, actually, Anne, we're used to seeing Team Secret go for these premeditated plays. We're used to seeing them try and just execute onto site straight away. But actually, they can just read the game inside of the round, and they're excellent at it, Leo.
Now, Secret is attacking Dining Bomb site on Chalet, and you're wondering, why are we showing you Snowmobile Garage? I want you to pay attention to Freck right now. He's being hunted. He shoots a drone. He's roaming, actively looking to get away. Sends a pre-fire, and what does he do here? He turns around, and what does he see here? A drone. He's now spotted Jack. He's going to be the target for Secret.
Yeah, absolutely. This switches Secret's approach. They just want to get that man advantage. They just want to get that entry kill. Instantly, the Blitz of Savage, the Lion of Mowgli, they start chasing him down, jumping in the window, chasing after him.
And now, what do we notice? Take a look at what's happening with the roamers. These guys are running away. They're fleeing. They're trying to get away from this. But what is going on the side of Secret?
Yeah, exactly. You've got the main push coming down there from Blue, but you've also got a cut-off from Doom here. And Lasmo, I think he tries to support Freck in this play. He just gets absolutely caught out. Mowgli, he's going to pick up his poison. He's going to get 2 kills for the price of 1 there.
Now, at this moment, we just saw a perfectly onto basement. The site is dining as a reminder. Why are we on Master? We're on Master because they keep on rushing. 128 in the round. Who do they see? Legion in office, and they keep on pushing here, Jack.
Yeah, it's not just that they keep on pushing. They set themselves up for the crossfire. Look how many Secret players are in your picture right now. Mowgli gets killed, but Noah's there to trade it out. Adrian's there straight out, and Savage is there on the Blitz. This is why we love Team Secret. They have the premeditated stuff as well, but they can also see a man advantage situation occur, and they can change focus on it. They didn't even look at the site in the entirety of this round, and they'd won it by then.
And everything is called from Savage's POV. On the Blitz, rushing in, everybody behind them, and they know how to play around it. The pressure and the movement created by the Blitz is now enabled by the cutoffs to get free kills. That's Secret for you. They always have been abusing the shields. They started last stage, and it works so well.
Savage went 6 and 8 there, but in that game, but he was the round winner in that particular round without getting a single kill.
Impressive stuff. Good illustration again as well. Good information on what Secret exactly did in that specific round to get the upper hand there.
Something you can do in ranked. Pretty easy. You just ask one of your teammates to go on Blitz.
Lion.
You just run behind him. You send a Lion and a Doki, and one of the guys uses a cutoff. 3 kills, 3 round in ranked.
There'll always be a random Warden just 4 years away from site. Go and chase him down.
I'm going to keep that in mind for my upcoming game. So we get to speak to the winners, of course, as well. After this game for Secret, we get to speak to Mowgli. Congratulations. A pretty solid start for the EML, I'd say.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was quite an easy game, I'm not gonna lie, because we knew how they play, you know. It's my ex-team, they play the same, you know. Either they rush very fast or they just play very slow, so it was easy in defense, and in attacks I don't know what happened, but I was flying and I just hit every, you know, entries, and it was very easy.
Speaking of your ex-teammates, basically you made the choice to leave them and go to Secret. And from my POV, I feel like your playstyle, very aggressive, very loose, it fits Secret so much better. Can you tell me about how it feels for you to play in that new environment, and how does it feel to have an IGL like Savage that allows you to shine aggressively?
To be honest, I feel very much better with Savage because we have the same vision, you know. So with the old roster, with P4 as a IGL, it was a bit different because we didn't have the same vision. And sometimes, you know, it was like, oh, I want to do that, but P4 was, no, I don't want. And, you know, it was a bit messy. But with Savage, like, he's a bit different because we have the same vision, you know. So if, for example, the round you mentioned with Blitz, like we were going for top floor and I said, no, let's kill this guy blue. And we just went for that, and
yeah, all the team went and collapsed together.
You just
like,
changed
no hesitation, you know.
Yeah. Nice. Just a quick one for you, Mowgli. Obviously, you was previously on Wolves full French roster. How has it been adapting to an English-speaking roster?
To be honest, at the beginning, it was very hard for me because, you know, I know how to speak English, but sometimes, you know, the way Adrian is speaking, the way Savage is speaking, you know, it's a bit different. You know, it's not like a French speaker. So it's very hard to understand. So, you know, the first 2 weeks was a bit hard for me.
I think Leo knows that one as well.
Yeah. You know, Savage talking like, hey guys, bro, calm down, bro. Let's drone, calm down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I think it's often underappreciated how people have to go through such a big change to fit into new teams. So obviously, a good job on that for you. Also, you had a good start. Almost a bit of a comeback from the side of BDS. Then you call a tactical timeout. You make sure it stops. You do close out the game. How do you actually make sure that you do close it out there?
Well, Twister said what we need to hear, you know, like just don't give them picks from outside because they just want that. And after we just make a plan and make sure we play on it, you know, because they play slow, so very easy to counter.
Well, sounds like you're pretty confident after that game. Thank you so much for your time and best of luck with the game for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What a good. We're getting really treated with the interviews today on the EML. I feel like we're getting them good stories, the funny jokes as well about switching to a new language, having to adapt to players with all these different native tongues that are trying to speak English as well, and it just gets a big mess of many different accents through each other.
Yeah, he just needs to be lucky he doesn't team with anybody that comes from Hull in the UK because our accent is impossible to understand. No, that's your problem, to be fair.
Yeah, no, but you can be really happy with Mowgli. I think he landed exactly where he needed to be.
He looks, it's just his demeanor, and again, this is no slight on his previous team, he looks a lot happier inside of this roster. Even when we saw him out at Reload at the event, looked a lot happier.
He's blossomed into that role. It fits him perfectly. In Wolves, he was very on and off. Either he was dropping double digits, either he was struggling really hard. Here, he's consistently in the same rhythm as the rest of the team because they all share the same vision. That's exactly what he said.
He felt separate to the team at Wolves. He felt like Mowgli and Wolves, whereas now it just feels Mowgli in Secret.
It's crazy how such a change of environment can really make a player blossom and really put that player at the spot where you want them to be, really shine into their own play style as well. But that does conclude our fourth game of the day. We only have got one more game left here this evening at the EML, and that game will be with us after the break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
already time for our last matchup of the day here at the EML, and you know how they are.
We're getting warmed up. There was a big warm-up from Leo there before we went live. He just went.
Do you need it? Do you need it to stay awake as well to get into the final game?
No, I'm getting warmed up
Ready?
into
This
the
is
last
the game
match.
of the day. We've saved the best till last.
We're actually super excited. We have way too much energy right now.
Okay, well, I need you two to calm down a little bit because we're not going to get into the game just yet, because the last game of the day, they always say like, oh, young children shouldn't be staying up very late, but we do have our young children staying up late. The new kids on the block, the game with the most rookies as the final game of the day. Fnatic versus Wylde, the second team being full of rookies, full of players that have never even played a game at this competition or this level of competition. And then Fnatic themselves, they picked up a new rookie as well.
That's such a cool story. I just love it. I love it when a team makes the commitment to come from tier 2, to go have open trials, to have everyone come in. Honestly, like, and if Fnatic, the same story. Fnatic are the ones recruiting the most rookies. Look at Sarks, for example.
Yeah.
Did you know of this guy 1 year ago?
Nope.
Same thing for Wizard.
Yep.
Do any of you know Wizard?
Was on the controller a year ago, from what I understand.
Literally.
Half a year ago.
Half a year
6
ago.
months ago.
You know what's actually crazy? In the 7/10 of this lobby, a year ago didn't play tier 1. None of them. With Sarks, Wizard, and then the whole of Wylde.
Yeah. I love the investment into young players. I think especially Sarks has been a standout player for Fnatic so far.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if Wizard can repeat this.
Now, you did put them, what, second to last, nearly second to last on your power ranking, Leo. You really don't think much of Fnatic from what I understand. However, I will say, at Reload, Fnatic showed us the good, the bad, and the ugly. And the good was that they should have beaten FaZe, and the bad and the ugly was that they didn't beat FaZe that day on the game that they played. They actually, I think, gave it a good go at Reload. Maybe put a bit of confidence into themselves. They've made a change since. Jaxu never actually got to play tier 1 with them, came in, went out, and they've now gone with Wizard, who was the top-rated player inside of Challenger Series.
Yeah.
Given the amount of rookies they've had, but also how fast they changed them out, I guess in Formula 1 terms, you could say they're like the Red Bull of this
Fnatic
esports.
is like the second seat at Red Bull.
No, where they try and get as many rookies in, they give rookies chances, but if they perform poorly, if they don't fit the team, they get them out really quickly as well.
Does that make Deepak Max Verstappen? Kind of? Dutch? No?
Whatever
Okay.
suits
Major
your...
winner?
Whatever quote you wrote, whatever, yeah.
I like the approach of Fnatic. It's like you have this core of players that will be Deepak, that is someone that has incredible work ethic, that is a major champion that has loads of experience, and then you build rookies. You try them out. If they work, you keep them. Sucks. And you try and build that team and mold them into one vision. And I think it's exactly what you can do when you bring someone like Wizard. And by the way, just a fun anecdote from him. Apparently, this guy has an incredible work ethic. He watches every pro streams, writes down where they put their drones, he writes down their setup, then he goes and tries them, and he has a folder where he checks every drone placement from everyone.
Wow, that's some impressive work he's putting in there. But I guess we can kind of say the same about Wylde as well. I mean, getting a team together, sticking with these rookies, and actually giving them the call-up to that main team, because this roster was the Wylde Academy team about a half a year ago. Got that call-up after all the Wylde players went to different places for the main team, and now they find themselves here in the EML for their very first game of Tier 1.
This success story is absolutely crazy. All the journey that these players and this team has been on within this organization, it's just such a good story. The fact that they've made it, and they are probably the only team to enter Tier 1 for a very, very long time where no player has any Tier 1 experience whatsoever. They are all genuine rookies.
I have one line to say about Wylde. It could have been you. It could have been you.
It could have been.
Literally 1 year ago, what is Wylde doing? They open Wylde open trials.
Yeah.
And everybody calls them out. They're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing
It's
running
actually-
open trials?
Because we've seen a couple of open trials now in terms of Tier 1 Siege. We saw Wildcard do it over in NA. We saw Wylde do it in... They got memed a little bit for it, being honest, but actually it's ended up resulting in a roster that has qualified all the way to Tier 1. And there was a lot of people that turned up in these open trials as well. Obviously, it came to eventually be this team. It was, I think there was one player different right at the very start, but it wasn't long after that they ended up on this 5. And it's been well over a year they've been together.
Literally organized 1 year ago. They have progressed consistently throughout T2. They've stuck together. They have one vision. They have a new up-and-coming IGL that's Evan, that I love to watch play. It's going to be an amazing story to watch and follow develop throughout the tournament. We just don't know how good they are against T1 opposition.
I was listening to your points then, and I turned around and saw some of these player pictures, by the way, on the screens behind us. They look so happy and confident and ready for this. That's all I'm good. That's my analysis. They're ready.
They look really happy to be here, and we love that for them as well. One thing as well, I got to cover them during the EML Challenger Series. A player to really look out for, in case you've never seen these players before. Sneak on the entry, absolutely insane.
Red Fragger.
Yes, but of course
Comes from Spain, right?
Yeah,
In
exactly.
KSO, if I remember well.
Wow. All right, but we're going to have to see on what map he has to enter as well, because we have one more map veto for today. Let's see where this best of one is taking us. Seems like for the final map today, we're going to Lair.
Yeah, I was going to let Anne finish her point, but Leo went all over it. But yeah, we're going to go to Lair. And this is actually, fun fact, this is actually Fnatic's #1 map preference by their preference. They never ban it. They always want to play it. However, when they do play it...
Do they win it?
They don't win it. I don't have them winning it within the last year, and obviously Lair is a very recent map. They lost it Stark Zero at Reload. They lost it twice in Stage 2 against ITB and Wolves. So whilst they do love it, they clearly are not particularly hot on it in terms of the official results.
It's kind of a similar story for Wylde. They've played it a lot, right, in Challenger Series, and did they win it as well?
They had mixed results through Challenger Series. They lost quite a lot in Challenger Series to Macko, and they played Lair a lot when they played against Macko. So yes, they won it and lost it. I will say, for Fnatic, this is good, because they're going against a team they don't necessarily, or haven't previously taken too seriously. They've had to take them seriously now, and it's on a map where they will have seen at least 5 VODs of them recently.
They're starting defense too against a team that they don't know well. It's the best side to start in to try and understand what's the playstyle of the team in front of you and try and analyze what you have to do. Then that way, when you switch to attack, you can be proactive and understand which kind of playstyle you're facing.
And you get a very early read on whether they're doing the things that you've seen in your prep or they're not. And that will really help, like you say, when you get onto your attack, because you know whether you're attacking into something you know about or not.
Gives you some confidence potentially as well going into
try and put up some good lead when you're starting defense, definitely.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're going to see how this match is going to unfold itself. But before that, we're going to go talk to our casters for one more time this evening. We got Ace and Des here with us once again. Guys, how are we feeling about this last matchup with so many rookies?
It's one of those where it could be a real banana peel, it feels like, right? Or a banana skin even. It's a case where you assume
banana
Fnatic
peel.
should win it.
That's the thing, you know, when you peel a banana.
Sorry, English lesson.
He meant the skin. He meant the skin.
I did correct myself afterwards to say banana skin.
I have no clue what do you mean by peeling a banana.
You know when you get a banana
You've never
and
peeled a banana before.
Yeah, no, I've done that. But what's the correlation with Wylde versus Fnatic?
Have you never seen like a cartoon where there's a banana skin on the floor and you slip over it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so one of the opponents
we've
could
got
fall.
to explain Mario Kart to Leo here, it sounds like.
Go on, Derry. It's a real banana peel. Carry on.
It comes a real banana peel. It could be, banana skin is what you're looking for there, Leo, to help you out. Because everyone assumes Fnatic are going to win this one because, you know, Academy team, they've had to fight their way through, so on and so forth. Tim was saying it earlier on. He thinks there could be a surprise in waiting here, so it's a good way to end the day.
Yeah, I think, look, it's very difficult for me to put any faith in Fnatic recently. I don't want to sound overly harsh in doing that, but the results say it for me. They've been so up and down. Do I think they're capable of winning? Yeah, of course they are. Will they? Who knows? You know, Wylde come in. There kind of probably isn't very much expectation. Academy team coming forward, there'll be a lot of excitement. I think they could be tough to beat.
I know we were all pulling our hair out in Brazil, Tim, when Fnatic were playing against FaZe, and they really let that one go. They should have beaten FaZe, but it was clutch after messed up round.
You've mentioned that 6 times already.
I know, but I still can't get over it. We all left that game.
You're like a granddad.
They could have done it. They could have didn't know what champions. Just trust me, Fnatic is that good.
Do you know what? I get you say I'm a Fnatic shiller. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not, but it is something to hold on to. There's something there with this team if they can just unlock it.
Yeah, but I think Ace summarizes so well for all the Fnatic fans though. Like, you want to trust them, but you're not always sure if you can.
I think it's when you think they're going to win, they'll end up losing. And when you think they're going to get absolutely slaughtered, that's when they end up putting in a performance and you think, hey, they're actually all right.
They're probably facing the best opponent to do it. Best opponent to go and start your season against the one team that has 0 tier 1
This
experience.
is supposed to be the free hit, right?
Yeah.
Like, even the expectations...
Which means they're going to get slapped.
Exactly. I was speaking to Wylde, and I was asking, like, what are your expectations? Like, how do you feel ahead of the stage? It was Evan. He was saying, yeah, we're confident, we're excited, we want to just prove that we're worthy of being here. And he literally didn't even say about getting a win. He said, we just want to post a few rounds and cause some chaos.
That's not high enough in terms of expectation.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, but like if you go into tier 1 thinking, okay, if I win,
yeah, bottom of his power ranking, yeah.
If you go into the stage and you think, oh, that would be great if we win a few rounds, that's just not enough. You've got to go and think you can actually win this.
Okay,
that's the mentality. That's
they're
the
against
spirit.
Fnatic to start,
and that's
How
very
much did that
doable
help
against
you,
Fnatic.
Alfama, in the past?
Well, my first season, I got 0 wins, literally. I was the worst ever record in Pro League. And then the second one, we are actually qualified.
Exactly. So a few rounds would have done you great. So don't knock them for having like measured ambitions. Come on, man.
Listen, in one season, I translated that into top 2 in Europe and qualified to every single event that season.
I think they know the reality.
That's fine.
Like, in reality, a team with literally 0 tier 1 expectations, like the feat of getting here is a massive feat.
Yeah.
Some of the teams that they had to beat to get here, good intentions in Challenger Series. We had ex-Falcons, now Twisted Minds, the actual roster that attended the 6th Invitational.
GK as well.
GK with Hungary and a really talented team with Skipper,
Les
etc.
Galériens with Bibu as well, like 7 years of experience.
Exactly.
What do you mean, yeah?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, it's a hell of achievement even just to get here. So I think their expectations are tapered because they were probably 7th or 8th favourite out of the Challenger Series teams to get there.
All right, guys, quick update in case anyone's wondering, why are we yapping for so long with all of us here together in the studio? There's a Wylde player missing, actually, so very unfortunate for them going into their first matchup. I guess this might even add up more to the nerves. Already playing your first game in Tier 1, but then also having to maybe play with a substitute in a bit.
Oof, that's tough for your first match.
Did you know banana skin is actually a British English phrase?
Looks like we're in for the long haul. I'm
yeah.
just going to get posted
This is the
up
most
here.
random interruption I have ever witnessed on an EML broadcast. Like,
a banana peel called banana skin in British English is the outer covering of a banana. Who would have thought?
We just went from Wylde maybe having to play their very first professional match and their debut in a 4v5 or with a sub. And he just goes...
Hey, look, it worked out great for 9Z over in SAL. They won 2 rounds 4v5 yesterday.
By the way, the end of that game was crazy. Was absolutely crazy.
I was losing my marbles.
Very quick question, Anne. Have we lost a Wylde player? Is that what I'm understanding? Like, we can't locate him?
no.
Have they not turned up, Anne?
I don't know. Do you know what funny story? I've actually played a scrim once before where we were waiting for the
That is the biggest tangent away from answering that question I've ever heard.
Sorry.
Tommy, please fill us
I also
in.
had some like noises in my ear, so I wasn't
okay.
So sorry.
I
But
see.
I was gonna tell a funny story about missing players and everything. And
story time with Anne. Let me get cuddled up. Hang on.
Yeah, grab your tea, grab your biscuits. No, but I played scrim before, and we were missing this player in the enemy team, and it took like 20 minutes. And then we were like, hey, where's this guy? And then the enemy team just said, yeah, so he's swimming in the Donau, and we can't really seem to get a hold of him. Strangest way of someone missing.
There's some weird excuses get thrown out in scrims as to why teams are late or cancelled. Did you ever have any, Leo?
My team consistently had to come up with excuses because of one of the players I've played with. I won't mention who he was.
We all know who it is.
You all know who it is. He was never there, always late.
Yeah. What was the best excuse?
Connection lost in Germany. Oh, wow, I just dropped his country.
No, it's not Corey. It's not Corey. I just like to throw Corey under the bus.
He was, but he would send the excuse to us because he had to apologize to us first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he would tell you why he was late, you would tell.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm loving the story times, but of course, Fnatic has chosen to wait to give.
That's nice.
That's very nice
to
of
give
them.
Wylde the time to actually gather all of their teams to get the fair matchup. So we do have the full lobby together, and in case before this gets any more bananas in a subject that we've been talking about, we're gonna send it over to you, SNS, for the final matchup of the day.
Very good. Banana peel, banana skin. Who really cares about the difference, right, Tim? Right.
Right.
Don't leave me out to dry here. Come on.
Leo seems to care.
Yeah, that was something. Nice backing here for Fnatic.
A backing Fnatic.
Nice. Do you back Fnatic fully, or are you more of a Wylde fanboy for this one?
Coming into it, I thought I kind of fancied Wylde for maybe a little bit of an upset on the opening day. I think obviously all the players are there. But there's been some issue, whether somebody's had a game problem or it's probably not going to help. It's all smiles and laughing, but there's going to be nerves and stuff there anyway. And having that. It's not like the best start. These things happen, of course. We're all working with technology and everything, or, you knock a drink over and spill it on your desk. It all happens. We all know that.
That's true.
But, coming into my 400th cast like that is probably less of a problem than coming into your first game at Tier 1 like that, So I don't know. We'll see whether Wylde have a quick start to this or not. But honestly, I genuinely think there could be something in this for Wylde.
Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. The way I described them earlier, by the way, was like a bag of Skittles, because if you look down the team list, there's so many nationalities mixed in there, so many colourful flags. You've got British, you got Irish, you got Slovenian, I believe it is, sorry, Slovakian, you got Brazilian, you got Spanish. I was like, so many colours, it's beautiful. And you know what? I was a back-end underdog. I'd love to see them coming in and cause a bit of an upset. However, this is also, at least over the last year, from banning tendencies and so on, this is Fnatic's favourite map. They're going to be very happy that they got to play on Lair today. However, they haven't won it in the last year. Every other map that they've played, bar Labs and Border, they have won at least once. And even though this is their favourite, they've played it 3 times, they have yet to win it. So, no doubt they want to get the season off to a good start here. But Wylde, as I've already remarked a few times, they know they're the underdogs. They've got a point to prove, and they're going to bring the chaos here. And that could be the sort of thing that unsettles Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, looking immediately, we've got Boomsy on the glass. We've got Garen on the Ying. Like, we know exactly where this is going. Raura on the... Evan on the Raura, sorry. Like... This is going to be a bit of a nightmare, possibly, to defend against. We've got Jegs on the Tachanka, so that's going to be your largest part of denial coming from the defensive side. Just very cool. You've got to be careful taking down those castle barricades. If anyone's wondering why he's not just going up and getting rid of it, you've got to be careful. People like to throw nitros at the back of them and all sorts of things. So, you know, you don't want to be stood too close to it for too long.
At this point, they're taking themselves, got a quick drone in through the... second floor, first floor. Now up on the second floor, got themselves all across Skybridge in pretty quick fashion. So for the large part, not quite surrounded Fnatic yet, but are in a good spot where they've got the control from below if they need it to start opening up things from below with the buck. They're now in a spot where they've got the Glass in a good position as well. Of course, it's got to deal with the wonderful delight that is those mines coming out from the Fenrir, also dealt with, but Sarks starts things out, and the buck is gone, so that vertical threat has been removed, and Sarks has regained control of downstairs with Groovy. He's got a C4 that he can play behind here, Tim, so they've got denial available to them.
Yeah, good start for Fnatic. That's exactly what they needed. I've spoken about their consistency. You never really know whether to trust them or not, or what's going to happen. And coming in, getting a nice entry kill is going to at least put them on best foot forward. But Evan is getting that diffuser down. Wizard low health, Jegs low health. Can they stop them? I don't think they can. Booms it with a big double there. Can he make it a triple? No. He's going to be shut down before he does. Sarks finds that kill, but it's 3 versus 3 with the diffuser down. Fnatic have got 30 seconds to deal with this. They have to go through the Raura gate. They managed to get in and get the kill onto Evan. It looks like the retake could be on.
It's all down to Garen. The blessing is he's got all these candelas that he can just spam and yeet inside his right here to get himself set up. And of course, there's no one on the other side. He's going to find one, and they can't swing onto him because they're full white screened. 15 seconds to go. He can step out and get another kill here. They've got to win this one, but Garen has found 2, makes it a 3rd, and Wylde explode during round 1.
Great stuff from Wylde to kick things off there. They lost that opening kill. They lost the entry battle, but still were just very focused on the plan. And that was get into that plant spot just inside of the door, up on the desk. It's a great plant spot. It's like you can hold 2 angles and you're completely covered. We see the first angle there, and then you just hold the other one from where Garen was located right across the site, so nobody can come across the challenge onto it. It's quite an easy plant spot to use, and Wylde took full advantage of that, get themselves an opener, and what a triple from Garen at the end to protect that diffuser. He was in exactly the right spot. Honestly, if he was anywhere else on the map, I don't think he wins that round, because they would have been able to get in and start diffusing a lot easier whilst having people cover, and he would have had to go in and challenge. But because he had that long angle onto the diffuser, he didn't have to move anywhere, and so he could just concentrate on the fights. Great stuff. 1-0 Wylde.
10 seconds left before.
What I was really impressed by was just how much map control they had so quickly. Like, sure, they lost parts of it later. Fnatic weren't, you know, statues and gargoyles just stood there waiting to see when they were going to lose the round. The retake of downstairs from Sarks and Groovy, really good. It meant the bot couldn't disrupt them from below. But what I love was when they realized that 2 players had moved downstairs, the fact they full sent in and took control of R6 room, got that diffuser down, and of course pressed on and got the 2K as well. Boomsy really capitalizing on the chaos there. It just felt like they were very much strong-arming Fnatic into being wherever they wanted them to be. Not the sort of strong showing that you want from Fnatic in that first round. They paid the price there and given away an easy 2K to Boomsy, then a 3K to Garen. Gotta see him do a little bit better in this round.
Again, Wylde moving into the map confidently, quickly, looking to get in there, take a bit of ground and give themselves something to work from. Sarks does a good job of clearing out a few drones there. There's only 7 left, 6 left on the side of Wylde as he continues to do so. He is, however, going to feel the heat and decides it's time to get out of the kitchen. Heads back down to the basement, gets away. in the very, very close order of time there, given that they were right on his tail. That second Scorpos shell will be taken out, and Sarks is back to the basement with everybody else. Wylde have map control.
It's a little bit of time wasting and nothing else, and admittedly this has been a slower start for Wylde. Still not in a bad position, don't get me wrong. Like, they're definitely moving through the map with a bit of pace. If you can, you know, look down at the bottom left corner of your screen, see all the positions that the players are in. They've got this first floor control. Armory is firmly in their favor, and they've got maps above, this time on the round rather than the Buck, looking to get this opened up. And now trying to deal with the utility as we hit that halfway mark of the round. It's looking good. And I love how they're probably the only team that I've ever seen run Raura 2 rounds in a row so far, Tim.
Yeah, this is it. You know, Raura does have great uses, maybe a little bit niche, you know, for specific locations, you know, that we're seeing teams using Raura. But yeah, definitely seeing some value in it here, Wylde, and it certainly did a job for them. Wasted time, wasted a nitro on the previous round. We'll see whether that has any serious impact this time in terms of getting that diffuser down or holding it. Mats manages to take down Grubby. That's the entry. How late though? 2 minutes, 5 seconds into the round before we get that entry kill. 5 versus 4. There go the gates from Raura, just looking to seal things off, and the execution could be coming soon.
It cuts angles away from the defenders to rotate back into sight here and just limits their options available to them, gives the attackers more comfort, knowing that certain areas are locked off, and if not, they'll hear them becoming more available into a second one. But look at this, Sarks is on the flank, can't quite find his man. Now that they know he's here, he's got to be so careful. Wizard getting himself on the board here, a rookie that we'll speak about in a little bit, no doubt. Deepek into another, and Wylde's advantage is now completely fallen away. There's only 2 of them left. Garen's down to 1 HP, sneaks down his backside. This one looks like it might be done.
Yeah, Wylde really not doing enough with the man advantage that they had there. It was a good start to the round from them. Got in, got themselves a couple of kills. They had the advantage. You sort of started feeling like there's going to be a plant going down pretty soon here, but they just never managed to get deep enough into sight to be comfortable to do that. And Fnatic, on the flip side, they played that well. They didn't panic. Yes, they were at a disadvantage, but they just kept chipping away, and the kills came. They were confident in their positions, confident in their setup, and it worked out for them. So 1-1, and these two starting to spar at the beginning of this one on later.
It's good that it shows that comeback ability, if that's even a word, the comeback ability of Fnatic. The fact they were willing to fight there when they were down in a 5 versus 3, that Sarks is still going to try and make that play. Popping off so far in the game at 6-1. It's the rest of the team that really need to wake up here. They'll be thankful that they're at a 1-1 scoreline. You've seen a little bit of that explosiveness of Wylde so far as well. 2 teams that are really ready to tango, but it does feel like Fnatic are the ones who are maybe a little bit late to the party so far. But we'll go to the first floor then, which means we're probably going to see a defense up on the top floor here, Tim. We'll get ourselves set up there with some bulletproof cameras. You've got the barbed wire for the main stairs. You've got all the rotations being opened up, and of course some trusty old castle barricades from Groovy to help make it that little extra bit secure.
Sarks on the vigil is one I'm going to be watching. Bosch G in hand. 6-1 so far, obviously. Feeling in a position to be taking on those gunfights, get out on the roam and just be as slippery as possible in this round. And how Wylde deal with that will be of particular importance. They need to locate the vigil, chase him down and make sure that he doesn't have too much of an impact. So they need to do that quickly because vigil's #1 job, burn as much time as possible.
I think it was Demo who was saying to me on the SCL broadcast yesterday that now with the Bosch G at range body shots, it takes 4 of them to kill someone. And I was like, nah, surely not. I didn't realize it had been nerfed on the drop-off damage that far, that it took 4 to kill someone. And of course, that was his words. I don't know if it's necessarily true, but it's what I heard, and therefore I'll repeat it to you here as if it's fact.
I'd back Demo for being right on that.
Me too. He's
spot
he
on
loves
when
a bit.
it comes
He
to
loves
his
the
guns, his ammo, his siege, everything. Yeah, he'll be right with that one. So here we go. Wylde now looking at that top floor, thinking about getting into Skybridge and looking to pressure across. It's not actually where they're going to find Sarks. He's just down at the bottom of green stairs at the minute. And like I said, they need to make sure that they are finding him. Wizard finds them, though, takes down Evan. That's going to be the Blackbeard as well. What a big pickup for the rookie to kick things off for Fnatic in round 3.
Speak about being the rookie, of course, a lot of focus earlier was on Stomping and Krex somewhat as well, as he was in the same game. Wizard was also on the same team as Krex. In fact, he was the top-rated player for good intentions during Challenger Series. And so for Fnatic to drop Jax, who had a good tournament back at Reload, to pick up Wizard, I think shows a lot about how much they believe that he can be the next Wonder Kid of Europe. I say that as he gets his head taken clean off his shoulders. I'm really sorry, my man. That is a caster curse to a T.
Yeah, Boomsy manages to pick him up. That's going to be the Ella gone. Still got air jabs being deployed. Jegs is quite happily just locked into his little corner there. He's waiting for the challenge to come, and gotta feel like he's ready to win it when it does. Grubby is going to take a lot of damage there, but again, there's not much progress happening here from Wylde. They have Diffuser in hand. They're taking on these fights, but there's only 45 seconds left to go. That clock keeps on ticking. Boomsy is going to be dropped. That's the Diffuser as well. It is collected by Garen, but kill after kill comes in from Fnatic. Mats tries to get something going in the 1v4, makes it a 1v2, but Deepak is there for the trade, and that's going to be the round started by Wizard, ended by Deepak, and it's going to be Fnatic taking another one.
All right, up to 2-1. I think we're starting to see them settle into a bit of form here, Tim. They found their feet now and not so rattled by what Wylde throw at them.
I'm starting to feel a little bit more trust in Fnatic after the last couple of rounds. We're rebuilding those bridges.
I mean, we know that Fresh has always been a bit of a fanboy. He's been a G2 hater and a Fnatic fanboy. You'd imagine, given history, it'd be the other way around, but that's not how Fresh works, apparently.
I love Fnatic, to be fair. You know, I think as long as they've been in Siege, they've always, I think their involvement's always been great as an org. I think the teams have been good. I've always enjoyed watching them. Like, you know, like I've said, I'm quite happy to see Fnatic succeed. It's just been a roller coaster ride. I'm sure they'd be the first to say. You know, it's been a roller coaster ride over the last 6 months or so, and it makes it difficult to sit and go, yeah, Fnatic are gonna smash this. It's like, I just need that little bit of trust rebuilt. You know, let's have a few good results with the new lineup, and then we can start really buying in. But yeah, they're looking pretty good over the last couple of rounds.
Well, you know my favourite line, Tim. It's always 2 halves to a game of Siege. I'd like to see how Wylde fare on the defence, because for Fnatic and teams that are generally still trying to gel, where I think you often see the main gaps is on the attacking side, but it does require tighter timing. It requires better awareness of what your team are doing, and that does take time to build. So, of course, we'll see how the second half plays out, but for now, indeed, Fnatic are off to a pretty good start. Up to the top floor we go for the next defense. And looking at what Wylde are rolling out here, Tim, they're pulling up with the Sens on side. Spoke a lot about that operator over the weekend, as we've seen them picked up, I want to say now at least 10 times, becoming quite popular, of course, because of the change where the light wall can no longer be seen through by a warden. So a very effective gadget, and also very, very good, as we saw on this map already earlier on today. Leader making good use of it to roll through those light screens to kind of bait nades being tossed downwards, and then getting a nice plant down behind them afterwards. Very effective when it comes to an execute, assuming you can get to the point of execution in the first place.
Droning continues to Wylde, 30 seconds on into the round before they get into the building. Again, something that they've done very well is getting on in quickly. We quite often will see teams, you know, struggle to take that first step. They'll be on the rappel, they'll be on the drones, and sometimes you just need those players that are going to say, yep, straight away, crash down the barricade, get me on in, and that is generally Wylde so far within the first 30, 40 seconds at the most. And what it does is put Fnatic's roamers under a little bit more pressure, because they know that it's going to be heading their way pretty quickly. But the question then is, what can you do with that presence? And over the last couple of rounds, it's just starting to see that Wylde maybe don't have as much impact as they might like. Wizard was able to pick up the entry kill last time around. If that happens again, if Fnatic are able to secure that first kill, like I say, you start looking at it and saying, yep, you're getting in quickly, but you're not really using it.
Gen.G's trying to waste a hell of a lot of time here as well. Gone through half of his Shamikas so far. It's keeping the Ops player at bay a little bit more here. I mean, Garen is still lurking around. He's got 2 Selmas in back pocket. I thought surely one of those gets saved for, at the very least, going in through Mask's wall, but hasn't rotated away to go and deal with that yet. So Wylde looking a little bit stuck here and figuring out what the next step is, and apparently it's getting flanked on by Sark as he finds Bimsy. Down he goes. 5 versus 3 for Fnatic.
Yeah, that's a double in the round for Starks. He got that entry kill, and like I said, as I was finishing my sentence, he got the kill. Wylde getting into the map quickly, yes, making full use of it, not yet. Garen unfortunately takes down Sneak. 2 versus 5 now for Wylde. They are battling against the odds. Garen half health as well. Fnatic, they're experienced enough that they're just going to dig in here. They know they don't need to go chasing these kills. They don't need to look for them. They're just going to let the clock do the job, let the utility do the job. Groovy peeking out from behind that mirror for an easy freebie, and that leaves Garen with it all to do. 30 seconds, 1v5 required. Not going to happen. The push comes around from Sarks. That's 3 in the round, and Fnatic close out round 4.
looking cozy now, Fnatic, in cruise control, dare I say, as well.
Yeah.
And I think part of that, sadly, is Wylde, they got stuck in the mid-round there, as we remarked on. Like, they were pretty quick at getting themselves set up inside the first minute or so. Everything from there sort of ground to a halt while they figured out what it was they wanted to be doing next.
Everything they do is
and it's a bit of a shame. And here we go for
what
attack
we can
timeout.
do is play more into gap finding or K-took stuff. If we have to do a rush, let's do a fucking rush, all right? Let's change our pace a little bit. Also, if we have the pick early, they just fucking play to actually like aggress us. They flank when we execute and when we set up things, like when we try to work on the verts. If we have if they have a pick, they fucking hide. So use that to your advantage, guys. All right? They probably go bunk. What are we doing on bunks?
Maybe basement. They can't go bunks. But I mean, I don't know. Like, how did they even play it last time? It was literally just the one Roma, right? Like,
Yeah, one Roma that plays Fnatic.
Find the gaps. I mean, very fair to say, because they were very stuck on that last round, as we remarked, halfway through. But it stalled out, and that's when Fnatic went prowling and thought, cool, if you're not going to move them, we'll start picking up some kills, no problem. The fact that Sarks is down here and gets the one, then rotates up for the close and kill up towards Ops at the end, just shows you again how much freedom they're being given to move through the map.
Yeah, exactly that. I said it's about using what you get, using what you're given, and making sure that you get that advantage out of it. And right now, Fnatic have been able to do that better than Wylde have, and especially in that last round, just using that space fantastically well. Starks in and around Rocket and Reception, there's just absolutely no stopping him. So on we go to round 5. It's going to be down to the basement for Fnatic. They're going to be looking to close out a 5-1 half here, I think. The Wylde had a much better start in kind of round 1, round 2. They looked competitive. Round 3, round 4, it seems to have really slowed down a little bit, and Fnatic now starting to put them to the sword a little bit. So Wylde, very important round for them. I think they need to win this one, or it could start running away from them.
Definitely, yeah. You go down to the 4-1, you're basically guaranteeing a 5-1's going to roll out at that point, unless you're looking towards an offsite as being a place you get victory. But the problem is, outside of round 1, we've not really seen too much bite from them across those last 3 rounds, and I'm just worried that we won't see that build up. They've had the tack timeout. If you're going to get one, it's going to be now, realistically, Tim. But as you heard the coach say, find the gaps. They've got to find the opportunity to get moving forwards here. They can't just freeze in the mid-round and then wait to see what Fnatic do next.
Just being very cautious about that barricade. I get it with the castle ones, but very, very cautious with the regular barricade as well. And then dips away, doesn't actually take his entry in through there. Evan is not going to take any damage yet. I thought he might have just been tiptoed into that fire then, but he does manage to avoid the Shumiker launcher damage. And Sarks, he's going to be playing off a little bit of intel here, I think. I don't know if anybody's currently sat on that cam for him. It doesn't look like that's the case, but he's certainly there waiting and ready. If Wylde aren't aware of his position, this could be trouble, and it could be more kills for Sarks, who's currently 9-1.
Well, make that 10-1, Tim. He is having a field day. Lair, it turns out, it's not Deimos' lair, it is Sarks'. He goes where he pleases. He picks up the kills seemingly for free at this point. It looks like a bit of a walk in the park. Definitely having a great day so far, and Wylde, as of yet, unable to slow him down. Evans had a rush showing as well, but the fact that Blackbeard was there alone kind of tells you a lot. You need to be having a player near that Blackbeard to be able to put some pressure on from behind the safety of that shield. But Wylde maybe overcomplicated things for themselves a little bit so far, Tim.
Yes, I think so. I think it's, you know, maybe back to basics, locate somebody, go in numbers, and take that fight. They're not playing the trade game.
Free, right?
They're not playing, yeah, more than likely. They're not playing the trade game. Again, who's there to impact on that? Garen manages to get in and get that kill. That's what we need to see more of from Wylde, because so far they've lost 2 people before that without any response whatsoever. No damage onto Sarks, no damage onto Gruby, who got those first 2 kills. So trade game, working together as a team, playing together, able to impact on each other's death. So damage definitely needs to be happening more for Wylde.
Sure, and they've got a lot to do here, Sneak and Garen. I know we've already seen a bit of a magical moment coming out of Garen in particular, but it hasn't repeated across the rounds. As we often say, lightning doesn't always strike twice. Gruby finds a double. Well, they're flowing, and now they know exactly where he is. This will be a KD hunt for the remaining members on Fnatic here. Poor Garen, left entirely by himself, all on his lonesome, not sure where he could possibly get pushed from, left or right. They're going to have his number as soon as he steps around anyways. We get into the final few seconds. It's Deepet to close. Fnatic most definitely now growing with confidence with each round, and it's struggling to find a way where Wylde can get back into this.
Sox has had 3 rounds with a 3K so far. Round 1, round 2, and round 4. Had 3Ks in all of them. So that just sort of tells you the sort of day that he's having, and the task that Wylde are up against at the minute. It's difficult. You know, you keep looking at it, wanting to see them do better, wanting improvement, but it's just so tough for them at the minute. Like I say, I think the biggest thing for me that they could change right now would be playing a little bit closer together as a team, going in pairs, making sure you've got somebody there. So if you do lose that body, you're not losing it for free. You're able to get some damage or get a kill back onto the other side. But Fnatic certainly going to be looking to close out this 5-1 half. Sox goes on to the Solace. We don't see too much Solace anymore after the nerfs that we saw coming to her. But Sox is going to be looking to maybe spot out those drones a little bit and again just take a bit more. You can't do that through the prep phase, but in the action phase can, and just make life even harder for Wylde. Give them less intel.
I think it was a Lems in the game for Falcons. Hey, Lems, sorry, what about Leakafac, sorry. Was running around with it for a couple of rounds early on to limited effect. It's more like highly situational now as an operator to where you'll find real value out of the Solace, whereas before, obviously an absolute demon just hunting down every drone in the prep phase. You could barely get inside the building when she was on the field. Now it is a much different ball game. I do believe that we heard at some point there might be other tweaks at some point coming to try and make them more viable. I think when the nerf first came in, it was we'll go in heavy now, and later then we'll try and add some things back in as we go, but it was a more serious rework. So maybe we'll see that at some point.
If Sox was up on the second floor, I'd say maybe, you know, basically there to stop the plant so that you can't have a plant going in behind a sensor or something like that, for example. But not the case. He's currently playing down in bunks, so your guess is as good as mine. But as it stands, it's not really having an impact on the drones either because there's still 6 left alive. So maybe, I don't know, maybe he likes the gun.
I think the key thing for Wylde in this round that at least I've seen, it's not the site, but they've actually opened up Mask. Whereas last time they were trying to take the top floor and got very stuck out, they had Garen solely inside of Ops. They opened up that double wall that leads in towards Mez, and that was all that they did with Heartbreach the entire round, whereas here at least they've got the Thermite on side and they had the Ace on side. Evan definitely struggled to find a way into the game overall. But look at this. This isn't even the site merit behind you, Tim. We're halfway in, and Fnatic is still battling through every single step to keep control of it. And they're almost scared of their own shadow at this point, Wylde, and I don't blame them as well. You're always wondering when the flank's going to appear. Down goes Bimsy as well from range inside of sight at this point. No, outside of sight, sorry, across that top floor. There's one up close as well. They've also got to recover the diffuser, mind you, that is on Mask Wall. It's not looking great.
No, it's looking difficult. Jegs managed to get a kill, and again, there was no trade. There was no response. Grube picks up Mats. Will there be a trade this time from Wylde? Probably not. Nade comes in, but no. Boomsy does manage to find it. That's what we need. Getting in there in a position to do something about it. Jegs, however, is there for Fnatic, and this is what I'm talking about. The good teams will be playing that trade game well. Garen manages to pick up VPEC 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2, as Garen manages to get a second. Having a decent day so far, Garen. 7 and 4, going well, playing those hard breach operators as well, but coming away with the kills.
We'll see if they can pull it out here, because they have got things back down to a 2 versus 2, but it's these moments of composure when team play becomes really important, and being able to make a decision on a dime is the most important thing. It might take them a little bit of time here to figure out the next plan. I mean, admittedly, they've got enough time here. They can get on drones, as you're seeing, to figure out what the hell's going on. Sark's can afford to play quite safe if he wants, because on that Solace, this is a great spot to be in. You know they either want to play for kills or to try and play for the closeout. They've had drones coming in, so you know where they're coming from, or you see where the diffuser is going down. You've got an answer. They're going to have to hot drop this one. They may well just see it and show if they hear the drop come in. Looks a bit too high, though. Whoopsie daisy. Garen gets one more, and now it's Wizard versus Sneak. But out comes Sneak. Almost Ferrari drive-bys in there to get the closing kill. And Wylde get their second round of the half.
It was a good win on the round from Wylde there, taking the double drop down into sight, able to win the fight against Sarks, and then come around and pick up that last one in the 1v1. Nice pickup from Sneak, well predicted as to where Wizard was going to play. So yeah, good stuff from Wylde. They managed to get themselves a second. Given the way both teams have played, I don't think 2-4 is really the end of the world for Wylde. They've come away with a couple of rounds. There was definitely a world where Fnatic get the 5-1 there. So now they just need to use that as a foundation to build from. I'm sure they would have wanted better out of the first half, but equally it could have been worse. So now you start on the defense. You know, they should be more prepared. They're playing in their own setups. If they can get this next round and keep it to 3-4, they're definitely still in it.
I did hesitate saying it earlier on because it's so easy to say, oh, this guy's playing so good when you just didn't get a few kills. And then Garen's gone and done it at the same time again here. And I was going to talk after this first kill. I thought he might die in the next one. And I was going to say at the time, like, yeah, as much as obviously the team isn't playing super well, like they've managed to get themselves 2 rounds. That's a great comeback and from what should have been a 5-1 realistically, if not really a 6-0, because that first round did require some big plays from Bimsy and from Garen. Sort of caught Fnatic asleep at the wheel. But from Garen, at least from the way that he's taken gunfights for the most part throughout this half, he's got the right idea about it, and the way that he's challenging into them, how he's positioning himself. I think the actual micro elements of his gameplay are really, really good. And again, it's dead easy to say that when someone's 8-5 and the rest of the team hasn't played so well so far, but just a small nod. I've enjoyed what I've seen of him so far.
Yeah, it's been good. Definitely been good one to watch. So, looking at the entries, now that we're on the defense for Wylde, we need to start picking up some more entry kills. Fnatic have been doing really well in that. 5 out of 6 so far. There was only round 2 that Wylde were able to get that entry kill, and they've also converted 3 out of those 5. So it's been like a 60% conversion rate on the entry kills, and they've been getting the majority of them. So it's worked well for Fnatic. Wylde need to stop them at the beginning of the rounds. Try and create that situation where they're getting the man advantage.
Sure, this big swap over is going to be the spicy one to see whether or not that momentum carries on for Fnatic. I mean, again, probably looking on their perspective, a couple of rounds lost there that they really should have had over the line. They could have had this one wrapped up in time for, well, I'd say for supper, but no, it's like 11:30 now in Europe. In time for bed.
You're going to certainly need a rest after this one is done. I'm sure that the emotions and the excitement will have been at an all-time high, getting through into EML and then having the game and everything else. It's going to be one that's probably difficult to get to sleep after.
Got Wolves tomorrow to face off against and prep for.
Exactly, that's it. It's still work to be done. But, you know, when you've put so much time and effort, like a team like, you know, Wylde have done as the academy, you know, to get in here and to get to this position, it certainly doesn't stop once you get there. So I'm sure they've been working hard. But Deepek just being careful, getting the smoke canister out so that he doesn't get spotted whilst opening up that wall with the Maverick. There's no bars on side, so they're not playing for that. It was literally just to protect the Maverick.
Don't get shot underneath the wall or anything crazy on those lines in case someone's lay there ratting. And again, it's relatively expendable utility for the Maverick too. So don't think he feels too bad about it. Of course, he's got one he can still use if required. No Warden to face off against on the other side, so possibility is there if they need it. The right idea, at least from Wylde, where they are looking to challenge here. The only thing I'm worried about is they've given up quite a bit of ground here in the sense of Mez has been conceded relatively early on. Ruby's ready to try and march in here. Maybe they can try and look for a plant, or they push deep by the looks of it. Going deep is going to be his call. And Jeg's in from behind. Wylde just played straight into that. Great bit of team play from Jeg. So step in there, get the kill they need. And now they're putting more pressure down. Jeg's into yet another 2 kills coming back the other way as Mats and Garen strike. And Wylde come out with the man advantage.
That was really nice from Jegs and Gruby working together to clear them stairs. But like you say, Wylde have stood up fantastically well. Garen getting kills along the way. Sneak manages to find one onto Deepek, 2 versus 1. And they could well be bringing them back within 1 round. Wizard needs to have a real standout performance here. Can't do it as Matt swings around, gets the final kill. And Wylde get themselves back within 1. Game on.
Game on indeed. I think Wizard looked a little bit nervous there as Deepek was making his moves in that 2 versus 2. He kind of peeled back in towards bathroom, like stepped away from the angle, and I thought, surely this is the time to go. And then Deepek dies, and it forces it into this 2 versus 1, and it starts to look a little bit shaky. And it's probably one thing worth referencing. Of course, we've had all 3 of our rookies play tonight. We referenced it all earlier on. There's always going to be that element of, I think, of like nerves that play into it as well, especially when you're joining a team, especially a partnered team at that as well. The pressure will be there as well. So for Wizard, rough first game. I've seen everyone wax lyrical about him forever as well, and I really am excited to see when he reaches that peak, but don't judge him too much on one game, as I wouldn't really any player that's played tonight. It is the start of the stage.
Oh, there's a long way to go, yeah, a long way to go. There's not just in terms of stage 1, but, you know, plenty of games for all of these players to be playing in the future. But let me say, right now, here it is 10-6 for Garen. There's a bit of an extreme one side to the other. We've got, not to call anybody out, but Evan is currently on 0-7. And then you've got Garen on 10-6. You know, if Wylde could just get everybody firing. Matt Sneak's been a little bit quiet as well. He did win that round with the kill onto Wizard, but a little bit quiet alongside. You just feel like, yeah, they're 4-3. They're keeping in touch with Fnatic. You almost feel like get them two firing as well. Like you could be beating Fnatic here. It's, you know, they're certainly not cruising away from them at this point.
Just like they got rolling out here, by the way. The Rower, as well as the Blackbeard and the Doki, all being brought along in sync. And the IQ for the respect, of course, towards the Valkyrie, but looking here towards Shields pairing up with the Rower, you've got quite an impressive combination there when you come around to actually hitting sites itself. But of course, that means doing all the prep work at first and needing to break down some of this setup coming out from Wylde, looking towards those Goyo canisters, getting rid of the Banshees, also looking to deal, of course, with the mirror windows. That'll be the most impressive part of it. There's no dead easy way for them to deal with the mirror windows is my main concern. So assuming Wylde play their cards right here, they could really run the clock down.
I spoke about entry kills and how impactful they'd been in the last round. In the last round, Garen managed to pick it up for Wylde. It was the first one in 5 rounds that they'd had, and they won the round on the back of it. Let's see if Wylde can do that again. They can get that good start. Maybe take this Blackbeard off the board. It would be a big, big moment. Grubby does dip away, keeps himself safe. The opportunity was surely there for Boomsy, but he's unable to find his man.
Yes, unfortunately, it's come across the Blackbeard there, just bouncing off that shield. No damage taken, and that opens things up for Fnatic to start their march on forward. Jegs kicking things off, getting rid of that Vigil. So they've dealt with that Roamer, that thorn in their side that was going to be a bit of a nuisance. They've got to be mindful of Sneak Bite, mind you. He's still up on that first floor in Armory right now. Could look to flank his way down and cause trouble later. The 3 on site, though, are starting to feel this pressure slowly building up as Fnatic start lining themselves up for what could be an execute in the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, I'd like to see Fnatic getting in there and putting that diffuser down. It's not something that we've seen them do. It's not something that we've seen since round 1 when Evan was able to just run on into the top floor site for Wylde and put the diffuser down. So not much objective play. It's all been coming down to those gunfights so far. Deepek does have diffuser in hand. It's that man once again. Garen finds Wizard, but Fnatic have got 2 responses lined up, ready to go. 4 versus 2, including a Blackbeard. This just got really tough. The Malusi being absolutely bullied there. Jegs and Deepek get the final 2, and Fnatic with their first attack.
The oppression of a shield, hey? Oh, it's horrible to deal with. But crucially, it gets them over the line. Oh, Groovy's had his hair done. Looks nice. You ever miss having hair, Tim?
No. Not at all.
You sound like you've been asked that question a million times.
No, not really, but do you know how much time I've saved? I mean, I haven't got a specific figure to give you, but I don't
do you get
have
a stopwatch out every time?
I don't have to do my hair anymore, you know? I used to, you know, have to get up every day and do the hair. Oh,
dog.
I just get up and go now.
Is that a Samoyed? It might have been. I think Matt's has got a Samoyed. I need to find this out. This is really important, critical information.
I can see that.
I'm digging.
You keep digging, I'll keep casting. 5-3 it stands to Fnatic at the minute. That last attack makes me a little bit nervous for Wylde here. The fact that Fnatic have got themselves that attack on the board, they can start pushing forward from there. It's a little bit of a knife edge right now for Wylde. They need, I think, the next 2 rounds, realistically. I think they need to level this up at 5-5 to have a chance of pushing through to either overtime or even getting a win. If Fnatic get themselves that next round before Wylde manage to make 5, I'm not sure that they'll stop them once they've got themselves on to map point.
I think it's a Samoyed. Yeah, I'm 9% sure he's got a Samoyed. That's very cute. I think it's a growth one where I was interested. Now I found out we can continue casting, Tim. I'm back for my job now.
I had to look up what that was because I've no idea when it comes to breeds of dogs. I like
just
dogs.
Big white
just no
fluffy
idea.
bugger.
Yeah, I've just no idea what the different ones are.
Yeah, I'm terrible with most breeds, but when you've had one, it's pretty easy to know what they are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just know that it's a dog.
Yeah, it goes woof. It eats food and it chases after squirrels. That's all you need to know. Sark's starting to put some pressure down here. Wylde tucked around the corner. You got one off towards his left and one also off towards display. One was laid down here. Now I thought he was laid down. He was down, in fact. Sark's has just deleted 2 very quick, snappy headshots. And Fnatic once again in full control here with a 5v3 and still more than half the round to play. This should be a situation you can't lose from unless
I'm not sure what's gone on with the nade from Mats there. The nade goes in and he just seems to stay stood on the corner. I don't know if he was being pressured from elsewhere, but how he's allowed himself to be down. What about that from Gruby? Just giving it some fancy footwork, and his man Jegs, they have worked as a brilliant pair today, Des. That's not the first time. It's not the second. I don't think it's the third or fourth time that we've seen them teaming up like that. But Gruby was just absorbing so much attention and damage there, and then Jegs just walks in the back and gets 2 kills. Absolutely great stuff from them two. 2 versus 1. Garen, we know that he can do it, but he's 1v2 and he's got very little health left.
Yeah, he ain't going to get away with this one, is he? Let's be frank. Shut down that time relatively comfortably at the end. No craziness coming out of him. Fnatic looking much more comfortable now. There's been a couple of rounds that they'll definitely look back on in reflection and be asking, how have we let these ones slip us by? This really shouldn't be happening. But if they walk away with the win, it's still 3 points. It'll still be a result that they can walk away happy with.
Yeah, I think Fnatic have looked pretty good as well. Like I say, the teamwork, particularly between Gruby and Jegs, very, very impressive. Sarks has been absolutely on one. That double that he got with the kill onto the Legion, he knew he had the down onto Mats as well with the nade. Yeah, you might see it here. So the nade, no, we can't quite see it. It was just before that. So the nade, he put it into the corner. And Mats just kind of stayed there. I don't really know what the plan was. He strafed out of the corner, but he was, like I said, it's difficult without watching back the match replay or something at some point to see if there was danger for him to actually move in the other direction away from the nade. But I just can't imagine that there would have been significant danger for him to not be able to move at all. Very strange one.
All that matters, Tim, is they got the round over the line. 1 more to go for Fnatic to take their 3 points. As mentioned, as things currently stand, if you're looking at the table real quick, you've got Virtus Pro, G2, Secret, and Macko all near the top. Macko, of course, on 2 points. The other 3 teams all having their wins have got away with the 3. Joining them, of course, could be Fnatic if they get this round over the line. Top floor attack is what we're going to step into. Gruby's across on the Monty. It's going to be, again, bullying them with that ever-present mountain, quite literally. Shield in front of your face, free information to the team, and given we've seen those little moments of team play like you remarked on earlier, Tim, I think it's a good shout. Like, if you can feed the information across and force out a crossfire, beautiful.
Well, that could be the last round that Wylde play on their debut as a roster then. Of course, plenty of experience for the org itself, but the academy roster being brought up to tier 1, and it's certainly been a big step up. It's been quite the opening performance for them. Fnatic certainly haven't made it easy. I'm sure that Tristan and the rest of Fnatic are going to be very happy with what they're seeing today because...
No. Tristan is a miserable bugger. He will always have something to complain about. He is. Nah, trust me, you don't know him. He is.
I'm just going off his energy in the stack, you see. Always a positive force in the stack.
To be fair, mate, I was messaging him earlier about the game and just being like, oh, you know, you're feeling confident about it. I've been getting the occasional message being like, could still beat us. I'm like, you're talking it into yourself.
I think coming away from this, I think they'll be happy with what they've seen. I think it's been very good. You know, as all teams will, yeah, there's a couple of things they could improve. Of course there is. But like I said, generally speaking, there is a lot of good to take away from this. Gruby and Jegs particularly, and their teamwork together. But yeah, lots of good stuff for Fnatic to build on. But 6-3, they still need to get this one wrapped up. They haven't won it yet. Wizard is going to take some damage on the Grim. They don't want to be losing that utility, of course. We know how vital the bees can be, especially when it comes to time to execute. Gruby taking a lot of damage on the Monty as well. Not going perfectly for Fnatic on this attack so far.
Now the aggression coming out from Sneak here, and there we go. They've got rid of the shield. Stark falls as well. 2 quick kills. They at least get him back to him. Somewhat converted here. A 3 versus 2 temporarily could become a 4v2 if they can recover Evan. May just leave him for dead at this point as the pressure is building up. Do they know about the rat behind the desk? I'm not too sure they do. This could come back to bite them big time.
Yeah, I don't think they're aware here. Deepek's having a look around. Jegs will take down Evan, so that locks it in as 2 versus 3. But Wylde, they just need to play this smart. 40 seconds left to go. Hidden behind desk. Nitro in hand. That just short of getting the kill. And it tells them that he's behind the desk. So now Jegs can be watching that position, but they can't push into it. They've got a Zoto canister to work through. They've got players to the right-hand side as well. They need to be finding kills. They're not going to do it as Boomsy manages to find Deepek. 20 seconds left to go. This one is all but over for Fnatic.
Well, they got the down, which is the important part, but you now need to press on forward and get more kills. But look at them lining up this 2 versus 1 here. Tries to bait it out with a shot onto the down player, but they are giving him nothing. They don't need to peek anything. Tries to go for 1. Great closing play coming out from Wylde there. Securing the round in good fashion. Really like what I've seen, even if the C4 was a little bit naff.
Yeah, smart play from Wylde there at the end, particularly in that 2v1. They know exactly what the win condition is. It's the time. Just force him to run into us. We've got the crossfire established. We've got the diffuser. He's going to have to run into our ADS, which is exactly what happened, and they get the win locked out. Wylde keep themselves fighting, and as I've said, I'm pretty impressed with this roster so far. You know, yeah, they're going to have some learning to do. They're going to have some improving to do, but overall, I think they've certainly put up a good account of themselves.
You're referring to Wylde in saying that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, both. Why not? But yes, I'm referring to
about both. But both teams have had a star that's dragged them through a few rounds. Garen obviously being one, Sarks being on the other. Definitely lessons for both to take away from it. And although Wylde have had some like the more of the micro moments where you can clearly see that inexperience is there, right? Why they were an academy team that's now stepped their way up into tier 1. And it's not all a slight against them. Like, as they said themselves, you know, we might not get a win here. We're here to win some rounds and show what we can do. I feel getting 4 rounds, if this is how the game ends on your first play day, is not at all a bad thing at all. It's a good introduction to the game. You've got that more experience there of you've stepped into your first official EML game. The nerves, you know what it feels like now. You can start planning around that a little bit better. And I think Garen, especially, as I've already spoke about a couple of times, I've been impressed with some of the micro plays that he's been making throughout these rounds. Quite pleased with that, and hopefully it carries on.
15 seconds in, we see the preparation continuing down in the basement. Got the mirror windows to play behind. No Twitch on the side of Fnatic. They do have the Ash, however, so Jegs is going to be important here to be able to shatter those windows at distance. So maybe a little ace charge from Deepek could get the job done as well. But how powerful that utility is when the defenders are playing in behind it. Grube trying to get in on the shield. Monte being the shield of choice after Blackbeard was taken away from him. So we'll continue just trying to pressure and bully Wylde out of the way here, force them into bad spots. Didn't have too much impact in the last round though. Wylde dealt with it well. They'll be looking for a bit more of that.
Lucky to be alive here, honestly. Jegs at least found mats elsewhere, so it's starting to cook up a little bit. Honestly, Evan really should have been dead to right, so I'm not quite sure what it was he was looking for, but Fnatic almost unfortunate not to pick him off. Not that they'll mind, as they've still got 2 minutes to play with. And of course, a numbers advantage already established. 1 phone call online, a second about to come up for Wizard as well. When they start getting used, you're going to start seeing this march forward. And look at them grouping up here as well, all in a similar spot. Just ready to sweep across here and steamroll Wylde.
Yeah, Wylde need to recognize that this is all going to come from one direction. They can just face it up and wait for them to push in. They don't need to be worrying too much about every other direction here. Just know that you can be confident in where Fnatic are pushing from. 1 minute 15 left to go. Fnatic will start that slow march forward in 8 seconds now. And all Wylde can do is kind of sit and wait as it is for that utility to start raining on in. That might just give them the signal that things are about to get tasty.
I mean, it might. They've got to pull the trigger at some point and start the march on forward. You've got Groovy that can sniff players out of positions. Another flash in. Mindful of the long range and steps across, and sure enough, Evan, he won't defy death a second time this round. Sarks is in with 2. Wizard onto another, and Sneak's going to have to return to site here. Palms open, ready to gift this game over to Fnatic. It might not have been as straightforward as they'd have liked, but Tim, it's 3 points no matter which way you slice it up.
Yeah, I think we've seen, you know, reasonable passages of play from both teams. Fnatic look pretty comfortable for large parts of that game, but 7-4 overall, I don't think is a terrible result for Wylde. I'm sure they would have liked more out of it. You know, we always would, but overall, a lot for them to take away as well. A lot of positives there. So a good matchup between the two. It maybe just gives us, 2 teams again that I had little question marks over. Starts to build a bit more of a picture, and Fnatic for at least 1 win closer to regaining my trust.
For sure. Still some more questions to be answered about both, and I believe after the break we've actually got an interview with Deepex. Stay tuned for that one. Let's be with you in just a few minutes.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
Look, they find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take their kingdom of Blackout.
Welcome back for one more time today on the EML broadcast. We've had our last game of the day and Fnatic took the first 3 points. Who would have thought? Fnatic with a very good start to the stage. I think they should be really happy with this.
Well, a very good start to the stage in the result. The very first round, maybe not so. I think we'll see it here. Huge 1 versus 3 clutch coming out, and that really will have angered Fnatic. I think the only 2 rounds they actually lost on their defense was both clutches coming out of Wylde. The first one from Garen.
Yeah, it's a bad one in that 1v3 where Wizard goes for the diffuser, no one is ready to cover him. Small things that will happen like this, especially with a young player that's just joining the roster. I think realistically, if you look the rest of the rounds, they've been dominating most of the rounds strategically.
Yeah.
I don't want to count out completely Wylde. I think they had great ideas. There were some good execution in them as well. In the end, it's not a complete stomp. They put up 4 rounds. Examples like this, for example.
Yeah.
Wylde tunnel visioning on 1 shield, not even looking at the left side, not expecting a cover. That for me is like one of the key examples in the footage, in the gameplay, that shows a lack of experience.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The difference between a tier 2 team and a tier 1 team is realistically, it's showing your opponent what you're going to do. I think Wylde, they were 5 to 10 seconds behind where they should have been, especially when they were on their attacks. They were trying to do the right things. They were trying to set up crossfires, work the utility, but they were giving Fnatic 10 seconds to react to that, allowing Fnatic that time to aggress into Wylde and just bam, they were winning the round. And Fnatic really had a lot of control on their defenses.
Yeah, you can see that the experience definitely was key on the side for Fnatic. But one thing I saw as well when we looked at the stats, a 91% cost for Starks is kind of impressive if you play a 7-4 score lane.
Yeah, it's not even about the cost as well, it's about the frags. Like, I mean, the guy dropped 17 kills.
Yep.
17 kills.
4-1 on the entry.
In 11 rounds.
A guy that was actually on nobody's radar a year ago.
And once again, it goes to show that the will of Fnatic to go and pick up rookies can be a great success and very interesting pickup. He's still delivering, as we're going to see some examples of him fighting here. For example, that very first round, he's the only reason that Fnatic takes that retake, by the way. Look at the C4 on the Aurora, and what's amazing here is his quick picking. You're going to see him quick pick, get information quickly, up, jiggle picking here, he sees one, pre-fire, instant death. Again, other examples, him going to roam, roaming as a Mira, by the way. He's already 8-1 in round 4. Again, here, behind the Mira, instrumental to hold the bomb site after going to roam, and even then, as a lurker in attack. The reverse roaming, he gets here, the nade to make them move, free kill, second free kill, boom, welcome to Starks, he's not missing it.
Yeah, he's such a talented player. He really is, and I think he's had that stage under his belt now. He's played the tier 1 stage, he came in for stage 2 last year. He's had that under his belt. Now is when he's going to come into his own, and we've seen it game day 1 today.
Yeah, it's a great performance from him there, and I think Des already teased it for a little bit. We get to speak to the real Big ET. It's been a while since we got to speak to him, but we should have him on the line. Goedenavond.
Goedenavond.
Nice. I get to do that for once as well with a player. So really looking forward to that. But first win here at the EML. Did you expect it that way?
I mean, yeah, we did expect it. And I mean, if you really want to, we can also do the interview in Dutch.
Yeah.
Dutch viewers.
No, we'll be fine. Thank you.
We know you speak perfect English, Deepak.
I can't speak English, I'm sorry. No, it was something we expected the win, of course. So it's always the pressure that we have. But I mean, even after the first round, it is a round we are supposed to win. The 3v1. I mean, back in the days, it would have maybe tilted us or like didn't really help us in the next round. But we instantly said, "Come on, guys, just let it go. It's our own fault. We played well, but just focus on the next round and just see."
Yeah, just focusing on this next round. I actually spotted a moment where you guys are holding top floor, and I see you guys do a strategy where you use Tachenka. You have that Tachenka play up the stairs with the 2 ADSs. It's quite peculiar. It's not something we see very often. Can you explain to me what's going on here? What's the strategy? What's the goal of that Tachenka?
I mean, our goal is like Wylde is like a new team to EOL, so we want them to like problem solve and see how they react to have like delaying time. So normally we also bring the smoke and the Tachanka, but they banned it. So we just brought the Tachanka and just see how the team reacts. And then based on that, we can always adapt in the next rounds.
Talk to me about the rookies, Deepak. So first and foremost, obviously, Sark's not technically a rookie because he played with you guys last year as well. But he's still pretty new into Tier 1 Siege. Obviously, I had a great day today. And then bring in Wizard into the team. What was the thought process behind that one as well?
Yeah, with Sark's, it was also like, like we wanted these players that we can mold and make fit the team very well. I mean, it's a lot of work, but we are willing to do that. We also did with Jaxu before, but it was not really like skill-wise, it was more on a personal level, didn't fit in the team. But like, we always want to give young people a chance that are like performing good in other leagues or like that stand out. And I think like both of these players are really insane. Wizard, of course, first game and still warming up, but like if he's confident, then other teams are not ready.
Speaking about that, actually, because you're the longest standing member on this roster, the one with the most experience, how do you help a player like Wizard going into his first game?
Well, it's always hard because it's for everyone it's a bit different. It's on personal level, but we just try to give him as much freedom as possible in scrims or like in game as well. Yeah, and just adapt the player base around that on the team. But we do give players a lot of freedom, and then we try to make it like a perfect team picture.
All right, awesome. Sounds very good. Thank you so much for all these insights. Thank you so much for your time as well, and best of luck with your game for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good to speak to all these players today after the games, but even though we've had 5 games, it feels like a time has flown by today.
Yeah, honestly, some really good games. I'm thinking especially, I'm really happy about the VP Falcons. It was my pick for the match of the day. Really happy that VP really stepped up and literally smashed them. Like, I love the guys on Falcons, don't get me wrong, but like, I wanted to see VP back, and like, are they back?
I was about to say, as a contest, it wasn't really game of the day, but I think a pleasant surprise is probably how I would label that one. Do you know what? I actually really enjoyed every game today. I think the quality of the Siege actually pleasantly surprised me as well. I think in terms of some of the teams that we thought might be a little bit struggling, actually probably played better than maybe our expectations. And there was a lot of close enough games, I would say. You know, G2, Secret, and Fnatic all looked like they were the favourites and they would win. And they did, but it was 7-4. The other teams were still posting rounds and competitive enough.
And that very first games, it literally told us the taste of the day, you know, like 15 rounds all the way through, Clubhouse, super slow, 3 rounds with opening kills.
I you said it went fast, Dan. It went fast after match 1. Match 1 felt like it took about 3 hours, I'll be honest.
It's literally 15 rounds of like the opening kills happening like in the last minute or so. Like it was so slow, but it was a really good game.
But yeah, it was interesting to watch, certainly.
Yeah, so we find ourselves in the top 4 in Europe League now, where we've got G2, got Virtus.pro, Secret, and Fnatic. So, given for your power ranking, I think tomorrow you're gonna maybe want to bank on some other teams potentially coming in. But we'll see for the matchups as well for tomorrow. Starting out with Gen.G versus Virtus.pro. Then we'll have Falcons trying to get their shine back against Macko. G2 versus Secret as the third game of the day. Fnatic and Wolves, then afterwards we're closing out today with BDS and Wylde. And I already heard you, Leo, the G2 Secret game, is that the one you're going to be most excited for?
For sure. I mean, like, G2 has been looking really good, Stompen is looking really good, the entire team is looking really good, and Team Secret are the best team in Europe right now. I'm not afraid to call it. So it's going to be a great game.
Oh, I was about to say something. You've just said Team Secret are the best team in Europe.
Yeah.
Really?
I would be so interested to see a Secret VP, and I think G2 is slightly below that.
Okay, I will say for G2 Secret, that game entices me because both of these two teams love playing for gunfights. They love playing the aggressive Flare brand of Siege, and it'll be so entertaining. Like, doesn't matter what map it's on. You could play that game on plane. It would just be entertaining.
I think something's in the air here. I've never heard you two speak so positively about G2 before.
We love G2.
What's going on?
Well, I'm not the G2 hater. He's the G2 hater.
I feel like this is a conspiracy. We've always loved G2. We've never said a bad word about them.
Are you sure?
Okay, let's leave that.
If there wasn't clippable footage, I would be sure.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I mean, tomorrow we'll get to see them again, of course. Everyone in chat gets to see Stompen again. We have a bit of a deep dive with him tomorrow as well to get some more information from this new up-and-coming player, the big content creator as well. So make sure you keep your peels out for that tomorrow. The pre-show will be starting out at 17:45. It is 5:45 p.m. CEST. So make sure you join us again for tomorrow for another day of EML. And for now, have a really good rest of your night.